「 Hello, everybody. Sorry about that. I have basically been going nonstop since the beginning of the day, and I started stream, and then I realized, and this is 100% true, I realized I couldn't find an onion that I need to finish my goddamn beef stew, and I looked all over the place, couldn't find it, had a small mental breakdown, existential crisis, etc., because I couldn't find a goddamn onion. So I needed to, like, take off my makeup and, like, have a little cry. And now I'm good. And I did find the onion. The story has a perfectly normal ending. Just had some real big feelings about onions. Today has been weird. Had to do a lot of work today. Didn't get nearly enough done, but we did. I did get to finish cleaning my apartment, so that's nice. I thought the breakdown was the normal ending. Maybe. Unfortunately, no. I wasn't crying because I was cutting the onion. Yeah. I've been there. Yeah, Metal Kitty Mom, I feel like you out of almost anyone in chat knows exactly what I mean. No, so for Christmas I got like these ornamental like bags. They're not like ornamental, but like they're more like, you know, like a stationary piece of furniture type thing. And at some point, I moved the onion from the bag where I had produce and food to being in the ornamental bag for literally no reason. And that would be where it is. Your top seems very vintage. That's just because what is old is new again. Anyway, I can put myself back into a category now on Twitch. There we go. But yeah, I bought this new from American Eagle. Surprisingly, American Eagle's like women's clothing is very like actually quality. I'm kind of surprised. Let's see. How are we all doing today? Hello. I've screamed at a pizza before. Yeah, I relate. Had a good time if that helps. It does! Good to see you, Schmouter Man. Hello, Altfact. Hello, Melody Imp. Hello, Christinos. Hello, Resonate. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Eddie Spencer. Hello, Dapper Eyes. Hello, Winners, Losers. Hello, Noctalb. Hello, Jennifer Holly. Hello, Ashley Curtis. Hello, Erica. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. Hello, KBS. Hello, Larsers. Hello, Koopa Shell. Hello, Penny. Hello, Miss I Don't Know. How y'all doing? Nice to see you guys. I'm suffering, but I'll hold it there. I feel that. Hello, Todd Pemper. I had a day where I needed to get a lot of stuff done, but I couldn't get it all done, so I had to prioritize different things, and now I'm upset because I still have work I need to do, and we still gotta do a full stream, so we're doing all of the things. Anthony John Carter, thank you for watching 5 streams in a row. I appreciate it. Hello, our family. Over a batch of scrambled eggs that were supposed to be flan. Feel that. Okay today. I was able to nap, so that's good. Hell yeah. Totally get you about the onion story. Excellent. Let's see. I did not edit my Twitch VODs. I did make one thumbnail. I did organize stream. I did do all my laundry, cleaned up the kitchen, did put together an outfit for stream. I didn't do my makeup. Well, I did do my makeup, but it's not visible anymore. And now we are doing the stream. The only things I have left to do are editing Twitch VODs, which I will do tomorrow, presumably, and finish making this beef stew. Fuck. Alright. Well, we got a lot of things to talk about today. Hope your day gets better. Well, you know, streaming does tend to make my day better. It helps to be able to put on a performance instead of just sit with my thoughts. Let's take a look. It's in a book. Refreshing tabs. Alright. Made tacos? Hell yeah, Charlie. Yeah, Ohio's fucked right now. We're gonna start out stream by talking about Yemen, though. Alright. I should probably also tweet out that the stream is happening. I also hear that a lot of people are having bad takes about Houthis, the Houthi movement, which is not great. It's not great to hear that. Yeah, woman though? Boo. Boo. We are live now. Yahoozers. Yahozers. Come say hi on the boat. Twitch, YouTube, and the riverboat.gg. There you go. All right. Is this another Osama was based situation? Yes, actually. Yes. Yes. Please okay, I'm just going to open the stream with this heartfelt entreaty to you, the viewers. Please don't walk around thinking the Houthi rebels are based. Please, for the love of God. They conscript child soldiers. They perform summary executions in the street. They're not good. They are religious fundamentalist extremists who want to make sure that if you're a woman in their controlled territory, you have to have a man escort you everywhere because otherwise you're being indecent and can be arrested. And again, there are summary executions. If you're gay, they will kill you. They're not good people. So for the love of God, don't do another one of these Osama bin Laden was based, actually, type revisions in real time, okay? They're bad. It is a bad political movement. They are against the concept of democracy. They are monarchistic in their predilections. They believe in establishing a monarchy, a theocratic monarchy, all right? They're not... There's no aspect of their society that's really good. And their support has been catalyzed by essentially a lot of religious discrimination between Sunni and Shia, and their main bastion of support are the Zaidi Shia Muslims in the northern region of Yemen. That's kind of where they got their start, and they've been trying to slowly liberalize. But when I say slowly, the emphasis is on slowly there, okay? And by liberalize, I mean try to make, like, non-Zaidi Shia believe that they won't kill them. Okay? They're not good. And, like, their attempts to, like, take over international shipping lanes is also not good. Like, to really emphasize this, like, there's no way an international coalition wouldn't respond to one of the world's vital shipping lanes being effectively shut down by pirates. Do you agree or disagree with Vosh that the strikes are justified? I don't know that they are justified, but they are inevitable. Like, if you're going to attack international shipping, like one of the most trafficked shipping arteries in the world, like, yeah, it's not surprising that, like, a coalition of 30 countries are gonna, like, sail their fleets down there and blow up your ammo depots. It's not surprising to me. And they're not good people either. So I guess, like, as far as, like, justifications go, literally every nation state on the planet is going to look at their actions and be like, okay, yeah, blowing up their ability, their capabilities and, like, their logistical centers to do piracy is probably justifiable. Yeah. You know, I, like, from the point of view of, like, any state actor on the global stage, they're gonna, like, this is a no-brainer. You know? Hey, Logeno. Like, I'm not like, fuck yeah, the United States bombed the Houthi rebels, but also, like, from what I understand, there were over 70 airstrikes, and, like, all of them targeted, like, munitions depots or, like, manufacturing hubs, and in total, I think, like, 5 Houthi soldiers died. Total. Wait, isn't what they're doing going to end the IDF bombing civilians good, though? Well, I would agree with you that it would be good if there was any possibility at all that Houthi soldiers commandeering shipping and cargo vessels would actually stop the IDF from bombing people in Gaza. Like, that's the thing, right? Like, there's no correlation here between, like, the Houthis bombing international shipping and, like, somehow that stops the violence in Gaza. Right? Like, there's no correlation really there at all. Like, if you're attacking international shipping, Israel doesn't even have to respond because they know that an attack on international shipping is going to provoke a global response. Doesn't have to be from the United States, doesn't have to be from the UK. It could literally be from, like, you know, 15 other countries. So, like, it's not actually going to stop the IDF from bombing Gaza. If anything, it might be an impulse for the IDF to expand the war into Lebanon, because Lebanon and Hezbollah are backed by Iran. And so, like, the escalation represented by the Houthis attempting to do piracy in the Red Sea might be perceived as, like, a potential threat to the IDF, and they would use that maybe as a pretext to invade Lebanon and go after Hezbollah. So, like, I think overall this is a net negative for, like, basically the entire region. Yeah. This is like the people who see Arma 3 footage saying Russia's sending supplies to free Palestine. And yeah, no, like, seriously, can for the love of God, can you guys, like, look at some of the war footage that's coming out and just be like, oh yeah, that's from a video game. Because there's a lot of that. You know? So anyway, we gotta go over this. All right. So first of all, we're gonna start with this take. Brianna Joy Gray, right? Notice that even in America's telling of events, Yemen's blockade has been bloodless. The complaint, now being answered with American bombs, is weeks of delays in shipping times. Yemen's non-violent efforts to stop a genocide is met, unsurprisingly, with more Western violence. A couple of things here, okay? Couple of things, couple points here, couple minor nitpicks about this tweet. One, this isn't Yemen. We're not talking about Yemen, the country. Okay? We're talking about the rebel-controlled territory of Yemen. Yemen has been in a civil war for a decade now, and the Houthi rebels are a religious extremist faction that control a portion of Yemen. So when people are saying, "Oh, Yemen's attacking the ships to do international pressure on Israel to stop the violence in Gaza," no, Yemen isn't doing that. The Houthi rebels in Yemen are doing that, and they're doing that because they've had a 2-year ceasefire and truce with their opposing with the opposing side in Yemen. Okay. Yeah, the government in exile had to flee the official capital, Sana'a, to move to the port of Aden. Or Adan. I think it's Adan. So, right now, Yemen is, hugely divided. So it's not the official leadership of Yemen doing this. Second of all, this tweet is strange to me because it's like, yes, the Yemen, the bold Yemenis are merely complaining and blockading the ships, and America is responding with bombs. Now, just real quick here, we can take a look at the timeline. So, all right. On October 8th, 2023, the day after the Hamas attack on Israel, we sent a carrier strike group, the Gerald R. Ford strike group, which consists of the aircraft carrier Gerald R. Ford, plus, I believe it's... Yes, a cruiser and several destroyers, right? Let's take a look here. On October 19th, the Carney intercepted 3 cruise missiles and 8 drones launched by the Houthi militants in Yemen. Oh, and then it turned out several days later that actually they had shot down 4 cruise missiles and 15 drones over a period of 9 hours. Then on November 8th, the Houthi rebels shot down an MQ-9 Reaper drone. On November 19th, the Houthi rebels seized a cargo ship in the Red Sea. The Thomas Hudner on November 22nd shot down drones in the Red Sea launched by Houthi groups. Houthi forces have tried to seize other vessels, usually with anti-ship rockets at their disposal. We have just a string of, the Houthi rebels shooting missiles at U.S. warships. Just keep this in mind, right? We have, let's see here. On the 16th of December, the Carney shot down 14 unmanned aerial systems, aerial bombing drones. And then we also had, let's see here. Yes. Then we also had the attack on the Maersk Hangzhou. And these ships, by the way, have now all had to hire independent contractor security. So when the Houthi rebels do attempt to board these ships now, they're being met with violent resistance because the people on the ships don't want to be captured by Houthi rebels who are committing acts of piracy and taking hostages. So while the security team on the Meres Kangzhou were repelling the boarding attempts, that's when you got the news story about the aircraft carrier Dwight D. Eisenhower and the destroyer gravely responding to the distress call, and that's when you had the story about the choppers going in, being fired upon by the Houthi rebels, and then returning fire, right? So, like, there have been, like, over 100 attacks on on U.S. naval ships, like, and the fact that there has been no U.S. response, really, to those attacks is honestly pretty wild to me, right? So, like, again, I'm not really supportive of anything that's happening here, but it's also, it's actually pretty wild to me that it's taken this long to have a retaliatory strike on the Houthi rebels, considering. Let's see. Civil war with Saudi Arabia? No, the Yemeni civil war has been going on since 2014. Like, the elected government of Yemen was overthrown and displaced by the Houthi movement. They fled and reestablished their government in Aden or Adan. I can't remember which one it is. And since then, the Saudis have been backing the former government in Yemen, or the government in exile. Again, largely this is along religious lines. The former government, the government in exile in Yemen, is predominantly Sunni Muslim, whereas the Houthi movement is predominantly Shia Muslim. These differences are, like, primarily what is behind this, alongside it effectively being a proxy war between Iran and Saudi Arabia. So America has the right to drop bombs on another country? Well, let me put it this way. If you attack an aircraft carrier with drones, it's not really that surprising if the aircraft carrier then bombs the factories that make the drones. Do you does that make sense? Like, generally speaking, if you attack a US military base, there's generally some sort of response. You know? Like, yeah, like the global monetary interests here are interested in having, like, undisturbed shipping, and each one of these cargo ships has over $100 million in, like, stuff on them. Like, people are pretty upset about this all over the world, you know? Like, there are very few things that can unite disparate international interests faster than piracy. Hey, Monica. I Schmouderman, I also don't agree with you. Like, the US's alliance with Saudi Arabia is nothing short of monstrous. I'm not trying to justify any of this. I'm trying to just present it as it is happening, give you an accurate picture of what's happening and what the likely outcomes are here. I'm all right, Brianna Huffman. Yeah, like basically the only time piracy has like is like flourishing is when like states are officially formalizing and legalizing acts of piracy. You know, like the British privateers, you know? Um exactly. Feels like everyone is trying to pick the side of good, but there aren't really any good guys in this situation. Yeah, that's kind of my point here, right? Like the Houthi movement is I would say evil. The US government and military is evil. Like Saudi Arabia is evil. Basically the only people who aren't like just outright evil actors in all of this are the civilians in the Gaza Strip who are unfortunately suffering with the consequences of evil governance on basically all sides. You know, this is why geopolitics is really tough because like there is a tendency to want to like pick like these are the good guys, these are the bad guys, and like that is just so not usually the case. So I'm hoping that it does not escalate from here. Like, from most of the targets that as I understand it from having done some research on this uh, before going live, my understanding is most of the targets hit by the U.S. Bombing attacks were like munition depots, were basically related to their ability to conduct these drone attacks or boarding actions on these cargo ships. So hopefully this is kind of like a again, as I was saying yesterday, kind of like a cuff on the back of the head so that things don't continue to escalate. Also, war is a racket. True. True, true, true. So I just want to say, like, this type of take bothers the shit out of me because again, this isn't these efforts aren't non-violent. Like they're literally shooting missiles at cargo ships and sailors. Like I don't know. Like is it non-violent if the U.S. drops a bomb and no one gets killed from it? I would argue no, it's not actually. Like, but for whatever reason, a lot of political analysts, a lot of these folks are just like glossing over that. Like, if it was the United States who just dropped a bomb on like a cargo ship, and like, oh well, no one died. Well, then it's okay, I guess. It's not no, no. God damn it. Yeah, I mean, like, radar facility used by Houthi militants was hit. 2 U.S. officials said. You can see like here are where they predominantly attacked. The explosion we saw yesterday was confirmed to be a munitions depot being hit. Um, yeah. To be clear, though, to be clear, if the Houthi rebels were engaged in violent action to stop the genocide, that is something that I might arguably support. Like something that would actually maybe stop the genocide if like that was even remotely possible. Like I'd support that. But this isn't that. Like attacking random cargo ships is not stopping the genocide being perpetrated by Israel. Like I to be clear, my analysis of this situation is the Houthi rebels they are playing into their propaganda line, because again their slogan literally calls for like the death of all Jews. And second of all, so like it appeals to like kind of the people who are appealed to by that. And second of all, they're also looking for money. Like they're looking for confiscating these ships to use and distribute and sell those goods. Yeah, my read on this situation is that it is a PR move and also both PR and recruitment move, and also financially motivated, you know? Because they have been able to recruit more people since their piracy campaign began. And that is, of course, good for them when they are aiming to have like a sizable standing army in case the ceasefire / truce expires between the two factions in Yemen. Does this make sense? Does anybody have questions? Additionally, as we move on here, right? We need to analyze I would say, the fourth reason for these attacks on international shipping that I haven't mentioned yet, which is it could be very possible that the aim of the Houthi rebels with these piracy attacks is to draw Iran into this wider regional conflict. So the Atlantic ran a piece today by Arash Azizi. The Houthis have backed Iran into a corner. A militia Tehran helped build, maybe dragging the country to war. Because basically, the Houthis have been backed by Iran for the last decade or so, with the goal of having Yemen become kind of an Iranian-friendly stronghold in the region. Like, Iran's goal is to become kind of the regional power, you know? I mean, no. Like, again, I agree with you to a certain extent on a lot of what you're talking about, like a lot of U.S. actions, Schmouderman. But I think in a case where like you have these pirates targeting U.S. vessels, I think at that point, like the fact that there were like 2 or 3 months of attacks on like international allies, and also like on international ally civilian ships and also military vessels, the fact that there hasn't been a retaliation until now is miraculous, honestly. Like I don't think the US has the right to bomb anybody. I'm just saying, like, in this case, that kind of went out the door as soon as like they started shooting at like US troops. They literally want to be a regional hegemon with satellite states acting as buffer zones. Well, yeah. And honestly, Iran has the capability of becoming that. I would argue they're basically almost there. The only thing preventing them is kind of the petrol state of Saudi Arabia and their insane amounts of money. Also, again, I think that even if you took the US out of this equation, like there are 19, I think, or I think the number might be up to 24 other states willing to engage in this action. Houthis are in a find out phase. Yeah. It's always a special case. I mean, I think sometimes it's just not surprising. Do I think it's good? No. Do I think like this was an inevitable outcome of people engaging in piracy? Yeah, I do. Like the sun rises again tomorrow, whether I think that's good or bad. Like, do I think that just because the Houthis use child soldiers and like do executions in the street and like, do I think that they should be bombed for those things? No. Do I think those things are good? Also, no. But like, when you start shooting at international cargo ships, like this is what's gonna happen. Even if we lived, honestly, even if we lived in, like, you press the Thanos button and the United States just disappeared, like, every US military thing disappeared off the face of the earth, like, this would still be the outcome, you know? Yeah, so, Erica, that's exactly it. Like, this is the logical result of their actions, which leads me to wonder if that is exactly why they did these actions, right? Um, because I have a feeling that the Houthis are banking on the fact that they can continue to antagonize this international coalition, and Iran not wanting to see its decades-long investment in their movement go to waste might expend additional resources to be dragged into the conflict effectively. You know, I think that is kind of what they're banking on here. Let's see here. Let's go over some of this piece from the Atlantic. Okay. Following repeated attacks on their warships, and the United States and the United States and the United Kingdom have finally hit back at the Houthis, a Yemeni militia that holds power in the capital city of Sana'a, and is recognized as the official Yemeni government by its main sponsor, Iran. Which, to be clear, again, Iran recognizes the Houthis as the official government. No other country does. The attacks come after weeks of warning and a day after a UN Security Council resolution asked the Houthis to stop their attacks on commercial shipping in the Red Sea. The recent skirmish has now heightened a fear that has preoccupied Middle Easterners since Hamas's gruesome attacks on October 7th ushered in a new war with Israel. Could the war spread to an all-out conflagration involving Hamas's main backer, Iran? Keep in mind, if this happens, Hezbollah will absolutely also become involved, and this is going to turn into like a world kerfuffle. It's going to be a far-ranging conflict, we'll say. It's not good. But Iran has no ability to project force outside their own borders. The warship they sent to the Red Sea is 40 years old, hopelessly out of date, and completely unable to defend itself from U.S. warships. See, that's what you might think. However, it's not good, actually. Like, even if you take that into account, like, a US-Iran war would be catastrophic. It would mean, like, basically the end of, like, Iran, but also, like, it would also mean, like, the end of the United States. Like, it's like a mutually assured destruction type situation. Um, yeah. Like, they did a war game about this, not a war game, but like a war simulation about this, like famously, like over a decade ago. And yeah, it didn't go well for US forces, you know? It's basically uninvadable. unbombable. Um, it doesn't go well. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out which of these war games it was. Oh yeah, okay. Basically, in this war game, where one side being Iran, the other side being the United States, the Iranian forces in this war game were able to best the United States by basically using like motorcycle messengers, light signals, older methods of communication, and that basically was able to blindside the electronic surveillance network of like the blue U.S. forces. Like um, it's it's basically what would happen. Like the United States has a certain air of arrogance about its ability to deal with large forces, but the United States is terrible about dealing with asymmetric warfare, which is basically what Iran would do, and they're incredibly good at it. They've basically spent the last like 20 years developing their ability to wage war in an asymmetrical way, meaning they kind of bank on the fact that like they're going to have fewer people and fewer resources, and so they've figured out a way to kind of maximize the damage they can do with that. Yeah, but the thing is, you can get as many strato bombers as you want, Watcherner, but like the entire country of Iran is basically a gigantic fortress. If you wanted to create like terrain that would be more fortress like, you would be hard pressed to do it. So like their military capabilities have had like over 100 years to dig into to dig into their mountains, to dig into their position. You know? Like there's not a way for them to really be affected all that much. Like certainly they would take damage from bombers, but like they would continue to be functional as a military. Hey Jonathan Ross, how you doing? Yeah, like the Taliban were able to withstand like years of bombing in Afghanistan, and as soon as we left, they just came right back into power. You know? So it's not it's basically the nightmare situation of like the Middle East, from like a geopolitical perspective. It's the last thing any country in that region wants, but the Houthis have like a different calculus because they're not fully recognized as a country yet on the international stage. They have their own goals, which involve, installing like monarchy, like a theocratic monarchy in the region. Like they have a bunch of different goals that absolutely might be amenable to saying fuck it and attacking international shipping specifically to bring Iran into the conflict. So yeah, it's not good, right? Also, to clarify one thing, just because I've seen some misinformation going around on social media, the 73 airstrikes that were carried out against the Houthis, were against military targets. They're not like buried within like civilian compounds. So the targets that were hit and exploded did not have civilian casualties. The people who died or were injured were specifically fighters for the Houthi government. Just as a point of clarification. Now that might change, but for now, that's where things kind of stand. And of course, the Houthis. Part of why I give more credence to the idea that the Houthis are doing this to bring Iran into the conflict is because just today they attacked another cargo ship. They fired several anti-ship missiles at an oil tanker, I believe, in the Red Sea. So the attempted attacks on international shipping are continuing, and I just don't see anything good coming out of this. Like there's no possibility that this ends the slaughter of Palestinians in Gaza. There's no way that this is cooling off the conflict in the region. There's no this is entirely designed to make things worse. So yeah, there's nothing good that is happening here. And the United States is playing right into kind of that escalation. That's not unsurprising. I'm hoping that things don't continue to get worse, though, because nobody will benefit from that. All right. Any questions? One thing the Americans are really good at, escalation. True. How drunk were those analysts doing that war game? Well, that war game took place in 2002. So they probably weren't drunk. They were probably just incredibly arrogant about their capabilities versus Iran. Are you going to touch on its legality? As far as I understand it, and I could be very, very wrong because I did not look into this. So take what I'm about to say with a grain of salt. I think the current argument is that since the Houthi-controlled region isn't a state, that they don't need Congress's authorization. I think that is the argument. I don't happen to agree with it, but I believe that's the argument. It also might have something to do with piracy. Like, counterattacks against piracy are just, like, basically blanket all good under international law. That could also be. Let's see. I found an article from Reuters here. The United States and Britain on Friday defended to the UN Security Council the legality of strikes they launched against Yemen's Houthis for attacking Red Sea shipping, while Russia and China accused the Western allies of raising regional tensions. Let's see. Yeah, the argument they're making is basically they're pirates, ergo it's fine under international law. Yeah, I mean, like, okay, just as an FYI, right? As remember the rule of thumb, generally speaking, each of these cargo ships has over $100 million minimum in its cargo holds, right? Um, over 2,000 ships have been diverted due to this conflict, which that's a lot. That is $200 billion worth of goods. Like, that is going to draw immediate attention from basically every country that does shipping. The idea, Chris Huggy, I believe, is that they kind of portray the piracy as like predominantly targeting ships that are carrying like arms and ammunition, or are Israeli in origin, so that it is in some way damaging Israel's well-being in an effort to end the genocidal actions they're taking in the Gaza Strip. The issue is that they are not actually like preventing most of the ships are able to get away, but really what they're doing is just kind of sowing chaos in the region, which causes shipping to divert around the region rather than take the risk of going through, and anything they seize is just kind of theirs now. It's not actually stopping shipments of arms or ammunition to Israel. It's not actually stopping much of anything to Israel. This is just kind of a different. That's the pretext, but the effect is very different.
Joe Biden don't need permission to go hard in that Houthi. When the perks hit, I be rock hard, and
Jesus.
I beat it Houthi up. You ever had sex with FEMA? I make that Houthi a super fun site. BWA.
I feel like that's a reference to something, and I don't get it, but thank you for the $10 dono. Vosh was talking about how the defense for this action was that the reauthorization for use of military force allows for defense of U.S. assets because they fired on a U.S. warship. Yeah, I mean that sounds about what the U.S. government would say. And again, I believe they've fired on U.S. warships numerous times, so it's not like it's a, well, maybe they did, maybe they didn't situation. There's plenty of occasions to take notice from. It sucks. Like, the main thing to take away from this is all of this is bad. All of it is bad. Nothing that is happening is really going to fix it. And at this point, it really seems like the ball is in Iran's court about how they're going to respond to all of this. Because again, Iran has the ability to kind of bring the Houthi rebels into some kind of non-violent understanding of the situation, and it remains to be seen whether or not they will do that. It would also not go super great for anybody if the United States invaded the Houthi-controlled territory and got involved in the Yemeni civil war. There's no good outcome here, short of like Iran being able to kind of rein things in and allow things to settle down in that way. I'm also just terrified that if Iran was to not do that, that Israel would take it as provocation. Oh my god, I can't talk today. Provocation to invade Lebanon. Because again, Lebanon has basically been holding its breath this entire time, hoping that Israel would not invade them. Because keep in mind, Israel has a fully mobilized force of over 200,000 soldiers. Um, and they like exchange fire with Hezbollah on the daily. So it's like very much on the table that military attention in Israel could turn towards Lebanon. So I'm really hoping all of this doesn't spill over because it's only going to mean more suffering for everybody. And honestly, like probably exponentially more for the people in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. Covering stories like this breaks my goddamn heart, you know? Cuz I wish I could look at these international events and root for a good guy. I wish I could be one of the dipshits on Twitter rooting for the Houthis as if they're the good guys. They're the plucky, it's a much better story if the Houthis are plucky Robin Hood types, stealing from the rich to distribute goods among the masses. It's a lot more comfortable and comforting if that's the case, and they're fighting the good fight with what little they have to stop the genocide in the Gaza Strip. But from all of the information I have, that is not the case of what's happening. Their faction is disgustingly evil. The United States imperial effort is disgustingly evil. The most level-headed actor in all of this is probably the Iranian government, and that should be a kind of terrifying thing. But I wish I could just for a while believe that the Houthis are the good guys in all of this, and they're just not. They're just not. I wish I could tell you that they were. But the pirates in this case are not the good guys. Have you caught any of Ben Gleib's reporting on Gaza? He's in Israel. He's in Israel. 2 videos on Rebel HQ so far. I have seen some of Ben Gleib's takes on Israel, and I think he's not great when it comes to Israel Palestine. That's my 2 cents there. I don't know if I could get through a segment like that without getting incandescently angry. No, like as far as like a level-headed state actor goes, Iran is like, despite the fact that they are heavily influenced by like theocratic values, like strangely an incredibly competent state despite that. Fast Walker, I've been watching a lot of lore videos about Dark Souls, and I got a little bit about the Solaire, and the word incandescence just been on my mind. What does an Ayatollah do exactly? Basically, there are 12 Ayatollah. it's like a rank in their like religious hierarchy. Um, and there are 12 ayatollahs in the Shia clergy. So, at least in Iran. So like basically it's like calling someone a pope, you know? Or maybe a high bishop or something. Also, like it's kind of like a only in Iran type thing. Archbishop? Yeah, that might be better. I said high bishop, didn't I? God damn it. Cardinal? Yeah, that's probably a decent. Iran needs more underboob. I don't even know what that means. All right. I knew that talking about Yemen would bum me the fuck out, but it's really important and we need to talk about it because I've just been seeing so many people have wrong takes about it today. Like I don't want to I as much as I would like to believe it, I don't want to sell you guys the like a fairy tale version of what's happening. I will be right back. Just need to throw some carrots and onions in my stew. BRB. hello. God, today's been weird. I've been on screen for like a total of like, I don't know, 40 minutes today. And like already have like so many weird goddamn messages about like being sexual towards me. Maybe chillin'. Hold music was fire. That's courtesy of Chill Boy Beats. Y'all should go check them out. Criminally underviewed, underappreciated. Go give them some love. Just linking a YouTube playlist I use here. Yeah, like, look, if you wanna stroke your boyfriend's BBC while watching Riverboat Jack content, I don't mind. You don't have to tell me about it. You know. I use she/her pronouns. Fast Walker. Thank you for asking. I'm sorry, huh? I get sexually harassed a lot in DMs. I just don't talk about it very often. But like I feel like I'm hanging on by a thread here, not like freaking the fuck out today. Who the fuck is Ben Glebe? He's a contributor on TYT. Twitch chat horny again? No. Usually the people who want to be impolite are doing it in DMs. Like I don't mind if you guys are just like politely and respectfully horny. That's fine. That's fine. It's normal. Your body's going through some changes, okay? But like every day we stray farther from God's light. Well, you know, I had the audacity to be a big titty trans girl talking about politics, so I guess what was I expecting? Hey, calibrating, how you doing? Anyway, sorry about that, but the final stage of my stew is now complete. Now, I just had to go like chop up some carrots, onions, and potatoes. But now all it needs to do is sit for like another hour. That's on a case-by-case basis, Paladin. Jack, you got to findom these people? That's true. Hey, are you in my chat? You should consider dropping subs or donos. You should hit this follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos so that I can, live and stuff. That would be ideal. Also, I give you content. Sometimes getting money in return is nice. It's beef stew. It is beef stew. It is, I guess, kind of a vegetable beef stew. I went really hard on carrots and potatoes. That's true. I don't consider it. Mistress demands. Also, just as an FYI, I do have a Throne account, and I have not used it much. But if you would like to buy me sexy clothing that I will more than happily model on Twitter. That is a place you can go and do that, I guess. Just some things on my wish list, and also some cute things, and possibly cosplay ideas. Anyway, there are things over there. You can take a look at it yourselves. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there, okay? Ba-ba-ba-da-ba. And you can go to that wish list here. There you go. There you go. I need to be berated more. You don't get berated for free. Okay? You only get berated for free if you're a dipshit. ACAB includes town police, true. I'm too modest to be slutty. Honestly, modesty is good, though. Hard on the carrots, no wonder Chad is horny. Well, I see what you did there. How much for you to berate me? At least 5 subs. Five subs or a $25 dono, I'll berate you. Yeah, look, if you want to if you want to sexually harass me, at least make sure I get something out of it. You got to it's a two-way street here, okay? Well, Spectral Pyre, maybe somebody will donate in your name for me to berate you. Okay, we do need to talk about maybe one of the biggest news stories of the day. We talked about it last stream, but we need to talk about it today, okay? And that is Roger Stone plotting the assassination of members of Congress. We talked about this yesterday, and for those of you who don't know, Roger Stone is Donald Trump's like right-hand man. He's like the go-to guy if you want someone to ruin somebody else's reputation or dig up dirt on somebody and like ruin them personally or politically. He's what is known in politics as a hatchet man, and he is like one of the OG hatchet men, okay? And it turns out that reporters have gotten their hands on a recording. Oh, wait. I should also add, Roger Stone was the go-between between terrorist groups like the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers and the Donald Trump campaign. So he was the guy coordinating with armed militia groups in the lead up to January 6th. Okay? And now we have audio of him plotting the assassination of 2 members of Congress. So let's take a listen, shall we?
Be a piece there and go find Swalwell and get this over with. It's time to do it. Then we'll see how brave the rest of them. Either Swalwell or Nadler has to die before the election. They need to get the message. Again, just not putting up with this again. Be a piece there and go find Swalwell and get this over with.
Like, I don't know why they added like scary music in the background, but like that is an agent of Donald Trump plotting the assassination of sitting members of Congress. Like, I don't know. I don't know how more explicit I can be when I tell you guys that, like, Donald Trump in 2024 is an outright fascist. He is not just going to be content with defeating his political opponents in, like, an election. He's going to fucking kill them. You know? I feel like this is just too asinine to be real. Have you met Roger Stone? Have you met Donald Trump? They are the biggest, they're the most asinine people you can imagine. This is exactly in character for him. Like, for fuck's sake, like, Roger Stone is basically a cartoon character, except he's real, and that makes him vile. Just, like, and yeah, not kidding about the Nixon tattoo on his back. He just has a picture of old Tricky Dick on his back. It's he is the epitome of asinine. Oh, but see, Aroni. This wasn't over a phone call. He was talking to his bodyguard, a current NYPD cop, and somehow that conversation was recorded, and that conversation has now made its way into the hands of Mediaite. So this is not, like, the reason the audio in this is so bad is because it wasn't over the phone. This is a recording from a device, presumably just kind of in the vicinity, potentially from said cop, which would be incredible if true. Yeah, in other words, the person who recorded this just became an endangered species. If I had to put money on it, it would be the cop he was talking to recorded this. But I don't know who else could have gotten that audio, you know? Like, we're in the era of the brown shirts. We're in the fascist brown shirt era. Like, the fascies are coming out of the woodwork. Paul Gosar's entire staff are basically Sieg Heiling in their offices. I don't know how much more explicit I can get with the idea that these are people who will break democracy if they get in power, and there won't be another shot at elections. We're just going to be ruled by a fascist for life. Game over. Well, just remember, they thought they had a real shot at overthrowing democracy on January 6th. If you can imagine members of Congress having been killed in the lead up to January 6th or on January 6th, or like there being inside help to do that, like, who knows what might have happened, you know? Behind the Bastards is a good podcast. Oh, here we go. Is there even more to this tape?
You can follow.
Yep, there's way more of this tape. Let's go.
You can follow. Either Strawwell or Nadler has to die before the election. They need to get the message.
I'm Diana Falzone, senior media reporter.
Oh, come on. Okay. No, that was all the audio. Never mind. Never mind. False alarm. In response to Mediaite's previous story where they didn't have audio of him saying these things, Roger Stone posted online, of course, "I never spoke about assassinating anyone. Fake Mediaite can't produce the recording they claim to have." And then went on to say, "Mediaite has produced no audio of me threatening 2 Democratic congressmen. Where is it? Post it." And now they've gone and posted it. So this was allegedly recorded in person at a location called Cafe Europa, a restaurant in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, weeks before the 2020 election. It's apparently been slightly edited to protect the source. Um, yeah. Their source requested anonymity out of fear of repercussions from Stone, who they believe to be dangerous, which, yeah, out of anyone in Washington who knows, like, how to make somebody disappear, it's probably Roger Stone. You know? According to this source, Roger Stone spent Election Day and the months prior calling for acts of violence. It's time to do it. Let's go find Swalwell. It's time to do it. Then we'll see just how brave the rest of them are. It's time to do it. It's either Swalwell or Nadler. One of them has to die before the election. They need to get the message. Let's go find Swalwell and get this over with. I'm not just putting up with this bullshit anymore. In response to this, yeah, the source said, it was definitely concerning that he was constantly planning violence with an NYPD officer and other militia groups. Stone then responded, total nonsense. I've never said anything of the kind. This is more AI manipulation. You asked me to respond to audios, and you don't let me hear, and you don't identify a source for. Absurd. Real school shooter energy? Well, yeah, but that's the thing, right? These people are fascists. They're in the death cult, right? They are ready to do insane shit. They're ready to do, like, the school shooting equivalent, you know? Oh yeah, no, Roger Stone is like the guy who connected the Trump campaign to, like, the Oath Keepers, to the Proud Boys. And to other movements as well. Like, he was the guy who coordinated with violent extremist groups. And yes, that does include the NYPD. Evil and dumb do tend to go hand in hand. This is true. Well, the thing is, Sam Pell, they don't just want to see the world burn. They think that by burning the world, they get what they want. You know, they think if they burn the world now, they win, and they get to rule over the ashes. Hey, Zoe Kirby. Just wild stuff. Oh, by the way, in case anyone's like, why aren't we taxing the wealthy anymore? What happened to all the funding the IRS was going to get? Guess what, folks? Good news. That's right. I'm giving you bad news and I'm giving you good news. I'm giving you whiplash. All right? The IRS has already collected more than $500 million in back taxes from delinquent millionaires. And this is a direct result of being funded in order to go after millionaires, right? Getting more funding for the IRS works. It allows them to go after higher profile people who are not paying their taxes. The new look at IRS enforcement comes with a prospective government shutdown and tax season on the near-term horizon. Yeah, again, Republicans are going to keep trying to tell you that taxing the wealthy doesn't work. Funding the IRS, they just want to go after the little guy. The IRS doesn't want to go after the little guy. The IRS wants to go after billionaires. If they can get 500 million back from, like, delinquent millionaires, a handful of them over the course of several months, how much more can they get if they can go after billionaires? Damn, we love to see it, baby. Millionaires who were behind on their taxes have already paid $500 million to get current with the IRS as the agency ratchets up high-level tax compliance. Let's do it, baby. 100% high-level tax compliance. Let's go. IRS officials said they've pulled a further $360 million from millionaire households with at least $250,000 in tax debts. That follows on October IRS announcement that $160 million in delinquent taxes had been raked back from wealthy households. These are, by the way, these are just people who aren't paying. They're just not paying their taxes. Like they're just not paying their taxes. This is the lowest hanging fruit available when it comes to like tax evasion. Like they're going after wealthy people who aren't even like really trying that hard to hide that they're not paying taxes, you know? Imagine what they could do if they could go after the people who really hide their taxes, you know? Yeah, midnight and all night. I don't have the brain to cover that at the moment. But maybe I think I'll cover the closing arguments when those get made. Hey, Bill Casey. We're seeing significant early indicators that our increased scrutiny is having immediate impact. Yeah, no shit. This is why Republicans don't want the IRS to be funded. They don't want this to happen. They don't want their biggest their biggest funders to have to pay taxes, you know? But god damn it, boring shit like funding the IRS actually works. It might be boring as hell, but it works. But did the IRS condemn Hamas? Probably, yeah. Let's see. Werfel and the Biden administration have pled no increase on the audit rates for households making less than $400,000 a year. Man, can you imagine making that much money? Jesus. But in a deal to lift the debt ceiling, the White House agreed with House Republican negotiators to redirect $20 billion elsewhere, meaning they took $20 billion away from the IRS. Part of a new potential deal to avert a partial government shutdown on January 19th would speed up the pullback of that $20 billion. A sped-up clawback of the $20 billion wouldn't affect the IRS's upgrades and high-level crackdown until later years of the decade, which is great, but man, it's really interesting that as soon as increased funds to the IRS start yielding results, Republicans suddenly aren't super interested in balancing the budget. That's curious. Very curious. Now, folks, if you've been enjoying the content so far, please hit the follow button over on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos so that I may live to berate you with verbal words on another day. Very poorly, I might add, because, man, I am not talking well today. I feel like I'm very poorly conveying my points. Hey, Drago, I'm sorry your feet feel like stone. Did you cross an Italian? Are they making you take a concrete walk off a pier? As opposed to nonverbal words? Yes. Give mommy all the likes and all the dollary dues. All right. Oh, this is really just out of left field. I have no idea what the context for this video is. It just made me laugh today, and I feel like we all need some of that. So I'm gonna play it. It's like 12 seconds long. Here we go.
JT, let me have this house. JT let you have my house. Yes. My shed. I want it. You're trespassing on my property. You didn't win shit in my yard.
Wait.
All of you.
Daddy, chill.
What the hell is even that? Get it, JT. Let me have this house. JT let you have my house. Yes. My shed. I want it. You're trespassing on my property. You didn't win shit in my yard.
Wait.
All of you.
Daddy, chill.
What the hell is even that? Get it, JT.
The 1 or 2 second long pause while he tries to figure out what just happened. Daddy, chill. Apparently this person's like a YouTuber.
Oh, right there.
As you fucking should, bitch.
Get the fuck down, bitch! Like I said, this is my game! This is my game! That's why you're losing my faggots, though, right? You're losing my—
Oh, the milkshake duck. It happened. Charlie, thank you for the $5 super chat. Having a great hair night, and by the looks of it, so are you. I don't feel like I am, but thank you. Well, you know, look, playing Call of Duty,
I'd like
okay?
to dedicate this stream to the memory of Coach Red Pill. A moment of silence. Fart. Just kidding. Ripperoni in pepperoni. Bozo.
Wait,
BWA.
did Coach Red Pill die? Did, like, a good thing happen? Also, thank you for the $20 dono. I very much appreciate it. And, Paladin, so far you're the only person today to support me over in riverboat.gg. My goodness. Thank you. Yes? He did? Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Are we spreading misinformation on the internet? Just out of curiosity here. Damn. None of the interesting stuff is on his,
Hey, how's it going? It's Saturday around noon as I'm recording this. On Thursday night, I crashed my motorcycle. I took a turn and I slipped on some gravel and just spun out. The rear wheel went right out from under me. And I banged up my knee pretty badly. I don't think it's broken.
I don't care. Tell me why the West is lost.
Unplugging of Russian banking system from SWIFT and the removal of their access to MasterCard and Visa. Okay, and a whole host of other economic measures. And these economic measures were designed to break the Russian economy. Mm-hmm. And the idea was it'll break the Russian economy and this will usher in regime change. By the way, this approach to economic sanctions has never removed a government that the West didn't like.
Well, that's because the purpose of the Western sanctions on Russia wasn't to do that. So, congrats, you failed. You failed to understand what was happening. This guy is apparently a dating coach.
There's surpluses.
And I just really need to emphasize, if you're taking dating advice from somebody like this, you're in real big trouble. You're in, you're in real big trouble when it comes to interacting in the dating pool, okay? God. We're not going over that entire video. I just wanted to, like, I'd never watched some of his content before, but my God. He's either really bad or really good. Well, considering he's a dipshit who died in Ukrainian prison for providing intel to Russia, I'm gonna guess he's pretty bad at dating. Oh, don't do Frank dirty like that, Micah. Don't do Frank dirty. Frank's a good boy. Okay? He supports the gays. And in fact, thank you for providing me with a point to transition to our next little bit of fun content, okay?
We carry my
Eli Handle _ B is back, baby. The man, the myth, the legend. Here we go.
We carry mind flayer parasites.
What?
Within days, we will be gay. Mind flayers.
Oh,
So what are we to do now?
Well, I don't know how many years on this earth I got left. I'm gonna get real weird with it. What a sweet little birdie. You want some food? Ah, you seagull!
Goddess Mistra. She revealed herself to me and she became my teacher. And later even my lover.
You bang my dead wife?
Oh, yes.
Look out!
Death is not the end, merely another beginning.
That's good. Can you conjure the dead? Can you get my dead whore wife back here so I can lay into her from the other side?
Hello!
Guest?
On go Goblogi and the art collector.
Put the bottle in!
Hi, Dad!
Don't judge me, this is art!
Allow me to destroy your gallery. Bullshit. Bullshit. Derivative. That I love. I absolutely love.
It looks like he may commit suicide. Suicide is badass.
You unleashed something that would consume all magic in existence.
I did what I did. You don't like it, you can kiss my ass.
Oh, that was so much better than I thought it would be. God, that was amazing. Eli _ handle _ B dot wave. Absolute legendary creator. Okay? Like, these are so good. I haven't seen this Grinch one. Let's watch the Grinch the Witcher.
In a world where monsters howl, a chilling display, a witcher twisted by mutations led astray, with a heart as cold as winter's icy pinch, dwells the fearsome hunter, the world-weary Grinch.
Now the gentleman may dress.
Oh.
We do not like garish colors in Nilfgaard.
That's it, I'm not going.
Hot crowd, hot crowd. Excellent year.
Thought we got rid of that table ages ago.
Now to take care of those pesky memories.
I love you.
And I love you. I'm certain you should play The Witcher. I'm talking about you.
Did Cyril ask you to convey anything?
Cheer up, dude. It's Christmas.
That wasn't as good. Please link the Frank Reynolds one. Sure.
We carry my...
Here you go. Amazing. Beep boop. Oh, also, I need to put out a PSA, okay? There's a game. It's called Super Normal. Alright? Here's the trailer for it. It's kind of spooky.
Is anyone here? Can you help me? Friendly?
So, if any of you thought that was cool, I have bad news for you. I'm showing you that trailer so you don't buy that game. The creator of this game is racist, very transphobic, and also has plagiarized a lot, used AI, and I kid you not, once used a real sexual assault 911 call in a video game. Like a real call made to police by someone who is being sexually assaulted. So, for real, don't do it. Don't buy it. God. Not hot anymore? Yep. Don't play that game. Don't play Super Normal. Don't do it. That game looked super mid. It did look super mid. There was, like, nothing really about it that was terribly interesting. Like, if you want a paranormal horror game, there are so many games out there that are better at doing exactly this. This looks like a subpar, like, I don't know, like 1/100th of the game PT was, and PT was thrown together as a demo. Yeah, it felt like a PT knockoff, but not even like good enough to be a PT knockoff, like a knockoff of a PT knockoff. I would venture to say transphobes and racists have a hard time making good art. So this has been your PSA to not give that game the time of day. There you go. Have I looked at Amanda the Adventurer? No. Oh, it came out last year, and that's neat. Let's take a look. Oh, this is going to be a spooky game, isn't it? It did not look like a spooky game when I clicked on it.
Hi, I'm Amanda.
And I'm Wooly.
Can I share a secret with you?
Do you trust me?
Oh no! Wooly had an accident!
Amanda!
We saw so many things today!
That looked fun. Maybe I'll play that. Apparently they're making a second one.
Is it on? Oh, okay, sorry. Hey, Fandas, it's me, Wooly. Boy, it sure has been a while, hasn't it? Well, thank you so much for your support. Amanda couldn't be here today. She's, well, she's out. Yeah. But don't worry. She gave me a special message to read to you all. I just gotta find, okay, here it is. Hey, friends, it's Amanda. Sorry I couldn't make it today. Been busy going on adventures and meeting up with old friends. Huh. But I just wanted to thank you for showing your love and let you all know that Amanda loves you too. Okay, I did what you asked now. Please, let me go.
Oh, shit. Poor Wooly. I hope he's okay. Tipster, thank you very much for the raid. Hello, Tippyites. Tippers. How y'all doing? Asiri the Fen, hello. Shaun the Sheep's most recent press conference? Man, I feel like Shaun the Sheep is a deep cut. Is that true? Oh yeah, we also have to cover this. People are losing their shit over Lil Nas X. Like, his most recent song that he put out is like about Jesus, and like conservatives are losing their shit. And like for weeks now, like people like conservative Christians have just been losing their shit over like him posting like photos or like typing something about like Jesus on his Twitter feed or something. Like, it's crazy. Like he can say literally just like Jesus with like a heart emoji, and like they'll immolate themselves, you know? But I wanted to bring this up not to just laugh at conservatives, but like also what's the deal with Kai Cenat? I'm probably saying his name wrong, but like he's like one of the largest streamers in the world, right? Right? Am I wrong about that? Why? Well, because apparently he's also trying to start a fight with Lil Nas X.
No! Fuck that! Yo, Lil Nas X, you could eat my whole dick. I hate that nigga, bro. Nah, that shit just popped up.
Also, like, you might not want to say you can eat my whole dick. That just sounds like you're propositioning Lil Nas X. Let's be real here, okay?
My head, bro. That nigga, bro. Now, word of my mother, bro. God gonna handle you in the right way. I didn't even talk about that yet, bro. But look,
God gonna handle you in the right way? You mean roughly?
God gonna handle you, bro. And you're, bro.
What he did?
No, bro.
What he did?
No.
Also, let's just take a moment.
What he did?
No, bro.
Let's just take a moment real quick.
Handle you, bro. And you're, bro.
What he did?
No.
No. You should finish that word you were about to say, Kai. What word was that? He's gonna handle you and your What were you gonna say, Kai Cenat, one of the largest streamers in the world on Twitch? I wonder.
No, bro.
What he did?
No, bro. God gonna handle that nigga. Real shit.
What did he do?
Nah, bro. I'm not even gonna explain it, bro.
Like, imagine being this upset on stream, and then you're just like, nah, I'm not gonna explain it.
Bro, no.
He's extremely disrespectful, bro. He disrespectful.
Okay, tell me how he disrespected, because, bro, you can't be on that bad timing. I'm just sitting in the corner on bad timing.
Go on his page, bro.
Hey, yo.
He disrespect God himself. That's
Christianity,
crazy.
like Christianity.
Yes, he disrespect the whole culture.
He was mocking it.
Yes, mocking, making
Nigga,
fun
Lil
of.
Nas X, eat my.
No.
Oh my.
Fuck that.
Like, oh, he's mocking Christianity. Just real quick, I'm not gonna play any of the music here, but like, his music videos have like stories and like, yeah, they're mad. They're mad as hell. Okay, like conservatives are mad as hell about this guy. Like, the visual imagery, they're just so mad about it, dude. And like, Lil Nas X is meanwhile just having a good time in like a cheerleader outfit in heaven. It's insane. Like they're like trying to use slurs to like belittle him, all that jazz. It's wild, dude. I love Lil Nas X. Like I'm not a huge fan of the music, but goddamn, I appreciate the Riz. I was on Tipster's stream earlier. I had a conversation with his alleged take about controversial romantic relationship between the actors Zendaya and Tom Holland themselves. Why is that a controversial relationship? As far as I know, Zendaya and Tom Holland are like the cutest couple. Like they're aggressively wholesome. If anything, they should be forcibly broken up by the power of the state for being too wholesome. It's true, GamerG. It's true. They're also the same age. There's not an issue here. What would it even be? No idea. No idea. All right. Oh, okay. It's a problem because Zendaya really wants to be with you and not Tom Holland. Well, Zendaya seems like a capable woman. I'm pretty sure she could break up with Tom Holland if she wanted to. Let's be real. Let's be real, one-hand wonders. Zendaya got the W and Tom Holland got the W. They're basically just really cute together. Sophie, it's actually a dress and it has pockets. All right, folks, we've been going for, I'm going to say about an hour and a half because I know I was gone for a very long time. Consider hitting the follow button on Twitch, hitting the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the goddamn YouTube stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos because ultimately this show is brought to you by viewers like you. I don't make really any ad revenue to speak of. I think maybe we're up to like $200 a month, which is nice, but it literally pays none of my bills. Pestilence, thank you for subscribing with Prime over on Twitch. I appreciate you. An extremely rare WW situation. Breaking news, Jackson Hinkle committed tax fraud. You're gonna have to whisper that over. You're gonna have to share that over on the Riverboat site because Twitch does not allow links. I'm sorry. That does not surprise me at all, though. It can buy you cute clothes and makeup, though. True. True. Though I'm currently trying to save up, so I'm not like panicking at the end of every month. No, there's someone more cringe than Jackson Hinkle. And his name is Haas. Okay, I am pretty sure I've heard Visegrad is not a reliable source of info. Also, yeah, I don't know how much credence to give this. It would be cool if he was guilty of tax fraud because then you know, the IRS could get him, but I don't think that's I don't think we'll see anything from this. The source they're citing is his ex. Yeah, but like I'm pretty sure they broke up under not amicable conditions. I don't think she is also. Let me put it this way: I don't think she is a trustworthy source either. You know. As a trans person, Esben, it's harder for me to like him. I've literally been in a like audio chat with Haas, and he is absolutely detestable towards trans people. I choose to believe because it's funny. That's fair. That's fair. I will also choose to believe this. Now, folks, I know that this is old content. No, Haas is a different person. He's like a MAGA communist type. Anyway, I haven't watched this yet, and I know it's old, but we're gonna watch Piers Morgan versus Steven Crowder. Because you know what? I've taken somewhat of a liking to the Piers Morgan debates he's been doing. Mostly because I like watching two terrible people fight each other. And frankly, Piers Morgan is the worst, and a lot of the guests he has on are also the worst. Oh, Brianna Huffman, they're not actually communists. They're just fascists. They're just fascists who subscribe to, like, the Alexander Dugin school of Nazbolism, which is just like a fusion of like Nazi ideology and Bolshevism. So it's just It's just they're just Nazis. So let's take a look. Also, there are a lot of white names in chat today. Maybe the white name replacement is real. All right, here we go. Boop. I think they're debating Alex Jones.
Uncensored. Last week I criticised Elon Musk's decision to allow the massacre-denying conspiracy theorist Alex Jones to return to X, formerly Twitter. Some people weren't happy. They included the influential conservative personality Steven Crowder. This is what he had to say on his show, Louder with Crowder, about me.
This brings us to Piers Morgan's rule.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, my man really is going through a full-on midlife crisis. Like, what? This is a bad look. Did he gain weight? I mean, he probably gained weight, but also...
Rules for me.
This goatee is unspeakably bad.
He hosted Alex Jones on his very own program.
It is quiet.
This year, Piers Morgan doesn't understand what freedom of speech is. Piers Morgan has also hosted Suhail Shaheen,
Sophie!
a Taliban spokesperson.
Thank you for gifting a sub to Black in the Board.
Shida, an Islamist extremist leader. Jeremy Corbyn, the anti-Semitic Labour Party leader. Just Piers, stop it. I'm sorry. Fraud. There we go.
Well, in the spirit of hosting very controversial people on my free speech platform, I'm now joined by Steve.
One thing you gotta hand to the Brits is just the ability to be like snide, condescending cads. It's really just a cultural trait.
Steven Crowder, who can call me a free speech hypocrite to my face. Mr. Crowder, good day to you. How are you?
Well, thank you, Piers. Merry Christmas. And let me say off the bat, I do actually...
When we log into riverboat.gg, does it matter if I do it through Twitch? Can you be more specific with your question, Christina Amazon? Not exactly sure what you mean.
Appreciate about you. Your audience may not know how rare this is, that you do these interviews live.
Well, at least you had the good sense to shave that god-awful goatee before you went on television.
You don't chop them up. You actually have a discussion, and I've been advocating for that my whole life, so really, I appreciate it. Those are steps in the right direction.
Well, they are, and to be honest with you, the debate about what constitutes free speech and whether there should be limits, and if there should be, what they are, I think is really interesting. And
Streamlabs and riverboat.gg are both, like, riverboat.gg, like, connects to Streamlabs on the back end, so you can do either one. Totally up to you.
A lot of people have strong opinions about this, and I'm perfectly happy to be proven wrong, or to at least have a debate with someone who's got strong views that don't necessarily tally with mine. So I welcome you to the program. Let's start with your assessment that I'm a free speech hypocrite. So articulate to me.
He's trying so hard not to laugh.
Why you believe that?
I believe the word I used there was fraud.
You earlier used hypocrite.
Did I earlier? Okay, I don't remember saying it, but I'll take your word for it. And to some degree, I believe it. Look, I think that hosting a show uncensored, and I can't see you, but I know you put up the very festive holly leaf on the
Oh, Eddie,
there.
that interview lives in my head.
You will say, I believe in the concept of free speech. Now, I'll be very clear in my definition of free speech. It's the constitutional definition of freedom of speech. All speech is permissible outside of a crime, and we have very clear parameters, and these have been affirmed by the Supreme Court as to what that is. That's a proactive call for violence. The crime is not the speech. The crime is the action causing violence on purpose. Outside of that...
Do you guys think there's any chance in all of this that Piers Morgan brings up how Steven Crowder threatened to beat his wife, who was pregnant with twins at the time? Do you think that he is he'll do it? I think that there is a non-zero chance that could come up. Oh no, Piers Morgan, what a fucking nightmare. I'm getting paid off by Tom Holland to lie. Okay. I would love that. Where's my Tom Holland check? I'm waiting for it. I'm also waiting for my George Soros check. It's been years now. I'm waiting for it.
Everything is permissible, but for a show uncensored, and I know that you said there's a difference between across the pond there, and obviously in the United States, we have a First Amendment that you don't. How would you define freedom of speech?
Well, I don't think...
No, World War III isn't going to happen. Sorry.
See, I don't think we're as far...
At least not in the near future.
...apart as you think. I mean, you talk about the First Amendment not protecting, for example, crime. It's a little bit more complicated. For example, it doesn't protect you if you deliberately defame somebody. And my argument about Alex Jones in particular was that he's just been punished with over $1 billion fine in one of the biggest defamation cases in modern American history for deliberately telling lies about the...
You know, Steven Crowder here looks kind of like Donald Trump Jr. You know? Do you guys see it? Christina Amazon!
Thank you. Love your stream and coverage.
Thank you for the $30 dono. That is incredibly generous. I very, very much appreciate it. Thank you so goddamn much. I'm trying to find like a good point of comparison. Here, maybe this one. Here we go. Which one is Steven? You can't even tell. You can't tell which one is which. Crazy boys. He should grow the beard back. It's weird. Yeah. Is that Don Jr.? On the right? Yeah, I think so. They're the same picture.
The families of the poor victims of the Sandy Hook massacre over a sustained period of time, which led to them getting direct harassment and other criminal activity. So I was joining all the dots there of his particular situation, and I concurred with Elon Musk's original view when he was asked about...
The one on the left is Donald Trump's oldest son.
...when he first bought Twitter last year, which was he was not going to allow him back on. He's now changed his mind, but my opinion was based on the Constitution of the United States not protecting you if you are guilty of defamation.
Well, okay, so I'm going to have to take the rounds out of that magazine from how loaded that question was, and so
John
much
Jr. was the one on the
misinformation.
right.
And that's the beauty of the freedom.
You're right. I can't remember which one is which now. Maybe Donald Trump is Steven Crowder's dad?
A speech. You can say that. You can speak misinformation, and you have the right to, for example, saying he knowingly lied. Look, I'm not in the business.
I do love that Steven is out of his depth here because he's used to debating like freshman college students, and now he has to debate Piers Morgan, someone who's been honing his debate skills through a gauntlet of dipshits and angry political figures.
Of defending everything that Alex Jones has said, okay? But if you're going to say the 22 minutes out of 8,000 hours of broadcast time for which he apologized, acknowledged that he was wrong, constitutes what you are saying is proactively lying, that is a very dangerous precedent to set, and it's not accurate.
Hang on, Stephen.
It's not accurate.
Stephen, he did deliberately lie for a sustained period of time, for years, about these families. He knew Sandy Hook.
Tell me how he deliberately lied.
He knew that.
Tell me how he deliberately lied.
He deliberately lied. And he was found to have deliberately lied.
Tell me how he deliberately lied.
And by the way, in his defense, he tried...
Tell me how he deliberately lied, please.
In his defense, he...
I don't know. Did Steven just invent an ironclad defense that Alex Jones could have used in the Sandy Hook trial? Really makes you think. You know, if he had a really good defense, he probably should have showed up in court to, defend himself as opposed to skipping the court date, which is de facto admitting guilt in American courts of law. So, probably, if he had an ironclad defense, he probably should have used it instead of fucking off and doing who knows what.
He tried to play the First Amendment card and it was rejected by the judge. Rejected.
Tell me how he deliberately lied, please.
Because he knew that it wasn't a hoax. He knew the massacre had happened.
Incorrect.
Let's listen to what he said.
That's incorrect.
Let's play what he said.
Hook, it's got inside job written all up.
Of course, Piers. I do have to give credit to the team around Piers Morgan. Like, his producer and booker has been getting him some incredible debate/interviews, and also when his team has someone on, they get evidence that he can throw up on screen if he needs it. Like, they had this clip ready to go. Well, because Fastwalker, he's used to dealing with literal college students on the street who can't look something up on the fly. It's amazing.
Over it. Sandy Hook is a synthetic, completely fake, with actors, in my view, manufactured. I couldn't believe it at first. People just instinctively know that there's a lot.
By the way, if you're gonna go with a prolonged bit about Zendaya and Tom Holland, that's just inscrutable to anyone else, at least have the common decency to give me money first, so then you can stay around and complete the bit. But if you're just gonna keep adding me in chat and you're not bringing anything else to the table, like a punchline or money, you're just gonna get banned. I'm sorry, but bye.
A lot of fraud going on. But it took me about a year with Sandy Hook to come to grips with the fact that the whole thing was fake.
Whole thing was fake. Repeatedly. That's a series of different shows he did.
You still haven't answered. You still haven't answered. That doesn't prove that he knowingly lied anything.
But
Look, Alex Jones is wrong about a lot.
You're a very
Alex Jones is wrong about a lot.
Stephen, you and I disagree.
But he's also
Stephen, you and I disagree.
Oh, I forgot. Alex Jones is part of the media operation that Steven Crowder is trying to build. I forgot about that.
Hang on. I'm going to respond to you. You and I disagree about many things. We agree about many too, right? But on this point, you're a very smart guy. I wouldn't question that for a moment. You and I both know Alex Jones knew that was not faked Sandy Hook. You and I both know that.
So I have to spit the words out that you just tried to place in my mouth. I do not know.
Steven's such a, I would say he's a clown, but that does a disservice to clowns. He's so not funny. What is this bit? Also, I'm not gonna lie, this screen cap is pretty good. Somebody should make this into a little emote for us. I have no idea under what circumstance you'd want to use this emote, but it's pretty good. God.
Both know that.
So I have to spit the words out that you just tried to place in my mouth. I do not know that. I don't agree with the premise, and you have yet to prove it. Here's the beauty, though.
I don't have to prove.
Why are you so beautiful?
Thank you for the $5 dono, Trans Girl Jade. I appreciate you bringing that BWA spirit. Let's go.
If you were to commit defamation, even if no, it didn't, and even assuming that you
found him
don't
guilty
discuss
of
the caps
defamation
with your audience, and I'm going to continue speaking as though we're having a dialogue. Even assuming that you don't discuss the caps, that he would never pay out the far lower settlement that they have decided they would allow, considering this will go to a superior court and will get thrown out. Even if you allow all of those things, here's the beauty of the First Amendment. Here's the beauty of the First Amendment.
I don't think Steven knows how American courtrooms work, but I'm also not surprised. I'm merely comforted by the notion that his wife is going to take him for everything he's got.
Amendment. Even if you at one point commit defamation,
thanks,
you still don't forfeit your right to speak going forward.
You don't. That actually means a lot, because I tried on some new dresses today, and they were from a manufacturer that tends to go small, and they were extraordinarily ill-fitting garments. So I appreciate you telling me that I look nice, because I did not feel like I looked nice at all today. McWiggin! 1 out of 3 cute faces ain't awful. McWiggin, how you doing, lovely? McWiggin is one of the cutest chatters, by the way. Just every time he enters chat, being a cute little bean. Hey, Gretch Star. I hate that too. Yeah, I bought this dress because it looked like it would be really cute, but then when I put it on, it turned out like it barely contained my boobs, and then like the rest of it was like a flared skirt that like started up here. Like it was just like, what are you even trying to be? I've had better days, McWiggin, but I'm feeling better. No, McWiggin, over in Twitch chat. Was it a wingsuit? I think it was trying to be something between a dress and a wingsuit, and it was neither. I made the emote? Looking at the emote. Oh my god, it's so good. Excellent. Well done, LB. The riverboat's strongest warrior. Also, GamerG, I really like this emote. We're gonna add it. What wokage?
It's a fundamental human right.
I agree.
And that's
Stephen,
not why it was banned from. That's not why it was banned from Twitter.
I
You know that.
He was banned from Twitter. He was banned from Twitter for having a pop at some guy from CNN. I don't care about that. I'm more interested in why Elon Musk tweeted when he bought Twitter and was asked, "Will you bring back Alex Jones?" He said, "No, I won't allow somebody back on, having gone through the pain himself of a child dying in his own arms, one of his children. He wasn't going to allow someone who profited from the pain of dead children to be back on the platform." He then changed his mind, which he's allowed to do. He owns the platform. X is a private company.
Statistically, one of you hasn't liked the stream yet. I'm speaking directly to you, Chatterino. What are you doing? Who allowed you to act so silly? Hug.
It's true.
Trans.
It's true. Bisadu, thank you for the 3 tier 2 subs. My god. My god. Dropping the tier 2s. And statistically, one of you hasn't liked the stream yet. This is true. There's a sizable number of you on the website who are not hitting the like button. I see you, and I judge you. Also, Bisadu, thank you for being such a good homie. The BWA energy is rising. Bigger than Hassan, baby. Let's go. I did my part. We're close to 69 likes. Yo, get in there, folks. Hit the sex number. You know you want to hit that. Sorry for being such a silly willy widow bean. Now 71? Hell yeah, let's go. Oh, I need to go stir my stew real quick. I'll be right back. After I finish downloading these emotes. There we go. Migs, you're honestly shocked you haven't found this channel sooner? What, a stacked trans girl tells you about the news of the day? It's true. More people should find this channel. We need a stirring emoji. Well, so guys, on the Discord, which any of you can join, just !Discord or riverboat.gg/Discord. There's an emote suggestion channel. Now, if you suggest an emote, it's not guaranteed it will be added, but every so often I go through there and add new emotes on the website and other places. I think I can add more emotes over on Twitch, and also we have a few slots open on the YouTube channel, so you're all going to get new emotes soon. How long until the stew is done? That's a good question, because I'm extraordinarily hungry, but it just needs more time to simmer. The veggies need to be soft in the soup before it's acceptable, you know? Arcade Stim, thanks for hitting the follow button. I appreciate it. Mick Wiggin, thanks for jumping over to the Riverboat site. What kind of stew? I made like a beef stew, but it also has like an almost some very finely cut carrots in it, along with some big cut carrots, and you know, beef stock, beef chunks, and some large slices of potato in there. It's real good. Along with a lot of like chipotle pepper, cayenne pepper, stuff like that. Gonna do a lurkey as my body refuses to sleep. No problem, Arcade Stim. Hope you get some good sleep soon. Also, Sproxy, congrats on your tier 2 sub. Molly Millions, haven't seen you in a hot minute. Let's go. Peppers are a good ad. Yeah. Also, gotta have that smoked paprika in there. All right. Sorry. Let's finish this.
Owned by Elon Musk. He can do what he likes with it. But they also have a series of rules which are available on their website, which you can check about what is allowed and not allowed. And they will deplatform you if you transgress those rules. And my point to you is that
yeah, but pro tip, if you usually just make like kind of a nice savory stew, yo, throw some spice in that bitch. It's so good. Also, the other secret is when you make a stew, make sure you make a little roux and add it to the stew in the final stage, because then it will thicken up the like the stew portion outside of the ingredients. You know, the liquid part will kind of firm up a little bit, and it gets amazing. I'm far too British for that.
The situation with Alex Jones is that he was found guilty in an American court of defamation. And yes, it's entirely down to Elon Musk that he can bring him back. But I agree with the first version of Elon Musk's decision-making, not the second one
Little
based
Honey's
on
a good idea, too.
undemocratic poll he put on his own Twitter feed.
Well, I agree with you that it shouldn't be left to a democratic poll because the First Amendment is not subject to a vote.
Right, but you accept.
Well, it kind of is. Like, you can vote to change the Constitution.
Except the First Amendment of the US Constitution has a number of things which are excluded from protection, whether it's child pornography, fraud, defamation. There's a whole list of things which you'll simply.
But that has nothing to do with speech.
No, but you're conflating.
But like people argue that like pornography is speech. Like, if you're a free speech absolutist, that is absolutely something you need to take into account.
It appears.
But I think you've mischaracterized what I said then, because I've never said he hasn't got a right to say what he wants. He can say what he likes.
Hey, X.Eyes.
Fundamentally,
where you been?
Anyone's right to say whatever they want. The question is accountability.
Arrowroot powder to thicken the stew? I've never tried that.
But actually, I know a lot about. And I'm a huge...
I didn't say you don't know anything about it. I really don't believe that. I know that you have studied it.
From that same show you did, you basically said, I don't know much about the US Constitution because I'm not American. And that's fine. But I have lived and worked in America for 20 years. I have tried to really get a handle on the US Constitution. And on the issue of the First Amendment, it is a complicated thing. It's not as simple as saying you can say
It's not
whatever you want.
complicated.
Well, it is, because it doesn't allow the unfettered free speech, but with protection that you're suggesting it does.
It absolutely does.
It doesn't.
It absolutely does, barring, would you like me to explain? Barring what I've already outlined. Actual criminal behavior calling for violence against other people. For example, Pierce, look,
Yeah, but
you know that
including
you have been,
defamation.
and I'm saying this in your defense. For example, you made your joke about being a two-spirited penguin, right? I
Yeah.
thought it was cute. I think it was funny, and I understand the point that you were trying to make. Okay, you have had people accuse you of creating violence against trans. You know that, and we know it's absurd. So who defines what is actually calling for violence, or if you
but here's the
basically in a
difference.
roundabout way
No, I
maybe
hear you, but-
causing violence? No, unless you called for violence.
No, but you keep
didn't.
saying
You said
that
you were a two-spirited
But
penguin.
you keep saying that your only barrier on free speech is crime.
Yes.
And I keep reminding you that Alex Jones was found guilty of defamation, and that is one of the things that's not protected by the First Amendment.
I feel like out of everyone, Steven Crowder should understand defamation. It's a really useful thing to have your brain wrapped around and understanding when you're in media and just spouting your mouth off the way he does.
No, it's not protected in a you can have civil damages, and your First Amendment rights don't cease to exist. In other words, you can pay. You can pay the piper for what you have done in
But
that
you're still being
individual
held
instance.
accountable.
So
The state is holding you accountable. The state is the one forcing you, under threat of criminal penalty, to pay in the civil trial. Like, this mental gymnastic is ineffective.
If someone accuses you of defamation, and let's say has a suit levied against you that actually, by God, is successful. Let's say
I also just really like the idea that, like, he goes to an example and it just turns out it's like word for word like what's going on in his divorce case right now. But like that's what's made him the divorce is what's made him a legal expert here.
say that, does that forbid you from speaking publicly thereafter?
No,
The state took my wife and kids.
Not at all, but it does allow, I'm exercising my rights to free speech to say I think he shouldn't be allowed back on X, which was the position of the owner of X until last week. So my point is that Elon Musk has made two judgment calls about this. One I agreed with and one I didn't. And I'm exercising my free speech rights to say I don't agree with it.
You are. And I completely support your right to that. The problem is Elon Musk changed his mind in the face of new information. And if we want to have productive dialogues, we need to, you know what? This is one thing I often ask. And by the way, I think that none of this is a gotcha for Twitter clicks. I hope to God it's not. How often when you were on CNN, or how often when you were on your morning show there in the UK, or how often do you see on any news network someone say, you know what? New information came out and I was wrong. And I say that because you...
All the time. It happens all the time, Steven. News outlets issue corrections. Wait, what are you talking about? You've literally been giving Fauci shit for years, and that's exactly what happens in public health emergencies. New information comes out. Best practices change.
You've done it, and I appreciate it. You said, you know what, if I knew what I know now about the COVID vaccine, specifically that if you get the COVID vaccine, you cannot transmit it. If I knew that that was incorrect, I wouldn't have espoused the views that I did. I think that's a beautiful thing. And I think the problem that we have in today's society is not wanting to allow people to be wrong, to make mistakes. In the realm of comedy, look, good jokes and bad jokes come from the same place. Sometimes you have to risk something and it's not funny.
Yeah, but I agree
Sometimes
with you about
have to
all
express
that.
an opinion.
Yeah, but I agree with you about all that.
Sure.
I agree with that. I tell you, that's really the bedrock.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you just have to really express your opinion to your pregnant wife. You know how it is, Pierce, am I right?
Of this show. But I come back again to why I had a particular issue with the Alex Jones thing, is that unlike the other circumstances you're describing, in his case, he was found guilty of a serious defamation against the Sandy Hook families. He was fined over $1 billion. So far, he's not paid a dime of that money. And, you know, Elon Musk has made two calls on it. Like I said, the first one I agreed with. I don't think that people like Alex Jones should be allowed an unchallenged, unfettered public platform to spew lies which are done deliberately, in my
Unchallenged?
estimation, to spew lies.
Unchallenged?
Are
you out of your tree, sir?
He's
Have you been on
unchallenged.
X? It's a cesspool.
No, no.
Where anyone can say anything they
People
like.
can reply to.
Just want to point out that it's a cesspool because of people like Steven. At least, formerly, people like Steven, since he nuked all of his social media, and frankly, we're all better off. Yeah, I don't know what the out of your tree meant. God, the video he put out announcing that, like, his campaign for conservatives to, like, delete their social media accounts was really weird. You know, like, the longer I've sat with, like, having watched that, the weirder it becomes. Especially, like, with this being, like, the last interview / debate he did before, like, going on vacation, you know?
Him, but no one can have a direct challenge to Alex Jones like I did when he came on my show.
Of course they can.
Look, like you picked out, for example, that.
Also, just as an FYI, for those of you who were there for the last for the clean slate video, compare how he was acting in that one to how he's acting here. In that one, he was breathing like he was breathing hard. His voice was shaking. Like, you can tell something was wrong in that video just by comparing and contrasting here. The river is boating, the boobs are boobling.
He came on my show, Jeremy Corbyn, Taliban spokesman, and so on. Yes, because in each of those cases, I put them through the mincer, right? And I'm prepared to have them on to give them a hard time and challenge them. You might agree or disagree with that, but they're all pretty volatile interviews. But I was able to challenge what I perceived to be their untruths. Right? I'll show you a clip of the Corbyn one to show you what I mean. Have a look at this.
You seem to be
Hang on.
over-concerned with
anti-Semitism.
No, I did not.
I am. Should Hamas stay in power? It's actually
Are you done yet?
It's actually a critical question.
Are you done yet?
It's a critical question.
Are you done yet?
No, it's the question.
Are you done yet?
Should they stay in power?
Are you done yet?
This country says they're a terror group. Do you agree? And should they stay in power?
Listen, I do not approve, support, or welcome Hamas.
Are you prepared to call Hamas a terror group?
Is it possible to have a rational discussion with you? Is it possible? Come on, answer that question.
You can't, can you?
You answer it.
No, it's my show. You answer my question. Now, the point of playing that clip, other than to entertain you, as I'm sure it did, is that, yes...
I hate that clip. I hate everything about that clip.
Why do you hate it?
I hate it because I don't like Jeremy Corbyn, but I think he's a bombastic prick, but I also think that you should have let him finish speaking. Why? Because then he would express bad ideas. Yeah, that's why I support freedom of speech.
But actually, in the end, I can tell very quickly.
Oh. Steven, if that's your position on certain, social encounters, why won't you debate Sam Cedar, my guy? Oh, I thought it was going to be a good exchange of ideas. Why didn't you let Ethan Klein finish speaking? Why didn't you let Sam Cedar finish speaking now? Cold feet Crowder. Maybe it would have been Sam Cedar's turn to express some bad ideas the first time ever.
He was never going to give an answer, and therefore we were in a game of cat and mouse, which went on so long that the viewer was left in no uncertain terms.
Honestly, you can't even say Steven Crowder's like a young donkey-brained Frank Reynolds anymore. He's just kind of like... He Also, you know what? I disagree. Steven Crowder is not a young donkey-brained Frank Reynolds. Steven Crowder is just Mac. From It's Always... he's just Mac. Right? We all see that, right? He's Mac from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. And I just learned today that apparently there's a plot line from the most recent season of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where Mac is dating a guy who communicates to him with vibrations and anal beads. So, that show's still going strong. Love it.
what his answer actually
Stephen
was.
drinks
Because otherwise
fight
you
milk?
just say Hamas are a terror group. It's not difficult. And in fact, 2 days later, he admitted Hamas are a terror group. That was his position. But only after I shamed him into doing it. So look, here's my question for you.
Oh, I need to finish that thought. That's absolutely something Stephen Crowder would do. Okay, anyway, moving on.
That's it. So you want to shame people into agreeing with you.
No,
I
not
would
at
rather
all.
just let
Not
them
at
speak
all.
if they have bad
Not
ideas.
at all. I want to shame them into giving an honest opinion. What I will really lose my rag about, and I'm sure you must be the same, when people just obfuscate and don't give a straight answer to a straight, simple question, then I will go after them. If they give an honest answer, even if I don't agree with it, I respect that. And in fact, I think people who watch my show regularly will see that is my position, whether I agree with them or not. I have lots of people on I don't really agree with. But I find the ones that I have respect for are the ones who give a straight answer to a straight question. So let me ask you a straight question. Let me ask you a straight question.
Sure.
David Duke, the former KKK leader, he's banned from Twitter. Elon Musk hasn't brought him back.
Right.
Should he be allowed to be back on X?
Throw that at me. Really? You just say, I want to ask someone a straight question. You have me here. I'm basically a specter. I don't appear on any. You want to ask me about?
Yeah, he asked you a question. I think Piers knows. Look at the subtle British smile Piers is doing. This is the greatest expression of joy Piers Morgan has ever had. Like he asked Steven about should the Grand Wizard of the KKK be unbanned, and like Steven's like, how dare you ask me that question? Ask me any question except for that one.
About David Duke?
Yes. Because he's banned from Twitter.
Should David Duke be allowed back on X?
Yes.
I'm not as familiar with David Duke as I am with Alex, which is why I was able to.
Yeah, you might not be familiar with him, but like, you know he's the former Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. Armed with that information, maybe you could come to a conclusion on the question, Steven.
To point out that you cannot prove that he knowingly lied about anything.
No.
If David Duke has called for the violence, look, if David Duke has called for the violence,
he was the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, Steven. What do you think they do? What do you think the KKK does, Steven? Please, I'm curious. Who's this Hitler fellow you're talking about? I don't know much about him. I've never met him in person. I can't say I'm familiar with him.
actions of violence against minority groups, then no. If David Duke has espoused horrible points of view that can be refuted, by the way,
he's the Grand Wizard of the Klan, guy.
Only by other people who are on X, but by the community notes on X. And
oh God, Gayfesh, that would look. There's a lot of people named Hitler. You have to be more specific.
A platform where people are free to speak on both sides of the aisle, then yes. It doesn't mean that I think he's anything other than a racist prick.
So I'm trying to work out whether
Can I make one point?
He's a racist prick, yes. Who's the former head of a terrorist group.
Point?
Yeah.
Can I make one point that I think is very... This is really... And hopefully we can agree on this, because I actually disagree with you that Elon Musk can do whatever he wants with his own platform. It comes down to this. I think, and if you look at the historical record, I think it is far more dangerous for society to engage in a culture of censorship, of viewpoint discrimination, than it is to allow people to speak freely, barring the committing of violent crimes. I think that we see a far worse dystopia in our future if we allow the government and these big tech platforms to determine who can speak and who...
Yeah, you know, oddly enough, I don't think that big tech platforms are governed by the Constitution. You know, I think the Constitution, when it comes to free speech, regulates how the government can control your speech, not how private entities can control your speech in their private, you know, property or with their private networks, actually. So, this is the thing about conservatives. They stretch the actual protection of, like, the First Amendment in order to, like, try and argue that, like, being banned from a social media platform is an infringement on your free speech. When, like, you got terms of service, dog. Like the same way if you go into a restaurant, they got invisible terms of service. Like if you go in without your shirt, your shoes, they're gonna deny you service. Come on.
Cannot. And there we've seen some very clear examples of this. If you give me 30 seconds, let me lay this out for you. For example, I don't think they have the right to, for example, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. Here's why. They benefit from Section 230. Now, I know you have a lot of fans in the UK. They may not be familiar with this. Let me explain what it means. They're basically treated like public utilities, meaning that they have immunity from liability for someone saying something on their platform. For example, AT&T here in the States can't ban you from their phone service because your racist Aunt Tilly drops an N-bomb after a few drinks at Thanksgiving. They're a public utility. These big tech platforms are treated as platforms where they are not...
Yeah, but those are private communications. That's different from posting publicly for a whole host of reasons. But number one, when you post publicly, it reflects on what they permit. If they're permitting people to be, in the words of Steven Crowder, racist assholes, then weirdly enough, it becomes a platform full of racist assholes. And not only that, like, it has ramifications because if they aren't seen, enforcing their own TOS, people might be able to bring lawsuits against them. It opens them up to, like, civil liability. Like, this is... There's, like, a whole host of reasons at play here. But, like, primarily for these companies, it's monetary in nature. They want their platforms to appeal to as many people as possible, and that just isn't doable if it's full of like clan hood wearing racists.
Legally liable for what is permitted, but that allows them to engage in viewpoint discrimination, and then there is no accountability.
Also, there's no such thing as viewpoint discrimination. You're being I'm fine with discriminating against someone because they're a Nazi. Like I'm okay with that actually. I'll engage in viewpoint discrimination against Nazis. Yeah, I think they should be discriminated against. Yeah, 100%.
For example, the Hunter Biden laptop
My
story,
dude, thank you very much for the
and
raid.
this is why I make all references publicly available, because I want to be held to account, and I will be held to account, would have changed the election. If the government was not, and when I say colluding, I mean Joe Biden, Jen Psaki, Kamala Harris, Karen Jean-Pierre, calling for the removal of Joe Rogan from Spotify, calling for the removal of vaccine scientists, by the way, of mRNA vaccine scientists from public platforms. If all information was allowed...
Yeah, in the name of public health. Yeah, actually, because those people spreading misinformation directly led to the deaths of people in the public. Like, the reason that people were calling to take them down was because of the direct threat their ability to communicate with the masses represented to the masses.
To be transmitted freely, like the platforms, as they are treated under our legal precedent here and Section 230. Guess what? Donald Trump would be president. I'm saying this as a matter of record and fact. Millions of people would not have gotten the mRNA vaccine, specifically men under 30, and lockdowns would have lasted days, weeks, not years. That is irrefutable, but you had the government and these platforms deciding which views were allowed and which views weren't, and I don't think...
Also, the lockdowns didn't last years? What are you talking about?
I should be allowed, you should be allowed, and certainly not the government colluding with 5 companies who control over 90% of the information in the digital sphere. It is terrifying to me. You may think I'm an absolutist. I think I'm reasonable.
No, I don't. I actually don't think that's unreasonable at all. In fact, I have written numerous columns about the outrage of the New York Post having that initial expose of Hunter Biden's laptop censored by Twitter, as it was then, for 2 weeks right before the 2020 election. I've said to Donald Trump to his face, never mind the stolen election bullshit you keep trying to pretend happened. I said, focus on that, because that probably swung the election, because it stopped the media investigating properly what was going on with Hunter Biden in Ukraine and what his father's involvement would be. I think.
Yeah, it really stopped everyone from investigating that. ignoring the fact that it's now 2024. They've had 4 years to investigate Hunter Biden, and they've literally been tossing shit at the wall, and there's like nothing that sticks. Not if he was dead to rights, it wouldn't have taken them 4 more years to try and collect info on him.
That could have spun the election. So I absolutely agree with you.
Let me give you a funny story about it. And not only could it, it would have, according to Dr. Epstein. Do you realize? Now, I'm a comedian, right? This show, that's why I
Dr. Epstein? What?
Appreciate you said, hey, you got a chuckle from our segment. Some of it is tongue in cheek, and I appreciate that you recognize that and not try and use, you acknowledge that it's a joke, whether it's funny or not. So as a comedian, the host of a comedy show, Rudy Giuliani was on this show, and the first.
Steven Crowder's not a comedian. Like, Steven Crowder is the epitome of, oh, it's just a joke, bro, but he means everything he says. Like, they're not jokes. They're just what he actually believes.
First time the public ever saw Hunter Biden's laptop was on this show. He brought it up. He goes, I have the laptop here. The FBI came, they searched my offices. They took everything but the laptop. I go, wait.
That's bullshit. I'm sorry, the FBI came and took everything except for Hunter Biden's laptop? Nah, that's bullshit. That old man lied to you, you dipshit.
Is that the Hunter Biden laptop? He said yes. Episode is banned. Suspended from YouTube. Think about that. Think about how terrifying that is. It was an accident.
It's wrong. It's wrong. Let me ask you though, yesterday on your show, you appeared wearing a t-shirt saying Alex Jones was right, changed my mind. So my question is, what was he right about?
Oh gosh, how much time do you have?
Well, are you talking about Sandy Hook?
No, I'm not talking about Sandy Hook. He said he was wrong about Sandy Hook.
Right.
He apologized for Sandy Hook.
When he was sued.
Well, he apologized for Sandy Hook. Which kind of indicates that he was lying. Kind of brings us back to the beginning of this, doesn't it?
He said he was
eventually, but I'm saying obviously the shirt wouldn't be addressing that. If it's he says I was wrong, it would be awfully daft.
But what are you alluding to then?
I'm alluding to, for crying out loud, if you talk about intelligence agencies spying on Americans, if you talk about what we've done with South American countries, as allowing the spread of STDs, for which Hillary Clinton apologized for, if you talk about nation building where there have been underhand.
I'm pretty sure Hillary Clinton wasn't apologizing for STDs. I'm pretty sure. Not knowing which clip he's talking about here. I'm pretty sure she apologized for all of the coups that America did in South America.
Deals with nations who don't have our best interests at heart.
Or the drug war.
Take your pick. I don't believe that, for example, George W. Bush was next to the Twin Towers with an Acme plunger. No, I'm not that kind of a conspiracy theorist. But when Alex Jones said, look, you are going to be corralled into social media ghettos and lose your right to speak, he was right. He's right about a lot. And I will say this. He's been wrong about plenty. I am not here to defend everything that Alex Jones has ever said. I'm willing to defend everything that I have said on my program. But that man is exactly who you would expect him to be. He's a friend of mine. And when everyone else tucked tail and they ran, I'm not going to do that. I'll tell him he's wrong. I'll tell you where I think he's wrong. But that man has a right to speak, just like I believe you have the right to speak.
When he says like George Bush had a plunger, he means like the dynamite plunger, like when you push the thing down that like explodes like the dynamite at the mine. That's called a plunger. So he's saying he doesn't think Bush did 9/11 in the sense that Bush personally pushed a button and blew up the towers. That's what he means.
Pierce, if you think they're not going to come for you, oh my word, do you have another thing coming? And I hope that you don't. I genuinely hope that you don't. Well, I've had people say that I was a hate speaker because I said soccer was gay. I do. I think so.
You think soccer's gay?
Homosexual, yes.
You know what? That's a whole nother
I hope Steven Crowder goes to England sometime and goes into a pub and says that.
Debate, Steven Crowder. Let's have a debate about whether soccer is gay. And if it is, by the way, I would be happy to embrace its homosexual side.
Well, I know you would. I know you would. But with that accent, you have to be careful. People take you seriously. I think it's great. I think it's great if you're a 6-year-old girl or a homosexual from Greece, to quote Nick DiPaolo.
Yeah, you know the difference in our football and your football? We don't wear helmets to protect ourselves. We're real men over here.
You also don't allow contact.
We're real men over here. It's there's no great padding or great shoulder pads and helmets. We just get stuck into each other, and that's the difference.
This is such a weird. What is this? What is happening? A part of me, like, I know Piers Morgan is a terrible human whom I hate, but there's a part of me where I'm like, oh, good for you, Piers. Thanks for saying that if soccer was gay, you'd embrace it and all of its homosexuality. That's nice. There's like a weird little corner of my heart where like, oh, maybe you're not all bad. But I'm sure like 5 minutes later he'd destroy that perception. I just also, we need to hear what he just said.
Over here.
You also don't allow contact.
We're real men over here. It's there's no great padding or great shoulder pads and helmets. We just get stuck into each other, and that's the difference.
We just get stuck into each other, he says, while trying to talk about the masculinity of football. That sounds like a euphemism for fucking each other. I'm sorry. I'm keeping it 100 with you.
Americans
and Academy Awards.
You like to wear helmets and carry guns. We just use these guns. But that's a whole other debate as well. Stephen Crowder, got to leave it there. It's been a good debate. I've actually enjoyed the tone of this debate. I think it's a really interesting area, free speech.
I've died of cringe.
We agree about more things with free speech than we disagree. But let's keep the debate going. Thank you for joining me.
Holy shit.
Merry Christmas, Pierce. I appreciate it.
Angie, all the best.
I've got nothing to like round this out. I think I'm just really glad that Steven Crowder has doomed himself and his social media presence to complete and utter irrelevance. And I'm looking forward to not having to talk about him for possibly ever after this. You know? What a weird tone for all of this. Like, Steven is one of the most bizarre figures on the right. Have we gone over Tim Pool's take on why lesbians are lesbians? If you can find me the clip where he does that, I find it very hard to watch an entire Tim Pool show. So if you can find me the clip where he goes over that, I would happily do it, but like I can't do like an hour of Tim Pool. Oh yeah, no, Crowder has fallen off real hard. I think basically what they've been doing, like, Crowder tried to assemble, like, this team of conservatives to, like, create kind of a network of content creators. So he has, like, Alex Jones, the CEO of his company has, like, a show about, like, Christian apologetics with Alex Jones. There's Nick DiPaolo. He has, like, a couple failed comedians with him. Like, it's like a real C-list of celebrities, maybe a D-list of celebrities, and I think they're going to launch later this month. So, good night, Darkstar Mike. And folks, if you've been enjoying this content, please hit the follow button over on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. We are getting really close, really close to 3,500 follows, which is very nice and very cool. Also, shout out to the YouTube viewers. My goodness. We have maybe for the first time in a long time, like 100 viewers over on YouTube. We've got 60 people over on the site. We got 50-ish on the on Twitch. My God. Yo, we got like over 200 people watching right now. This is cool. This is making me feel like we can do it. Let's go. And folks, do consider dropping some subs or donos, because that is what allows me to continue making content for all you fine folks. And I do see a couple white names who might benefit from subs in riverboat.gg. And also, the more of you subscribe over on YouTube, the more emotes, or become members over on the YouTube, the more emote slots we get. So keep that in mind as well. Do you think the fact that Steven Crowder peaked on a PBS show eats him alive? Yeah. I think the fact that he's going to be best known for Jekyll, Jekyll, Hyde, Jekyll, Hyde, Hyde, Jekyll is going to, like, follow him to his grave. If you guys don't know what I mean, it was a real bop. I'm not gonna play the whole song, but just like,
one day I went to the library. I found this book. It was great. It was so
I think
cool,
we'll
I
be
couldn't
okay,
put it
Gamer G.
down. Even when it got pretty late. That
Like this is Steven Crowder. This is Steven Crowder singing a song, and we need to get to the chorus, okay? Here you go.
evil. 'Cause I was Jekyll, Jekyll, Hyde, Jekyll, Hyde, Hyde, Jekyll. Jekyll, Jekyll, Hyde, Jekyll, Hyde. Jekyll, Jekyll, Hyde, Jekyll, Hyde, Hyde, Jekyll. Jekyll, Jekyll, Hyde, Jekyll, Hyde.
The entire song's great. It's good. Oh yeah, no, Steven Crowder is like for those of you who don't know, he played Arthur. He didn't play Arthur, but he played the brain on Arthur. Like, my God. Please don't. I'm not gonna get copyright struck for, like, playing that. It's fine. Arthur is ruined. I'm sorry. If I ruined Arthur for you, I apologize. Oh no! Oh no! Okay, I can see from chat. I have done some psychic damage against some of you. I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh no! I thought this was common knowledge. I thought people knew. I'm sorry to have broken your innocence. Oh God. Emotional damage. All right. I have to use the bathroom. Folks, consider dropping some subs or donos while I'm gone. And when we come back, we are going to be doing capitalism versus socialism. Debate between Arthur Laffer of the Laffer Curve fame and Richard Wolff. I can't believe I missed this debate when it came out about 3 months ago. I am so excited. The Laffer Curve is like some of the biggest bullshit in all of economics. Dude literally just drew a curve on a napkin, and that has somehow dictated our economic policy as a country for decades. And so I'm real excited to see this debate. And I know Richard Wolff has been a little bit off for me in like the last couple years. Like COVID kind of did a number on him. But I am really excited to see Richard Wolff back in fine form doing an economics debate. So I'm excited for this. Y'all get pumped. I'll be right back. BRB.
Hopefully these subs will help repair the emotional damage.
The stew is still stewing. Technically, the stew is edible, but I like to let it go and like really soften up like the carrots and like the potatoes. Oh, but it's from the Majority Report? Damn it.
Here is...
Okay, we'll skip the Majority Report parts and just watch the clip. Yeah, I like to let it simmer like a lot longer than the recipe recommends so that everything's nice and soft and kind of like melt in your mouth. And then I also like to end it off by like melting like half a stick of butter, adding an equal amount of like flour, making a nice roux, and then thickening up that stew. It's real good. All right. Let's check this out. What are Tim Pool's thoughts on the lesbians?
Whatsoever, because it makes total sense.
What matters? Okay, let's keep going. I want to hear this.
Wait, let's keep going. Did I miss something? Yeah, I did. Damn it. Okay.
So I'm imagining this. I'm wondering, I should say, if this young woman, I mean, she looks like she's in her 20s, has only ever been around sneaky fucker types, male feminists, low T, weak men lacking passion and ambition, men who don't get up, don't exercise, don't improve themselves, and she thought this is what men are. Interesting. Perhaps one of the big reasons.
And she's a lesbian, right? Right? That's what I'm picking up here. Carrots? Oh, carrots are definitely commie propaganda. They're good. They're delicious.
That many women are claiming to be LGBTQ is because they're not feeling strong attraction to males because they're not.
Ooh, I love tikka masala, but I've never made it myself. Maybe I'll give that a shot.
Actually encountering real masculinity for which they would be attracted to.
Pause
and if you're only,
I mean, lesbians already have a low T type individual that they're interested in. They're called butch lesbians. They're very low T, and lesbians tend to be very into them.
I mean, just think about this now. The year is 2023. To be fair, it was last year. At the end of last year.
December.
Well, yeah.
And she thought this is what men are. Interesting. Perhaps one of the big reasons that many women are claiming to be LGBT.
Well, actually, Gamergy, it's the opposite. Men who go bald tend to have higher testosterone levels. I know that flies in the face of comedy, but it's true.
Is because they're not feeling strong attraction to males because they're not actually encountering real masculinity for which they would be attracted to.
Let me put it this way. There is exactly one male lesbians would be attracted to, okay? And his name is Finster, all right? Lesbians would be attracted to Finster, all right? There's that like that's like if you're looking for like a man like that lesbians would be into, this is the one. This is the one, right? Checkmate, Tim.
And if you're only surrounded by a bunch of whiny low-T feminist males who are weak and out of shape and just go we should be egalitarian and split the bill. And then many of these women are just like, wow, I mean, I'm equally attracted to both, I suppose. But then they meet a big ripped Chad bro who's like, I'll pay the bill, throws the card down, and she's like, ooh, swoon.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like Finster's attractive. Like lesbians would be into Finster. Yeah, yes, this is true.
Perhaps. So I'm a.
What the? Is this guy an adult?
Also, sorry, I got sidetracked real quick. I don't know what like demon or devil like Sam Cedar made a bargain with, but like goddamn Sam gets like hotter all the time. It's crazy. Wait, she didn't even say she was a lesbian? Then what's this entire... I have been bamboozled under false pretenses. But yes, Tim Pool. Tim Pool gives off massive incel energy. There, I said it. I said it. I don't know what young man watches Tim Pool and is like, ah yes, this is the pinnacle of masculinity. I should get my advice from. Like, I'll say it. I respect that he does not dye his hair and is just choosing to age gracefully. Men, let this be a lesson to you, okay? Choosing to age gracefully is way better than like trying to dye your hair and convince everyone that's your real hair color, okay? Silver Fox is just such a good look on men, okay? For me, I'll just change my hair color all the time. You guys won't even know. Spend like 10 years as a redhead, 10 years as a with black hair, 10 years with pink hair in my 50s. You guys won't even know what hit you, okay? Got to keep you on your toes. All right, time for the main event. In this corner, you got Dr. Richard Dick Wolf. And on this corner, you got some chuckle fuck. Let's fight.
That if the rich get richer, everybody else gets marginally richer as well, even if the wealth gap widens. Is that true, based on your observation?
No, that's not true. Let me give you a simple example.
Oh, that is true. That's the facts.
No,
Those are the facts.
Here's the facts. From 1970...
Old man slap fight. Old man slap fight. It's time for an old man slap fight.
70s, middle 1970s to pretty much now, the real wage in the United States has gone nowhere. It's a stagnant line, goes like this. If you average it out, it's between 1/4 and 0.5% per year, which is a statistical nothing. Meanwhile, the productivity...
that's wrong.
Good Lord, is the man on the right dead? I mean, he's close. Dude's like the guy who invented trickle-down economics. Jimmy Dore looks terrible. Yeah, hatred age is a motherfucker.
The productivity of the worker has gone straight up in a line of 1% to 2% across that time.
That's not true.
But productivity is what the worker gives the employer.
Oh shit, Fast Walker. I just saw that you gifted 5 tier 1 subs. That must have been while I was doing poop in the bathroom. Thank you very, very much. Hopefully these subs will help repair the emotional damage. True. Though it appears you did not get all of the white names. Some still remain. Grazing peacefully in the wilds. I'm real excited for this debate. I know that economics is like boring shit to a lot of people, but this is gonna be spicy.
Wage is what the
your facts
employer...
are incorrect. Richard, your facts are incorrect. Please. You know, under Kennedy, where we had the big tax cuts there, median wages went way up for workers during that period. Now, when we had Johnson, Nixon, Ford, and Carter, they didn't. You're very right there. But you can't clop all these things together as one thing. The productivity growth under Reagan was much higher than it was under Carter or under Lyndon Johnson or under these others. You've got to look at what actually happened.
Welcome back, Sophie.
You can't just collapse them all.
Their
into big
time
things
will
and say,
come.
No way. Productivity growth under Kennedy and under Reagan was much, much higher than the other ones. And it was much higher under Donald Trump as well. You've got to look at what happens, not what you like to happen.
Winners, losers. As somebody with a degree in English literature, I feel that on a deep and instinctual level. You have my sympathy. Who are we watching? We are watching our hero, Dick Wolf, Dr. Dick Wolf, and demolish a fool, a simpleton, a buffoon, the guy responsible for the Laffer curve, the guy responsible for trickle-down economics. This is basically like, for me, this is like a legendary boxing match, and I'm so excited.
And what you
I
can
agree.
talk
I
about, but
agree.
you've got
But
to not blow it. You got to go hit me with the numbers. Let's get the yearly data on productivity, and I'll just show you the facts and hope you concede the position that you're wrong.
I'm very honored today to be hosting a debate between two great economists on the merits of capitalism versus socialism. How do we create a more prosperous economy? Is there an ideal or optimal economic system to achieving that goal? How does a nation solve the problem of income inequality? And should we tax the rich?
Okay, but I also really want to know, as a nation, how do we solve a problem like Maria, okay? No one's ever answered that question. And frankly, I'm still upset that The Sound of Music didn't answer that question at any point throughout the entire runtime of the film.
And redistribute wealth to the poor. These are issues and topics we'll be discussing with Arthur Laffer and Richard Wolff. Arthur Laffer, currently chairman of Laffer Associates, is an economist who served on Ronald Reagan's Economic Policy Advisory Board. Widely considered the father of supply-side economics, he is well known for the Laffer curve, a theory that states there is an optimal tax rate that could optimize tax revenues for the government. Richard.
By the way, in case any of you don't know what the Laffer curve is, this is basically it. In a nutshell, the idea being, oh, yeah, it's dumb. I'm sure they'll touch on it in a much better way than I can. And let's just go on.
Wolff is the co-founder of Democracy at Work and the professor of economics emeritus at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. He is a renowned economist who is currently a visiting professor of the New School University in New York and has previously taught at Yale, City College of the City of New York, and the University.
That's so fucking dumb. Yeah, I mean, like, basically the idea being that if you tax at 0%, you get zero tax revenue. And if you tax at 100%, you get zero tax revenue. So the ideal rate is somewhere in the middle here, which is just a way of displacing tax burden onto working class people. Just in case you didn't pick that up. Anyway,
University of Paris, Sorbonne. His work features an approach to political economy associated.
He looks like an insane Orville Redenbacher. Well, didn't you know Orville Redenbacher was a German count during World War II?
Associated with the Marxist school of thought. Gentlemen, I've had the privilege of speaking with both of you individually, and it's an absolute honor and treat to have both of you together to discuss some very important issues. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you as well.
Let's start with the first question that perhaps we can both make opening statements for, which is how to solve the problem of the underperformance of the U.S. economy, assuming that there is an underperformance, and I'll let you both address this assumption and perhaps the solutions to this problem. Professor Wolff, I'll let you start first.
Okay. I'm not sure what one would mean by underperformance. There were clearly periods of time when the United States economic engine was purring along very, very well. I would argue that particularly after our Civil War, the economy took off in a remarkable way. Before the Civil War, it was an economy heavily dependent on a very few items for its economic growth, mostly cotton from the slave South and so on, some development of manufacturing in the North. But it was really after the clash between the capitalist system of the North and the slave system of the South, defeating the slavery, destroying that economy, basically by depriving the slave owners of their property, to wit, slaves. You then had uniform capitalism taking over in the South as well as expanding in the North, and the American U.S. capitalist system took off. And it at first had to struggle among other countries within the larger global framework of the British Empire. By the end of the 19th century, it had established itself as the successor empire. The only possible alternatives or competitors were Germany and Japan. World War I took care of Germany. World War II took care of Japan. And you were left with the period after World War II when the United States basically was king of the hill and took off in a remarkable way. Through most of that period, at least the last century, but probably a bit more, you could say that U.S. capitalism was not underperforming. It was performing extraordinarily well. It delivered to the American working class a century of rising real wages, at least until the 1970s, when that stopped. But for most of the period before that, you had a capitalism that was exemplary. It gave to the American people the idea they.
Well, I think he's about to explain why wages haven't gone up in 30 years. I think he's getting there, Catalina Gearbox. Let him cook. Let him cook.
Lived in a charmed universe. If they
Let
were
that stew
religious,
simmer.
they thanked God for all of that. If they weren't religious, they thanked the capitalist economic system for carrying them not only big profits, but rising real wages. Okay, in the 1970s, that happy story came to an end. And it's very important to understand that if you want to look at a period of underperformance, well, then the 1970s into the 80s is the inflection point. It's when U.S. capitalism stopped.
Yeah, literally, guys, I need you to understand. I need you to understand what he's talking about here in the 70s and into the 80s. He's talking about the economic policy that this guy, like, popularized under Nixon. This is the guy. This is the guy responsible for fucking all of you over with his bad economic ideas. God, there's a certain amount of catharsis in this for me. This guy is what, like, stagnated wages for 30 years. This is the guy. Oh, so you're telling me he's evil? Yeah. It turns out your basic applications of white people phrenology is on this guy as evil. You're correct. Yes.
Stopped being the engine of spectacular economic growth and became instead a laggard, a society that wasn't growing anywhere near as fast relative.
I love this because all of this is going to be Richard Wolff throwing shade directly at this guy and, like, holding him to, like, the train tracks, you know? This is great.
To others, as had been the case. So what is going on in these last 40 to 50 years is a radical reorganization of the world economy. The United States was the successor to the British Empire. After World War II, it was the American Empire, no longer the British Empire. And Britain is a fantastic show for what happens when you lose your empire. Britain is now well along in returning to its original status of being a cold, wet, offshore island to the continent of Europe. And if the United States is not careful, it is going to reproduce that sad story. It is well underway already. What happened? Well, what happened very briefly is that the United States exported, because it was profitable to industry, much of its manufacturing sector. The last 50 years, the percentage of American workers in manufacturing has gone from 30% plus to 10% plus. I mean, a spectacular hollowing out of the manufacturing base of this economy. It likewise found much more profitable investment opportunities outside the United States than inside. And it took ample advantage of that, making the United States less of an attractive place in which to do business. The wages are
economics is just a rich man pissing off his tower.
True. And you know what? That piss doesn't even reach you. It evaporates before it hits the ground.
The rest of the world were lower. The government regulations in many cases were fewer or could be purchased to be reduced. I won't say bribery because that's a bad word, but we all know, I hope, what I'm talking.
Yeah, one thing I like about Richard Wolff is that he actually knows his history. You know, so he's able to basically draw a beeline from, like, the establishment of, like, the transatlantic slave trade, which is basically where a lot of people kind of codify the beginning of, like, modern capitalism, right? And he's able to draw that line all the way to the present day, which is hard to do in an accessible way, and I think he does a really good job of it, right? And like, on top of that, you have, like, the difficulty of just explaining to a lot of Americans that, like, yeah, the slave trade that served the Americas was really where all of this got nailed down, this capitalism thing. Because prior to that, it had been kind of a proto-capitalism, a mercantilism, but mercantilism was really more predicated on the idea that states needed to hoard material wealth. So it was kind of a proto-capitalism, but it was organized around a different kind of priority than the maximizing of profit.
Talking about. And then we had society.
Yeah. Also, this is great. I'm loving this because Richard Wolff got real weird during the pandemic. And now I feel like he's beginning to normalize again, and this is nice.
Societies around the world, because the world is not governed by the United States, wasn't even back in the 70s. We have countries around the world eager to bring in the investment, eager to become the next phase of economic development, eager to enter into the growth period that the United States has to now look at as part of its past history. And most important among them is the People's Republic of China. Over the last 30 years, its GDP has grown 2 to 3 times more per year than that of the United States. That is an incredible
I have not,
record.
Micah.
This country, one of the poorest on earth in the middle of the 20th century, is contesting with the United States, as I speak, for the dominant position in the world. That's an unbelievable record of economic growth. I'm not arguing pro or con China. I'm talking about the factuality of what economic growth has achieved in a society that was the largest by population, that isn't particularly well versed in resources. Final point. I don't want to monopolize the time and take it away from my colleague, Art Laffer. China calls itself socialism with Chinese characteristics. It is one kind of socialism because it mixes together private enterprise, both Chinese and foreign, and government-owned and operated enterprise. That's one kind of socialism, powerful coordination from the top by a communist party.
Now, I would say that I think Richard Wolff is a bit off when it comes to his assessment of current-day China. My take on this is that a lot of the economic growth and development in China has been due to its adoption of capitalist economic policies for its, economic free zones. This is not... I don't think it's I think it might have been an accurate reflection of China growing 15 years ago, 20 years ago. I don't know about now, right? Because a lot of the growth that we're seeing is not really attributable to the socialist practices going on within China right now. Yeah, like there's a lot of state capitalism going on. One of the quibbles I have with Richard Wolff is like he tends to call all forms of socialism, or all forms attributed to socialism, I think would be a better way of saying it. Where he'll say like, oh, it's socialism with Chinese characteristics, you know? And yeah, exactly. State-controlled capitalism isn't socialism, in my view, right? It's just capitalism with slightly different priorities, but those priorities serve the state, not the working class, which is, I think, a very key distinction. How is social credit not in line with socialism? It's in the name. Touché.
Scandinavia, West Germany, France, that's another kind of socialism. It's a private capitalism with heavy government intervention.
See, this is the other thing. Like, I disagree with him on him attributing to Scandinavia socialism because, like, they have, like, a more socialized economy due to, like, union pressure and union organizing, but that's not a socialist system. That's like a socialism, but in shades of gray, because like the workers don't directly control any of their workplaces. They merely have negotiating power that enables them to get better conditions, but it's not ownership of the workplace.
In Soviet Union, not with us anymore, was the government taking over most. Socialism used to be thought of as the government stepping in. But that's old socialism.
That's kind of true, but people who thought of it that way were wrong. They were like thinking of it in propagandistic terms. Like the original socialism was worker ownership of the means of production. And you had two different ideas, and I know that he knows that because he's talked about this before, but you had revolutionary socialism and evolutionary socialism. Revolutionary being we need to overthrow the government and then institute our reforms from the top down, versus evolutionary, which is building up a base of support and then adopting those reforms via democratic pressure. So I know he knows the difference because he said that as much. I think maybe he's trying to play to Laffer here. I'm not exactly sure where he's going with this.
And that's not where socialism is going now. Now the focus of socialism, partly out of a self-critique, is to change the organization of the producing unit, the enterprise, from a top-down hierarchical system to one based on democracy at the workplace, or what you might want to call worker co-ops. That, the argument of socialists now goes, is a better foundation to overcome the problems of capitalism
you're from my homeland
than any other available alternative. Let me stop there.
Okay, lots to unpack later. Dr. Laffer, I'll let you respond to the same question. So how to solve the problem of the underperformance of the...
Yeah, it could be playing to the audience here because, like, I get the impression from the moderator that this channel is much more about capitalism than it is socialism, so yeah.
U.S. economy, if you indeed think that the U.S. economy is underperforming per your definition.
I do believe it is underperforming, and I think to really understand the way to solve or to describe that underperformance is to see why it occurred. And I agree with Professor Wolff very much on a lot of the development there. And in fact, the whole concept of economic surplus is one of Marxist derivation. He and I both shared a professor long ago and far away, and Professor Paul Baran, whose specialty was economic growth and the vent for surplus in the quid pro quo system. And you know what you found is
oh yeah, Fenry, I have seen the stories about Elon Musk impotently trying to break all the unions in Sweden at once, which is great. I love when he flails like a child. Born here? No, I wasn't born in Sweden, but like my family history, like my dad's parents were both from Sweden, and my dad is 100% Swedish. As a result, my mom is like a half Swedish, so there's a lot of Swede in me. What can I say?
The capitalism did, in fact, provide the prosperity that he says it did. It did so by using price systems, the quid pro quo system there. It created economic growth, an enormously prosperous world. That prosperous world, I think, stopped really in 1930. I would say the Great Depression was the first real clear chink in the whole system of economics.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Close it up, folks. He's dropping slurs. I didn't realize this was a kill stream.
And it wasn't because of capitalism failing. The 1930s was a failure of government, not of capitalism. This is when government went way beyond the role.
What? The 1930s was a failure of... No. Economic crashes are endemic in capitalism. You can't not have them in capitalism because capitalists seek to undo any regulations that might prevent them. What?
It should play in an economy. There is a major role in a capitalist system for government. You need to have taxes. What you need is a low rate, broad-based
That's true, winners
flat
and
tax.
losers.
You need spending restraint. You need sound money. You need minimum regulations, and you need free trade. And all those are areas where government should protect the economy. And
no, I don't. Sorry, to clarify, I don't think he was actually trying to do a racism. Okay, I was making a joke.
Allowed those exchanges to occur without monopoly developing, without the private sector destroying its own prosperity. And if you look at it, I mean, let's just say in the beginning, prior to 1913, when the income tax was put into the United States, I think total government spending as a share of GDP was less than 3%. Government was funded almost entirely by a broad-based flat tariff, not a protective tariff, but a revenue tariff. We had the sale of lands. We had some taxes on sins. I think the alcohol tax that was primarily the way government funded itself.
Communitisish. I don't know how to say your username. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I think I could agree with what you're saying. Yeah. What you're saying, sorry.
And it did its role very well, and the U.S. exceeded all expectations. It became the number one in the world. The Great Depression, we raised the highest marginal income tax rate from 24% to 94% in 1944. We destroyed the system with huge increases in government.
Oh, taxes on sins. That's a reference to like sin taxes, like taxes on cigarettes, alcohol, condoms, etc. The products that would lead to vice.
Spending, and of course a military venture that was just outrageous beyond belief. And that was really where government became too large. And right now, government is way, way, way too large and is inhibiting the capitalist system from really expanding wealth, prosperity, and jobs for all. And this is why I think we've had the failure, is because of too much government and because of bad policies on taxes, spending, monetary policy, regulatory policy, and trade policy. Those are the five kingdoms of macroeconomics. And if the government were to retract back to where it should be, as we tried to do under the Reagan administration, I think we could recreate that long-term prosperity with a capitalist system without having to have a...
Oh yeah, it's a common thing in the Midwest, Fenry.
A Marxist or socialist takeover. I think Professor Wolf and I do agree very much on the failure of redistribution of the Keynesian, what he called the European socialist model. That system has failed terribly, and we need to get away from that system totally. And I think we both agree that that system is awful, and just it's a difference in where we go in the future that really discriminates between what his view and what my view are. I think we need to have low-rate, broad-based flat taxes in private sector, and he would like to see much more government control of the means of production. And with that, I think we both have the same view of the underperformance and different views of how to solve it.
Dr. Wolf, I'll let you respond to that. Do you agree that the government is too large per Dr. Laver's analysis?
Well, let me try to underscore the difference here. I'm going to exaggerate, but I want to make the point. I don't find it terribly exciting anymore to debate whether the government's role is too large or too little. Partly that's because I don't see the government as an independent actor in this drama. I see our government here in the United States, as I see most governments, heavily shaped, influenced, controlled by, in a capitalist system, the captains of industry, the corporate titans, whatever you want to call them. I don't see the government as an independent actor. When Dr. Laffer says, correctly in my view, that in the 1930s, the government came in a massive way, I say absolutely. And the reason is that private capitalism collapsed and was facing the very socialist revolution that is their worst nightmare. Because, you know...
Yeah, no, I predict this entire debate is a bloodbath. I feel like Richard Wolff is like the guy who's been training his entire life for this specific moment.
Remember, the 1930s isn't that many years later than 1917, when that revolution happened in Russia that frightened them all. And they were terrified. And they brought the government in to bail them out, which is what it did. Just like in 2008 and 9, when we had the so-called Great Recession, they brought in the government to bail them out. The government has been bailing out capitalism for quite some time.
True.
Because capitalism, if I had the time I would take to do this, is a very unstable system. When I teach my classes, I lean across the podium and I say to my students, if you lived with a roommate as unstable as capitalism, you would have moved out long ago. But you live with a capitalism from which, at least so far, you can't see an escape. So I'm not interested in the debate between private and the government. Strikes me when I look at factories in Russia and I looked at factories here in the United States, for the average worker, it doesn't make all that much difference whether the board of directors is elected by the shareholders or whether it's put in place by the government apparatus or by a political party. The basic relationship of the worker to the work process isn't all that different. Therefore, for me, the way forward is to look at the problem that we have not faced, which is the way we organize the workplace. We give a tiny group of people,
how we organize
board of
labor,
directors, major
Laffer.
shareholders, owner-operator, an extraordinary power. These are not elected people. These are not democratically responsible people. They decide what the price of the product will be, what the technology is, what they will produce, and they decide what to do with the surplus produced by the army of employees who have to live with the result. My basic argument, and I believe the argument of socialism in the 21st century, will be that organization is the problem. And we have to be able and willing as a society to question that organization rather than to assume it's the best, the latest, the best human beings can do, and then argue about whether the government should do more or less. I'm not interested. I think that's a lower priority than this fundamental question, which we in capitalism have evaded for most of the history of the capitalist system. And last point, that's what the slaves and the slavery did, and that's what feudalism did. They argued over lots of questions, but they didn't question until it was too late.
Basically, what he's talking about here is that we've questioned a lot of different aspects about capitalism in order to try and fix this recurring problem of economic crashes, and yet we haven't questioned the fundamental premise of capitalism itself, how labor is organized, right? And that tends to be exactly the problem that we're looking at with capitalism. The issue is the private ownership of the means of production as opposed to the worker ownership of the means of production. That's the fundamental thing that has gone unquestioned deliberately for so long in America to protect corporate interests. I thought it was about making people's lives better. It is, right? But worker ownership of the means of production does make workers' lives better because workers then prioritize their own well-being. The workers prioritize themselves, which means that they get better pay, they get better working conditions, they get better, they get more stability, they get they get to be their own bosses. And that fundamentally changes their relationship with ownership, right? Because they are now receiving, about as close to the maximum they can get of the value of their labor. And they're able to make decisions about what is done with their labor. They're able to have some degree of freedom within the workplace to run the workplace as they see fit. And all these things improve their level of happiness.
The very relationship in production of master-slave, of lord and serf. Well, we ought to be questioning employer-employee. Has that system run out, stop being an engine of growth, and become the obstacle we have as a new generation to overcome?
Dr. Laffer, I'll let you respond to that before we move on to the next point.
Sure. Let me, if I can, respond. I think the Great Depression started with the Smoot-Hawley tariff, which passed the Senate and the House in 19...
Can I call you Mutzer? Would that be okay? Or Partey? Would that be acceptable? What's a good short version of your username that I can use?
1929 was signed into law in 1930. If you look at my book, Taxes Have Consequences, you'll see that it was clearly that. The 20s had provided enormous prosperity, full employment, great prosperity. Capitalism worked wonderfully well then. And then it was the government imposition of that tariff that started. The response was Herbert Hoover raising the highest marginal income tax rate from 24%, as I said, to 94%.
Thanks, Dr. Fell.
And just perpetuated that. That,
whatever
to me,
you want?
was
okay.
Government that caused that problem, and capitalism could have solved it, but in fact, government just took over and ruined it. Let me go to the example of China that he put in. I was the first American to go to China in modern times. I went in October of 1970 with George Shultz and John Ehrlichman.
Yeah, because there was nobody in China until 1970. Fun fact. My grandfather was a flying tiger in China, so I know that this guy is full of shit, because there were plenty of Americans in China, all right, fighting behind enemy lines in order to keep the Japanese from being able to take over China, all right? There were Americans in China, like, throughout the last century. There wasn't, like, a huge period of time when Americans could not be there or were not there. Yeah, my grandfather was a flying tiger in China. They invited him over there like several times over the decades.
I was in the Nixon White House at the time, just before Kissinger's trip. At that time in 1970, China, 93% of all Chinese production went through state-run enterprises. They were a hermit kingdom. They had an horrible currency, everything. From 1970, they took state-run operations from 93% down to less than 10%. That's called a tax cut. And they really reduced the amount of industry that went through state-run enterprises from 93 to about a little less than 10%. They hooked the yuan to the U.S. dollar in 1992. They outsourced monetary policy to Alan Greenspan. Inflation stopped, bang. They expanded trade enormously. They went from the hermit kingdom to a wide open export market. That's free trade. The three pillars here are tax cuts, sound money, and free trade. And China grew, and I mean
Thank you,
China
Fenry.
grew. China grew in real output per adult by about 66-fold.
Trans Girl Jade, I got this from American Eagle, which surprisingly has cute girl clothes. I just thought of it as like a jeans place, but they have a cute but small selection of lady clothing.
During this period, the U.S. grew by about 3.5-fold, 4-fold. So you can see how the Chinese system really, really worked. And I believe it's because of capitalism, because of free markets that caused the Chinese enormous growth. I'm a huge fan of China, a big advocate. But then with Xi coming in the last 5 or 6 years, the state run has now come back into power. Chinese growth, I think, is over. I think China's on a death spiral coming down because of government intervention in destroying the free markets there. So to me, the organization, we have the plan. We know how to solve problems of economic growth, and that's by getting government's paws out of it, having a low rate, broad-based flat tax, sound money. The gold standard worked for 2.5 centuries with no inflation, aggregate inflation. So you can see what happened since Smithsonian, and I was right.
Oh my God, is Laffer like a return to the gold standard type? That's insane. But also, like, the reason China is faltering right now, right? If you guys need this explained, just in a nutshell right now, the reason the Chinese economy is faltering right now is because they basically made themselves the world hub for manufacturing, like cheap manufacturing. Like, you wanted that, you went to China, right? It's the only place cheaper than Mexico that had like the infrastructure. But the issue was that worked really, really well for about 25, 30 years, right? The issue being that in turn, like, did bring some degree of prosperity, but it also led to better wages for workers over that 30-year period. And part of the problem with that is, where are the wages coming from? It turns out there are other countries now that can, leverage their labor at cheaper prices than China can, and that is causing a colossal problem for their economy. Like, the wages are stagnating because the jobs are going to, like, Africa. They're going to, like, other Southeast Asian countries. And, like, what ends up happening is that they are now made themselves too expensive to deal with, and they're looking for something to kind of unify them. This is why there's a lot of saber rattling at Taiwan right now, essentially. Kind of the reason we're doing so poorly is because of Taiwan type situation. It's not cheap anymore. It's still cheap. It's just not as cheap, you know? With the companies doing the amount of volume of production that you look at when you look at China, for them, if they can save like 2 cents per worker, it's more worth it to them to go to a different country and do that, you know? Were they on the low end or the high end of production? Who's they? What are you talking about? Like, if you're producing small quantities, you can produce locally, right? Because it does take money to ship things overseas. But the issue is China would produce in bulk. China? Well, again, it depends on what you're asking, right? If you're asking, like, was a certain industry on, like, the high end of production, like, that I could help you with, but, like, for example, in China, like, textile production is incredibly, incredibly big. And they produce huge volumes of textiles. But if that work could be done for like 10 cents per worker cheaper. It might go to like a Sri Lankan factory instead, you know? Might go to a African factory. Part of the issue and part of the reason other countries couldn't necessarily compete was because they didn't have the infrastructure built to like have a factory that could compete with a Chinese factory. But that problem is resolving itself. Like, people are investing in these areas of cheaper labor in order to take advantage of that. And when those factories get finished, then they spin up and the jobs move from China to whatever country, insert country, you know? I heard they are dependent on US and Taiwan for advanced chip manufacturing. That's not necessarily true. They're dependent in the sense that like wide scale production is still not easy for them to do domestically. But not in the sense of like cutting edge technology. Like China's supercomputers are extraordinarily good. They're on par, maybe a little bit behind like US computer research, but like they're catching up. Yeah, Sheen would be an example, exactly.
Right there with Smithsonian, when they unhinged the dollar, you can see the inflation that occurred. Government spending, as I told you, went from 3% in 1912, 1910 of total GDP. It's now, 30%, something like that, more than that. If you look at regulations are hugely burdensome, way beyond the specific purpose at hand. They've destroyed the ability of private sector to do a good job, and free trade. We've got all these people around, and this is what Smoot-Hawley did, was all of these people around trying to sanction foreigners, trying to intercede in foreign affairs. Trade is not a political tool. We make some things better than foreigners, and foreigners make some things better than we do. We and they would be foolish in the extreme if we didn't sell them those products they make better than that we make better than they do, in exchange for those products they make better than we do. It's a win-win-win-win. That's where free trade comes in. And to me, the problems today of underperformance are exclusively because of government growing way beyond its should growth. And I think that's the prime issue, not some second order issue. I think that's the prime issue. And all the problems with capitalism that do exist, and that the Professor Wolf correctly enunciates, are secondary issues. The real thing is, how do you in aggregate solve a problem? There are going to be lots and lots of minor issues in there, but capitalism is the solution, not the problem.
Professor Wolf, would you like to respond to that? I mean, you've been certainly asked this before, in the sense that many countries in the past that have adopted pure socialist systems have failed in some sort of sense. Can you address the failures of socialism and whether or not countries that have failed did indeed fail because of socialism or because of other factors?
Yeah, I find it bizarre, this endless repetition of the notion that socialism has failed. I have no idea what you're talking about. If by socialism you mean, for example, government intervention on a fairly massive level, then there are many countries, including the United States, who had the government intervene. For example, follow Dr. Laffer. After the 1930s, the government was a bigger player than it was before. But the period after World War II is a period of remarkable growth. You had very high tax rates and you had remarkable economic growth. Now, the way you can handle that is suggest that the growth had another cause, and the government intervention was not only not the cause of it, but the limit. But that's a bizarre argument. There are many factors that cause everything, and you're simply noticing an association, and the association of socialism as massive government intervention is not an association with low economic growth. It's often an association with rapid economic growth. The Chinese government and the Chinese Communist Party have been very powerful institutions for the entire history.
Are the working class better off in China or the US? Generally speaking, I'd say they're better off in the US.
Since the revolution in 1949, they call what they do socialism. They don't shy away from that. They extol it. I find it then bizarre when the West, here the United States, confronts the spectacular growth performance of China and then makes the convenient logical leap. Well, that must be because of its capitalism. Wait a minute, that's called tautology. If you infer capitalism from economic growth, then you can nicely tell the story, having inferred A from B, that B is the cause of A. But you can't do that. You know, you learn in philosophy course, you can't kind of do that. The Chinese give the government massive control. I don't find that all that exciting because for me, I'm struck by the fact that whether you're in the United States and you have extraordinary inequality of wealth and income, and you go to China and you find they're the #2 country producing billionaires these days after the United States and rapidly catching up, you've got inequalities that I find morally and well as economically indefensible. The critique of capitalism has always been on one foundation above all others. It produces a spectacular inequality of wealth and income. And I see that linked to the government being the tool of those with the wealth and being the problem for those without it.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I do like that he pointed out that there was a tautology going on there. Like, you could, like, the idea that if you see economic growth, it must be capitalism is silly, because you can just even think back to, like, older periods of human history when there wasn't capitalism. When capitalism didn't exist, economies still rose and fell. Like, economic growth or even economic downturn are not indicators in of themselves of capitalism.
If you
Can I
don't
respond to a
want,
little?
let me just
if I can I respond as you go? I'm getting a lot of issues. I think where we should interact here, Professor, is that what I tried to say, and maybe I didn't make it clear, is that my view of what caused the Great Depression, we were hugely profitable, that the initiation...
In China, the corporation is the government? No. Oh, honey, no. No, they have multi-billion-dollar companies over there. They have. I can assure you, China has corporations.
The initial action that caused the system was the Smoot-Hawley tariff, xenophobia, if you will, in the U.S., and that was it. It's not just an association. You have association, then you have insertion, and once you have to have association for causation.
Smuggy face.
Then you have to have isolation, which I think my book goes through very carefully, and taxes have consequences. And then you
aren't they all owned by the government? No. They're all permitted by the government. But they all operate independently. They all manage their own affairs. The only issue is, like, their government is an authoritarian hellscape, so, like, if they make too much money, or they're too successful, or they're getting too much support from the masses, then, you know, like, one of their CEOs might get brought in for questioning and not be seen again for, like, the next 2 years. You know? So, yeah.
You have to have insertion, which is the...
They have socialist regions of the country, and then they have economic enterprise zones, which are like where companies can be privately owned and operated. But also, you're still in China under the watchful eye of their government, and if you get too out of line, they'll come have a talk with you for a very long time in an undisclosed location.
Which is the tariff of 1929.
Does China do capitalism better than the United States? That's real hard to say. I would say that I guess my my response to that would be that China does capitalism. Both countries do it, and in both countries it's bad. But the way in which it's bad is shaped by, like, the culture and, like, governmental structure of each country. So, like, they're both different. Don't they have living spaces that are, like, 2 by 6 feet wide? Yeah, but like so does Japan, and Japan is firmly a capitalist country. Have you like just Google the term capsule hotel?
That really brought the beginning of the collapse of a very prosperous. In China, I tried to go through again. It was a state-run enterprise, no questions. Communist government politically, it was there. But what they did on the springtime in China was they really cut taxes dramatically. They put in a sound money policy.
Does China manage capitalism better? My default answer, my instinctual knee-jerk reaction to that is no. Like, if China managed their capitalism better, they wouldn't need to install suicide nets on their factories, you know? Like, if they managed it better, like, you wouldn't have, like, a massive working class that is extremely dissatisfied. Yeah, quasi-spec, I agree. Because I think China's goal with allowing capitalism and managing capitalism is different from whatever a United States goal would be. Right now, the government of China views kind of this capitalistic endeavor that they're doing as a way to kind of build themselves up as a global hegemon, and then be able to kind of, the idea being that at some point they'll turn and like transition their working economy into a true socialist one. But I don't think that there's really any indication that the authoritarian governance of China would actually wind up doing that. That's not really real estate. A lot of their economy is oriented towards like public works projects, with the idea being that China's population would boom to such a degree that they would have need of cities, hence the ghost cities you might have heard about from China. The issue being that the one-child policy really fucked their population growth and has rendered a lot of those cities completely pointless. Does China believe in xenophobia? Yes.
Free trade policy. And that's where you got that enormous growth. It wasn't because they had a communist government. They've had a communist government throughout the whole period.
Right. It has nothing to do with the government. What it has to do with is the organizing of the workplace.
But their performance was very different during when they didn't have the free markets and when they did. And now you see it being withdrawn, and you see the communist economy of China collapsing before our very eyes. That's what I'm trying to say, is it's cause and effect. China had huge tax cuts. It had sound.
Is the ideal economic system to have both some capitalism and some socialism? I mean, I think the ideal system is to have worker-owned workplaces such a better and more attractive option as to render privately owned business like a quaint thing of the archaic past. You know, like, if you could collectively own your workplace, why would you ever want to work for a private workplace where a boss takes more money, is unaccountable to you in any way, and like just profits off of your labor as much as they would like? Like that, as opposed to like working at a relatively equivalent firm for more money with more agency. Like the idea here being that once democratic ownership became more normalized, no one would actually really want to privately own a business. How do you determine wages according to you? Does the government decide, or like what do you mean? Do you mean in like a democratic co-op? How does like a democratic worker co-op decide wages? Is that what you mean? In your ideal system, oh, well, the workers would set their own wages. Like, the workers would, like, probably, like, if you were at a, like, kind of a larger company, you would have, like, quarterly meetings where the other workers at the company sit down, you get a presentation from, like, the accounting department. They tell you you got X amount coming in, you've got X amount going out as expenditures, here's what you have left over, and then you guys can vote on what to do with the remainder. And like they can decide that collectively. If it's a small enough firm, maybe you can just like have like a chit chat with like your 4 other coworkers to establish wages. But if it's like a large hierarchical company, then workers would figure out some kind of agreement to go forward with. Why can't you do that now, or are they doing it and I don't know? So right now, if you are trying to say, how do I put this? Typically, if you were to try to do this at an American company, they would try and fire you. And if they couldn't do that, they would foil any of your attempts to try and communicate with your coworkers. And you don't actually have bargaining power as a single worker in a private company, right? If you formed a union, that would be a lot closer. But if you notice, there's like a lot of fights between unions and private ownership, right? So the idea of a democratic worker co-op is that effectively the union becomes the company. So there's no longer time spent fighting between the two or having to go on strike. It's just the same entity. It's the entity that you construct to organize the workplace, Did you just say the H word, hierarchy? Yes. Instead of one person at the top emphasizing their own profits, or like private shareholders who emphasize profit at all cost, even if it comes at cost to the workers, workers can instead choose to use the profits to like better their working conditions, or pay themselves more, or have like more time off, What country fits your description the most? Well, the issue is we have democratic co-ops right now in the United States. And we have data on how well they work. Like, workers are happier, they're better paid, etc. We have these right now. The proposal I'm making is just having more of them until, like, they become the norm. The co-op you're describing sounds a lot like Germany, where the unions have a say in how the company is run and workers do what is best for the company because it keeps their job secure. Yes, except that the company and the union become the same organization, right? What I'm describing is removing the tension between union and company and just having the union. We have examples of this in America. King Arthur Baking being a big one. Oldest flour milling company in the United States. It's a democratic worker co-op, baby. But isn't that sort of gay, though? Sure. And being gay is awesome. I started a union at my last job for exactly what Jack is talking about, the Young Turks. Wait, you started a union at the Young Turks? Certainly seems to be going that way, as long as you have democracy, not dictatorship. Just needs time. Well, yeah, the issue is I reject all dictatorship, all authoritarianism, right? That is not what I'm about. But the issue is capitalists don't want you to make democratic worker co-ops. Like, in a capitalist system, if this did become more commonplace, it would threaten the profits of private businesses. So there's hostility towards that baked into the system itself, right? Which is why I think we need to organize in order to adopt more reforms that allow us to normalize these despite that hostility, right? I think we should have like specialized loan programs designed to foster democratic worker co-ops. I think we can make really, really good arguments for those. For example, a democratic worker co-op run by workers is not going to vote to move their company to a different country. You know? There's a lot of economic incentive for these things to be created in like state and local areas, you know? Not me alone. I was part of the group that did, yes, in 2019 and 2020. They answered it with aggressive union busting, crazy stuff. Huh. Their usual argument is like everything becomes expensive. Private businesses might argue that, but that's hard to argue when like private businesses price gouge their customers at every available opportunity. So like usually the argument against it is like, you know, you need strong leadership and this will be too loosey-goosey, won't be able to respond to the needs of the time, etc., etc., etc. You need private businesses. That's the American way. You know, usually it's stuff along those lines, because again, they don't care if things are getting more expensive. That's literally how they make money. Yeah, I thought I followed a bit of the TYT union stuff. I thought it all ended amicably, and I thought the union got approved, but I guess not. Was that the breaking of the gas leak over at TYT? All right, let's continue with this.
Money, and it had free trade, which created that 66-fold increase in real GDP per adult. And then once they've withdrawn that, you can see right now the collapse before you. Same thing with Chile. Now, I was down there in Chile in 1973, 74 with the Chicago boys. What we did and the changes in 1977, 78 with the economy. You got the most prosperous economy in South America, phenomenal performance relative to all the other economies there because of the policies put in, not because.
Oh, yeah. No, Brianna Huffman, like, if we're talking about like medieval economics, it wasn't all proto-capitalist. Like it went from like feudalism, a very, very, very long period of feudalism, into kind of this mercantile, like guild-based system that kind of fostered this beginning of like a middle class type of economic position. And then that went into kind of the mercantilist system of like accumulating wealth, which then went into kind of the proto-capitalism.
Because of association of A with B or B with A, but because of the policies.
Holy fuck, he's admitting to the coup in Chile? Wait, I missed that.
In real GDP per adult. And then once they've withdrawn that, you can see right now the collapse before you. Same thing with Chile. Now, I was down there in Chile in 1973, 74 with the Chicago boys. What we did and the changes in 1977, 78 with the economy. You got the most prosperous economy in South America, phenomenal performance.
Dude, are you bragging about the fascist takeover of Chile? Are you seriously right now bragging about Pinochet? About how you're bragging about Pinochet being great? Are you kidding me? I am baffled. This guy is legitimately evil.
Relative to all the other economies there because of the policies put in, not because of association of A with B or B with A, but because of the policies. And now you find it reversing itself once they've gone back to a socialist system there of government trying to control all the economy. And you can see the collapse of Chile before our very eyes. So I see it very much as a cause and effect.
Jesus Christ, dude. Orville Redenbacher was Augusto Pinochet's right-hand man. I guess so. What do you do about increasing the interest rate. Wait, what do I think about increasing the interest rate so people lose jobs? Yeah, that's pretty demonic, yeah. But also keep in mind, a lot of the inflation, it's a result of private companies skimming and price gouging, using the pandemic as an excuse. True stuff.
Fact, not as just an association. It's really not. I really do believe it. In the book, after World War II, we had massive tax cuts and a huge reduction in government spending as a share of GDP. Government spending as a share of GDP during World War II was almost 50% of GDP. And it was all blown up in Europe and Asia. I mean, exploded. Once you got that stopped, all of a sudden you got the income effects of a very prosperous, exploding economic growth because of the withdrawal of government spending, not in spite of it. And there were major tax cuts, overridden Truman's vetoes of them, major tax cuts that also came at that time. And then you got the Four Stooges, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, and Carter, the largest assemblage of bipartisan ignorance probably ever put on planet Earth. And you saw what happened to the U.S. economy. You know, you saw what happened when Reagan came in. You know, from January 1st, 1983 to June 30th, 1984, that's an 18-month period. Real GDP grew by 12% in real terms during that period. That's at an 8% per annum compound rate. That is the old-timey Chinese growth rate. So I think if you look at the...
Yeah, because they privatized industry. And while they were busy privatizing, like, it turns out in the long run, that fucked us all over.
Correlations and the causations. I think we could have a very interesting discussion, but I tried to go through all of this in my book, Taxes Have Consequences, chapter by chapter, looking at these things. I'm wrong a lot, Professor, so please forgive me. I'm
We're aware.
Make errors all the damn time. You can ask my ex-wife about some of the personal ones as well, but
that checks out.
That's what I'd love to discuss. I think that's where
Professor Wolf, I think, had a final point. Yeah, had another point.
Let me answer just just as precisely as I can. Looking at the world today, since you refer repeatedly to the so-called collapse of China, I'm now going to use the projections of the International Monetary Fund. Clearly not a Chinese institution, clearly not friendly to China, etc. They have a prediction that's out right now for what economic growth will be through the rest of 2023 and through 2024. The prediction for the United States is 2%. The prediction for China is 5.5%. That's the same 2 to 3 to 1 ratio we've seen for the last 30 or 40 years. The argument that the Chinese economy is not the leading growth sector of the world today, that just doesn't hold. Even if you read the financial press, the whole financial press is counting on China pulling the world economy out of the recession that is already there in England, that will arrive in the next couple of months in Germany, and that is expected to hit this country at the end of this year or next. Let me just...
Well, I love the...
Let Professor Wolf just finish.
Let me just finish the point. I want to give you, let me grant to you, I mean, I wouldn't if we had more time, but I'm going to grant to you Smoot-Hawley tariff before the October crash of the economy in 1929 is an important factor. And anything else that the government does is an important factor. I don't dispute that the government has an impact. I dispute that it makes much of a difference in terms of what we're talking about. If you want to explain the Great Depression based on Smoot-Hawley, then you have to explain why the Smoot-Hawley tariff
I'll cover the Charlie Kirk thing after this.
Comes into being, because it comes out of the prosperous 1920s, largely private capitalist system, which is continually causing problems because, for example, one group of industries needing a tariff persuades or buys the government to do it. That happens all the time. There's nothing in private capitalism that prevents that from happening, just like private capitalism generates monopoly capitalism, which is then undone for some more competition. For me, you haven't answered the question when you say the government made something happen, because I will explain to you how capitalism makes the government do or not do what it does most of the time. Our tax system is a function of rich people getting out of paying the taxes.
This is true. This is like the fundamental problem of capitalism in a liberal society, right? Capitalism concentrates wealth, and then that wealth in turn can be used to loosen any laws or regulations that might be inconvenient to the accumulation of wealth, even if it comes at the cost of workers, right? Like this is one of the fundamental issues that he's describing.
At the end of World War II, the top rank private level of income tax was, as you correctly said, 94%. Today, it's in the high 30s. That's a spectacular tax cut, right? That wasn't done for economic growth. That was done because rich people don't want to pay taxes, and they have the money to make sure that the tax rates are lower.
Yep.
Marx's argument always was that capitalism will undo itself. And the answer is, yeah, it does that. And part of the way it does that is unequal income and wealth. Part of the way is it's unstable every 4-year crash. And part of it is using the power of the private wealth to shape the government in ways that end up not only bailing them out when they fail, but bringing the system down in some of the ways Art Laffer points out. For me, this is a spectator sport as capitalism undoes itself the way the previous systems also did.
I'll let Dr. Laffer respond.
Yeah, I mean, you're totally right. By the way, the Smoot-Hawley tariff was brought in by the electorate. It was brought in by a bunch of politicians who thought they could protect industries in the United States by putting on tariffs on foreigners. Totally, totally correct. And then their response to the collapse was to insert more government, et cetera. But we have learned lessons on that. And if you look at the period here and what the professor is also saying, which is, again, completely correct, when you have high tax rates, the rich are different from the rest of the people in the world. They're rich. And they can afford lawyers, accountants, deferred income specialists, favor grabbers, lobbyists. When you see a group of people hanging with Obama-Wama, it's not a group of street people trying to explain to him what it's like being poor. It's a group of people from Goldman Sachs trying to sell their new tax shelter, et cetera. That is all true. But when you look at socialist systems, the failures of capitalism are very clear. They're very apparent. And Professor Wolf is right that they're right there in front of. But they're also equally well there with the socialist system. In fact, they're more so. When you look at systems under socialism, they don't have any type of self-correcting mechanism to bring them back off the disastrous death spiral that we do. We were able to get through the Great Depression because we were able to shift back into a capitalist system after World War II. The socialist governments don't do that. They don't have a method back. There's no way that the power of Chairman Xi can be undone and those controls ever reversed in the Chinese prospect or in Russia or in Chile or these other countries. You know, so I would argue that the production thing in a communist system is just not there. I'd love to have the professor explain what he believes the policy should be of a socialist government that does have total control and what they.
Yeah, so part of what Laffer is doing right now, I think, is falling for kind of a classic capitalist stumbling block, which is the conflation of authoritarianism and socialism. When most socialists here in the West talk about socialism, they're not talking about authoritarian dictatorial control over the economy. What they're talking about is workers controlling their workplaces, having democratic say in how their labor is used.
They would do to create the process. What is their version of the quid pro quo to create the vent for surplus, which was the starting question?
Professor Wolf, I'll let you respond to that and also comment on the inequality that you've brought up several times up until now. The problem of inequality, I'll just read you a few statistics. So from the Federal Reserve data, currently the bottom 50% of the United States, they hold roughly $3.4 trillion of household wealth. Now the top 50% holds the remaining $140 trillion. So the top 10% holds $53 trillion, while the top 1% alone holds 8 times the entire bottom 50%. According to...
I'm not gonna lie, this infuriates me. Like, holy shit. Yeah, exactly, Astromegex. And I think, or Mage. I think I'll just Astromage. Yeah, a lot of people think that, and that's not really what it is.
Statistics released in 2022, nearly 56% of Americans don't have $1,000 in their savings account to cover emergency expenses. Is this going to lead to social unrest is my first question. And second, what can we do to address maybe this income inequality problem that a lot of people think is a problem?
Okay, let me try quickly to answer. On the question, will it cause social unrest? I think we already see. It's not will it, it already is. Look at our political system. Look at the phenomena of Trump or any of the other signs of it, whether it's, you know, the impending collapse in the next few days of the subsidy for childcare, which is going to take, you know...
Yeah, like, without your help, like, that my car repair expenses would have, like, wiped me out last month, so... Like, I feel this in my bones.
3 or 4 million women out of the labor force, if not more, suddenly, because they're not going to have childcare, which they need in order to work. I mean, we are seeing social unrest in our cities, in our society, 12 different ways. You'd have to be blind. We lose 100,000 people to opioid overdoses every year. These are staggering signs. Only people with a need not to see what's going on would miss the fact that we are in deep trouble, and that at least part of the story has to do with the extraordinary inequality that exists in our society in terms of what people can access in the way of emotional support, physical support, food, clothing, shelter, education, and all the rest. So we're already there. Capitalism is in deep trouble.
But what's your answer? What would you do?
Good. That's the second part.
I would recommend, by the way, like his Socialism for Dummies lecture is incredibly good. I'd very much recommend it.
My answer is where I think socialism is going. My answer is the problem starts, a crucial part of it, which we have not addressed, in the organization, as I said, of the enterprise. Let me simply sketch for you. Just do an imaginary effort with me, because the socialism I'm talking about doesn't exist. Not in Scandinavia, not in the Soviet Union, and not in the People's Republic. It's a new way of thinking about socialism. It's not against the government versus private. It's a new direction. Here it is. You organize the workplace the way you organize the community, democratically. What do I mean? It's one person, one vote. We get together in the enterprise, the factory, the office, the store, and we decide collectively what we're going to...
As a jumping off point for ignoramuses like me, I mean, I wouldn't describe you as an ignoramus, but let me just pull it up here. Maybe it wasn't called Socialism for Dummies. Wait, let me pull this up. Oh, Jesus. I'll find it later. I'm sorry.
Do what we're going to produce, what technology we're going to use, where we're going to carry out the production, and what we're going to do with the surplus, or if you like, the profits our enterprise generates. Here's what that will mean. Will we democratically give a few people at the top trillions of dollars while the rest of us don't have $1,000 to take care of an emergency? Answer, we're not going to do that. Are we going to do something that is profitable but destroys the environment, destroys the climate of the planet we depend on? No, because yeah, we are interested in profit, but we're also interested in all the things not measured by, not symbolized by profit. We're going to have a range of objectives. Profit is one, but only one. We're going to take care of the environment because we depend on it. And we're going to distribute wealth much more equally because that's what we want as a society, and that's what we democratically produce. We're not going to have, and here's my concluding point, we're not going to have inside the workplace the very kings and queens we no longer permit in the political space.
True. You would never, ever, ever put up with, like, some snooty nobleman telling you what to do. Why do you put up with it from, like, Chad, your manager at Best Buy?
The monarchs we got rid of 4 centuries ago have cleverly come back. They're inside
the we being the working class
enterprise, where they're called the CEO, the CIO, the CFO. They're the people who aggregate to themselves the enormous bulk of the surplus we all help to produce. And if we democratically change that, if we make the worker co-op the basis of our enterprise system rather than the top-down hierarchical capitalist enterprise, I think we have a chance to deal with the kinds of social crises and inequalities we've been talking about.
Dr. Laffer, what's your
by the way,
proposition? I'll let you respond. Yeah.
Yeah, just I don't think that will happen when you have the local democracies. They will immediately turn into leadership. Different groups like unions are. Union leadership is just as monopolistic, capitalistic as any business is today. And democracy at the local level will not be able to solve this sort of general climate, all that other stuff. It's just not going to happen. It will devolve immediately into a different type of hierarchical system that will lead to even worse results.
Yeah, see, this is what they typically respond with, except here's the thing. You can have hierarchical democratic worker co-ops. So, like, when he talks, oh, it's going to inevitably devolve into hierarchy. Yeah, but you can have a democratic hierarchy. We have one in America right now in our government. We can certainly have one in our workplace.
Than having a marketplace determine it. That's my view of the world, and I think that a lot of what
no problem, Miggs.
Professor Wolf is talking about is intrinsic in the human condition. Is that countries almost always have leaders, have almost.
Oh yeah, like Sophie, he's definitely from the school of like greed is good, and like humans are inherently greedy and self-preserving, and therefore would never engage in like helpful group behavior. You know, he's one of those types.
Almost always have a hierarchical top-down system.
Hey,
and
Doctor.
Basically,
I almost called you Dr. Schmouderman, which sounds too formal. I'm sorry. I meant Mr. Schnauderman.
Democracy is 2 wolves and a lamb voting on what's for dinner. And I think that happens at the local level, at the top level. I don't see much different here in the city of Nashville and the governance of Nashville itself versus the governance of the U.S. All of those democratic systems collapse the lower and lower they get, and it becomes exploitation. I think the only hope we can have is to have a...
I was reading Schmauderman's comment that started with Dr. Copium, and I almost said out loud, Dr. Schmauderman. Okay, anyway.
A government that tries to level the playing field, that tries to have laws, antitrust laws, tries to have monetary policy, trade policy, incomes policies, and also tax policies and spending policies that level the field, that allow individual incentives to really produce the amount of surplus that we...
The issue here, though, is that these incentives might be good in and of themselves, but this doesn't take into account the fact that in a capitalist society, those rich assholes can then come and, like, wait elections with funding different campaigns or withholding funding from other campaigns. And by waiting the outcome of these elections, get more beneficial policies for their own profiteering and thereby undo the regulations and incentives that he is talking about.
We really need in this country to provide for prosperity for a lot of people. But income inequality is a state of nature that I don't think we can eliminate by trying to redistribute and cause everyone to lose.
Dr.
Yes. You know you're on good intellectual footing when your argument is just, well, income is unequal in nature, so ergo, we can't construct anything better than that. Problem solved. Dude.
Laffer, is it true, though, that... I'll just follow up and I'll let Dr. Wolf respond. Is it true that a surplus is what we need in our economy? Aren't surpluses mismanaged, is one argument? Aren't surpluses just hoarded by the wealthy and not distributed properly so that everybody is prosperous?
No, I don't believe that at all. I think Salk, Jonas Salk, the vaccine, it was used by everybody. It solved polio problem. I think Twitter.
What?
Is one argument. Aren't surpluses just hoarded by the wealthy and not distributed properly so that everybody is prosperous?
No, I don't believe that at all. I think Salk, Jonas Salk, the vaccine, it was used by everybody. It solved.
I need to look this up real quick. But I'm pretty sure Jonas Salk gave up the patent to the polio vaccine and declined to make a profit on it because he believed so strongly in curing polio. Right? Yep. Okay. Yep, that's right. Yep. So he did that, which he was not a wealthy dude. This is not an answer to the question. It has not, that example has nothing to do with money. Except that he refused to profit off of it, which is the opposite of what this guy thinks people would do.
Solve polio problem. I think Twitter is one by Elon Musk or whoever it was, is used by almost everyone. They all tweet or X to each other. I look at all of these things, that cars, cars now are everywhere. If you look at U.S. cars today, they're much better than they were. I mean, all of these capitalists that develop these industries, the benefits have flown right down. We have refrigerators, we have air conditioning, we have heating.
This doesn't mention anything about the question. The question was about hoarding profits and not distributing the profits. It's quite interesting that he's talking about how good everything is, because it sounds like he's just avoiding the question because he thinks, yeah, it's okay for the rich to hoard their wealth.
We have prosperity on the local level and on the personal level that is unparalleled on Earth.
Did he say polio problem?
People
yeah, he said polio problem because he's that fucking old.
The capitalist system that have developed all these wonderful, wonderful things and advances that have come down and ultimately been achieved by the everyday working class person in America. And that to me is the miracle, the beauty of capitalism is the benefits do come down to everyone in the system in due course. Not everything happens at first. That's very true. But monopoly is one of the things I think we really have to make sure we don't have. The healthcare system in the U.S. today is monopolistically run. We don't know what the prices are. We don't know what the outcomes are or any of that. And you still have to go to hospitals without any of that knowledge. We need to put transparency in there and bring it back to a capitalist system, not the way it's run right now, which is opaque, no price system. So that's my view. I think these people are
An opaque system can still be capitalist, though. What are you talking about?
the beneficiaries of the world, not the enemies, and that capitalism allows us to have those people that would never have existed without a free enterprise, pro-growth, democratic economic capitalism. My view.
Professor Wolf, what is a Marxist?
God, I'm going to pause right here to say hello. We've been going for about 6 hours now. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream. We are currently only 9 likes away from hitting 100 likes on the stream. Let's go. I believe in us. And consider dropping some subs or donos, because this show is literally only possible because you guys support me. Without your subs or donos, I would have to go and do other things. But you guys keep me afloat month to month and allow me to keep doing this crazy little professional experiment that I will probably be doing until I'm older than that half-dead corpse on screen. So let's keep doing it together. Let's go. It's possible because you're a great host. Well, thank you, Amish Inventor. And like, I just find this fascinating. Again, to me, this is like the title fight. This is like the title fight of economists. It's really satisfying seeing Arthur Laffer get his ass handed to him in a debate like this. Yeah, no, Schmouderman, it's like when I watched a Tim Pool video for the first time and realized that, like, I could be an online politics commentator. Because there's no way I could be more boring than Tim Pool, and he has millions of people who allegedly watch his videos. Anyway, subs, donos, anything you can do to help out, very, very much appreciated. I tried to wink and I blinked both my eyes like a dumbass.
Solution to what is this? What is the approach to dealing with an economic surplus? What do you do with the surplus once it's there?
All right. Well, let me respond. I'll try to get to that question, but let me respond just to Art Laffer's last comments. And no disrespect to him whatsoever. I'm enjoying this conversation. I admire him anyway. When systems are in decline is when you hear most often the lament that goes like this. Yeah, our system is in trouble. Yeah, our system has a lot of warts all over it. But it is, in the end, human nature.
Yep, appeals to nature.
Break out of this. It's given by our physical existence. In the declining days of slavery, it was always heard, look, the human community divides into those who are masters and those who are slaves. If God didn't want you to be a slave, he wouldn't have made you that way.
Yep. Yeah, no, people made arguments like this about slaves. And notice that in a lot of cases, those arguments are still around today, just about different aspects. The argument for slavery lost, but the argument lived on for other aspects of, life that people just disagree with. Like whether it is, like miscegenation or gay rights or trans people, like that argument kept going. If God wanted you to have sex with a man, he would have made you a woman. You know? This argument is still around. My man Spittin' Fire. Yo, Richard Wolff, when he's in fine form, he's in fine form, okay?
But you're trying to undo slavery,
Hey, Dustin
then
the
you,
Damned.
little puny human being, are undoing God's work. It's the desperate effort to hold on to a system versus to ask, and to really ask in an honest way, can't we do better?
Also, like, to bring this to emphasize this in a different way, the divine right of kings could be described as a similar argument. You know, the idea that God made the king for a reason. And if God made the king for a reason, then God made the serf for a reason, right? You, like, if he wanted you to have a better station, he would have made you in a better station, you know? And to in a lot of ways, like, that's the same argument going on here. Like, you are naturally a serf. You are naturally a king. You are naturally poor. You know?
Isn't it possible to arrange the society to do better than it is now doing? And the end of slavery
True
was a
winners and
clash
losers
between those who believe.
Yeah, it turns out, if we're not all feeling like we're in a utopia, it would seem that that maybe capitalism is not quite right for our natural inclinations.
It was written in the DNA of our species versus those who said we can do better. For a long time, the ones who thought it was in our species prevailed. But as we now know, the enemies of slavery who said you can do better did in the end prevail. We don't have massive slavery anymore. The same thing happened in what used to be called the Ancien Régime, the end of feudalism in Europe. We're just doing the capitalist phase now. We have the people who think it's built in, it's the best we can do.
Greed is the natural form of humanity. You know, they, instead of just couching it in an appeal to the divine, they couch it in an appeal to the natural world. Like, yeah, exactly. Yes. I love listening to Richard Wolff talk about economics because I feel like I get a better understanding, or like more interesting connections to the world or history than I do from other economists.
There can't be better. This is wonderful. Let's celebrate it. Versus those who say, yeah, it has achievements. Slavery did too. And yeah, it has terrible faults. We can do better. Socialists, if they have anything in common with one another, is we can do better. And I believe that if you transform industry from the top-down hierarchy we think is somehow necessary, and by the way, public enterprises and private enterprises have that in common. They use
how do we incentivize? How do we incentivize a business to not be hierarchical? Because Dr. Wolff, you mentioned this several times.
But like again, you don't have to incentivize the business to not be hierarchical, because what matters is how that hierarchy is formed and maintained. Like, you don't have to have a perfectly horizontal co-op. Right? Like, a good example of this, if you guys didn't know this, the studio that made the game Dead Cells, the video game studio, is a democratic worker co-op. But it's organized in a flat manner. And the flatness of the co-op essentially means everyone has an equal say in what they do. They're able to talk with each other and come to an agreement in, like, meetings and whatnot about how to run the company. It's very simple, very fast. The issue is there are like 5 of them at that studio, right? Probably more by now, since I watched their talk on their work structure. But the point being, flat structures work for a small number of people. For a large group of people, hierarchy is basically inevitable. And so the solution here isn't necessarily to get rid of the hierarchy, but instead to adopt a means by which that hierarchy is operated in a democratic manner. Did they all make the game? I think so, yeah.
The answer's simple. The answer's simple. Just ask people. Ask the mass of people in every enterprise, do you want to be told what to do from the minute you enter this enterprise to the minute you exit? Do you want to be told what to do, where to sit, what machine to use, how to function with it? And at the end of the day, having poured your mind and body into producing something, you go home and somebody else decides what's going to be done with the fruits of your labor? Or would you rather have a democratic system where you have some say in all of that? Look, we know where people went 3 centuries ago. Capitalism came in by overthrowing the feudalism before.
Hell yeah, we'll do it again, baby.
Workers are now in the process of figuring out that capitalism has to go. That's why the conversation about socialism is everywhere. I just read that the Hoover Institute in Stanford, where Art Laffer and I did our education years ago, has just released a new program of the whole Hoover Institute on the fact that socialism is once again on the agenda. I'm reminded of Mark Twain's famous argument when he read in the Hartford newspaper an obituary for himself. He wrote the lines, gee, to the editor. He wrote a letter. He said, the reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated. The reports of the death of socialism, desperately wanted by those who fear it, are likewise exaggerated. Because I can tell you, as one, I've never felt more support and more interest in what I'm doing than today, and I've had a long life.
See, by the way, this is why when I talk about like socialist reforms, things like Medicare for all, things like normalizing democratic worker co-ops, or bringing back postal banking, or different economic or business-oriented policies the U.S. could adopt. This is why I feel a lot of hope right now for a socialist movement in America, because this support, well, it isn't enough yet, and it feels like it's been so slow to gain traction, is gaining traction in the United States. Workers are waking up to the idea that they deserve rights, that they deserve autonomy and agency in their workplace. And that's really exciting. The main issue is that we need to have patience. Not necessarily because, you shouldn't push for change now. But you need to have patience insofar as, like, if we push and we fail and we don't get Medicare for all in like the next 5 years, that you don't break in despair, right? Richard Wolff has been pushing for socialism his entire goddamn life. And he doesn't have any of it yet. He's been doing it the entire time. For longer than most of us have been alive. And the reality is, we push for a better future because we believe something better is possible. But we might not ever live to see that better future, But we push anyway. And we celebrate the wins where we can find them. Amish Inventor, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Chaotic Kitten. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Yeah, currently I'll settle for continuing to fight milquetoast neolibs. I would prefer to fight them than have to, like, buy a gun for fascism. To fight fascism.
I'll let Dr. Laffer respond, and I do have a follow-up.
Sure, Jim, very quickly, it was capitalism that got rid of slavery in the United States. Slavery has existed forever.
Dude, no. If private companies could enslave you today, they would. What are you talking about? Private companies today use slave labor, both inside and outside the United States. In the United States, we just use prison labor. We use prison labor as our slave labor. Or like a company just has an intermediary who has an intermediary who has an intermediary, and they own a private slave plantation somewhere in Malaysia. Like, capitalism didn't get rid of slavery. Capitalism exported slavery across the planet. God, dude. Yeah, why on earth would a capitalist who seeks to maximize profits and minimize losses turn down free labor? God, dude.
It was capitalism. It was the use of that, and the productivity of a capitalist system is much better than productivity of a slavery system. I mean, and you see that happening. It was capitalism that destroyed the Third
Just
Reich.
to clarify, you mean it was more of an economic issue than a social issue to end slavery?
I feel like the moderator just turned on Laffer a little bit.
Economic and social. It was both. It was both together, but they clearly, the economic issue was very strong as well. Capitalism did not do well under slavery. It did much better under free. When you look at companies today, those employees that don't like being told what to do. I totally agree with Richard on that. I mean, I just totally agree with him. But then again, those companies don't sell well in the stock market. They're not invested in, and participation by employees and creativity by
I feel like Richard Wolff is just sitting in stunned silence.
Employees and making the companies better are much more successful than those companies that aren't. And a market system allows us to select those more.
But socialism has markets too, ding dong.
Successful companies and have them predominate. And that's exactly what's happening. You're looking at auto companies, you're looking at all of these companies where markets, free markets, democratic economic capitalism is selecting those where the employees are better treated than they are where they are worsely treated. And, you know, to say that the capitalist system doesn't have, socialism does not have any way, David. That doesn't have any way of discriminating between successful companies and unsuccessful companies.
Sure it does. Unsuccessful companies will fail. What? The same thing that happens under capitalism will happen to them. They fail. They go under. They go bankrupt. They close up shop.
And therefore, unsuccessful companies like the post office and like
the post office isn't a company, ding dong. The post office is a public service. It doesn't need to be run at a profit, except that Republicans, probably under your advice, have been trying to kill it for like the last 50 years.
Like the military in the U.S., there are socialist systems. Those systems prevail because there is no market selection for good production there in the free market system. So free markets will select better companies, better things. And my view is that that's the way to go rather than the post office route or the route of the Defense Department, which makes no sense to me whatsoever. I think capitalism is not the Defense Department. It's not the post office. It's really Elon Musk. It's Bill Gates. It's all these other. That's capitalism.
My question for Dr. Wolff is
that if Elon Musk is capitalism, no wonder it's failing. My God.
In a capitalist society, again, how do we create a non-hierarchical a company, given that when you think about who puts up the most risk, it's a founder or a group of founders or a group of key individuals who put up the capital, their own resources to start their company. So somebody who might argue against you might say, well, Dr. Wolff, why can we expect a non-hierarchical system when we've got a few key individuals putting up more risk than everybody else in the organization?
So my response to this would be that we need the government to take on a not insubstantial amount of risk in democratic co-ops, right? There should be attractive loan programs for democratic co-ops because successful investment in them benefits the government in a number of ways, right? Like, workers aren't going to move their factories to another country or even another part of this country, really. Workers aren't going to generally obfuscate their accounting in order to get out of paying taxes, right? These businesses are also better at surviving harsh economic conditions. And on the whole, there's a lot of reasons for the government to take on some of this risk in order to facilitate these structures, these economic engines to be built, you know? When we're looking at private businesses are way more likely to fail. They're way more likely to get embroiled in, like, tax fraud. They're way more likely to treat their employees like shit. So why not just invest in something that is a better investment? The main issue for democratic co-ops right now is because of how they're structured, they don't offer the returns to investors who are looking to make and maximize their profits. But the government has a different set of priorities than private investors, which means I think that the government should invest in democratic co-ops over private businesses. But that is a rant for another day, maybe.
The answer to that is very, very simple on two levels. Number one, systems don't disappear because you suddenly have people realizing that there is a better one. Systems disappear when the people living in them can't tolerate and will not tolerate continuing in the condition that they find themselves. The slaves ended up saying, it's intolerable. The serfs said, it's intolerable. Were they sure where the next system would take them? Of course not. Nobody can predict the future. You have a few general ideas, you go in that direction, and then you muddle your way through. We are discovering now around the world, including in the United States, that capitalism is becoming less and less acceptable and tolerable. Look at a dozen different polls. The younger the person in the United States, the more criticism of capitalism and the more the interest in socialism. True. Okay, number one. Number two, risk-taking. I've always loved this argument. Capitalists are usually rich people who risk a portion of their wealth. Having a good bit of wealth, they're usually smart enough not to risk all of it. By comparison, what have we got with the worker? The worker is going and taking a job at the Jones Company. You know what that means? He's taking a risk. He doesn't know what the Jones Company's leaders are going to do. He has no knowledge. He has no control. He hopes that when he arrives at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, there's a job for him to do. If they make bad investments, if they make bad decisions, his job is lost. His wife, his children, or her husband, her children, are then victimized by decisions they were excluded from. That's a fantastic risk. What are you talking? This notion that the risk is only by the investor. The joke is they take less of a life-changing risk than the workers do. And if you want really to run this argument, if you want to justify the enormous wealth of those who risk their capital, then let there be a payment for the risk taken by the workers. Supplement their wages, because that's a payment for labor, with another payment for the risk they and their dependents are taking.
Yeah, a really good example of this is in the video game industry, right? So I was a video game journalist for about a decade. And in the game industry, basically there were kind of this cycle, right? Where generally speaking, what will happen is a studio will hire up a bunch of talented individuals and then they'll be part of a development team for, 2 to 4 years. At the end of that development cycle, the game gets released, and then bam, a bunch of those talented people get fired. And this cycle just keeps happening over and over again. So I have numerous tales from people I know who have uprooted their entire family, moved everyone across the country to go to a new game studio, only to get there and a couple months later, the studio's sorry, we hired you and another candidate, so we're actually gonna have to let you go. And they look into this story and it turns out, oh well, this happened because this other candidate that they hired doesn't have a family, is easier to move around within the organization or move between the different development studios in different countries, right? So there are, I can't count the number of people I know in the industry who have just wound up jobless with a huge mortgage in an unfamiliar area, trying to figure out what to do. This is the risk that workers take on when they go and work for a job at a startup, or really any company. It doesn't have to be a startup. Labor also takes a risk. And I just need to emphasize that this happens in very concrete terms, not just for local workers working minimum wage, where you're a cog that is easily replaced and so disposed of with about as much care. But it also happens for jobs where they're paying you very good money to do very technical work. It happens across our system because that's what capitalism does. That's how it functions, right? So I really I love when Richard Wolff pulls out this argument.
This argument was make-believe. It was invented by people who knew they had a problem.
Winners and losers, exactly. Or risking your body. How many workers go out and break their backs every day doing construction work, or it's countless. Or people working in the mines getting black lung. My wrists are ruined from a woodworking job that paid crap with no benefits. Now I'm in braces and live with pain and limited use of my hands. But bosses take the risks, right? Exactly.
Everybody helps produce profit, but only a tiny minority in every company get it. That's a problem.
If you are working together, you should all share together in the profit of the company.
Unfair, that's unjust, that's unequal. You got to come up with some BS to justify it. Risk was one of those BSs.
Yeah, two things. Workers have a lot of choice in the matter, especially in modern day society, whether to get educated, whether to become skilled in industrial tech, and what jobs they take, what professions they go into. Workers are not without choice today. Far from it. They have a lot of choice today. Capitalists.
No, they don't. Again, this comes from a very privileged position. The idea that, workers have choice because, in this town, there's a McDonald's, in that town, there's a McDonald's. And the idea being, if you're treated poorly at the one McDonald's, you can just go to the other McDonald's in the other town. But it turns out that the other McDonald's in the other town is 15 more miles away. And it turns out that the gas money it will take to get you there and back every day actually negates all of the benefit of working there. So you wind up just having this network, this web of shit that traps you in this job that you hate. And that happens to countless Americans every day. But he's just well, just find a better job. Just find a better job. Yeah, just have you ever thought about eating cake?
Are also not without choice, And it's not that workers can't make bad decisions, they do, and it does risk their wives and their children and all that stuff, or their husbands and their children, depending on whether it's a female worker or a male worker. That's all true. And the same thing with capitalists. It's this system of profit and loss that has generated the prosperity over time. If we didn't have if the earth were to end 6 months from now or 6 years from now, I think an equal distribution of wealth would make sense. But what we need to do, David, is to make sure that we create a political economy of growth, as my professor Paul Baran used to argue, a political economy of growth which created better living standards, better lives in the future than they were in the past. And it's only through trial and error, risk and return, and on both the labor portion and also on the capital portion. Richard is completely
laborers don't benefit from the risk.
Correct. It is capitalist risk taking. They have extra, but workers do too. Workers have a choice and they have a skill set, and it's that dynamic that creates the prosperity that is known as human progress. And that's the thing I love about a capitalist system, is it's not all done by one Chairman Xi sitting there in one thing dictating the whole damn mess and creating a feudal system that never made progress in the world.
Well, one final subject I'd like to cover, and we can spend a few minutes on this, is, again, going back to addressing the income inequality problem. It occurs to me that several politicians, even today, have advocated for taxing the rich and giving it to the poor. It's not a new policy. It's something that's been established. But let me just read to you Biden's proposal, which he came out with earlier in the year, several months ago. It's not news, but I'll just read it again. Now, he advocated that we have to reward work, not just wealth, he announced. He said that specifically we have to tax the ultra wealthy, a billionaire tax, if you want to call it, people with a net worth of over $100 million, 25%. And that's estimated to just apply to 0.01% of all Americans, he argued. So wouldn't be an impact on everyone, just the 0.01%. My question is first to Dr. Wolf and then to Dr. Laffer. Professor Wolf, do you agree with this policy? And second, what should the government do once they tax the billionaires a 25% tax on their wealth?
Well, here's my take on this issue. As long as you allow enterprises to be owned and operated by a tiny group of people, the major shareholders and the board of directors those shareholders elect, you cannot be surprised or upset that those people give themselves the bulk of the surplus being produced. They give it to themselves as dividends as shareholders, and they give it to themselves as multi-million-dollar pay packages for top executives. They've been doing that more and more across the history of capitalism. In other words, income and wealth inequality is built in to a system that allows a small group of people to dominate each and every enterprise, which is why, as a socialist, I'm in favor of democratizing the enterprise. Therefore, I don't have much faith in President Biden. Whether he gets this tax increase or not isn't going to change the basic system. It's window dressing. It's going to make him maybe look good to people who care about this, and maybe that's a traditional Democratic politician's game. But beyond that, it doesn't address the problem. Even if you did a tax, the corporate leaders of America have long ago learned how to use stock options and stock payments and deferred payment
and not to mention, even if you passed a tax, they can just leverage their wealth to buy political favor, and in a couple years, that tax is going to be eased, or even have a loophole added to it. Like, that's the game. That's the entire, that's what's happening here.
As Dr. Laffer said, they have an army of accountants and lawyers. That's their job. First of all, they go as lobbyists to shape the law, and then they work as a private army to get around whatever the law is that they help to shape. This is a game. As Senator Sanders said, it's rigged, and people know that it's rigged. Tweaking it here, tweaking it there, this percent over here, that doesn't change a system that has produced this kind of inequality over and over again. We are in a period of decline. I know that's hard for Americans like me to get their heads around. We are not what we were. We have real competition in the world, the way we haven't in a century. And when systems decline, those at the top, the corporate leaders, the shareholders, they have the means and the position to shift the burden of a social decline onto the middle and the bottom below them. That's what we're watching. That's why your car is smaller, your square foot in your apartment is smaller. That's why you're shifting from hamburger to hamburger helper. It is a shifting as we decline. We saw it in Britain. We're seeing it here now. One thing to observe it, much harder to live it.
Dr. Laffer, what's wrong? I'll let you respond, but just
I need to respond to that if I not to his
okay.
Go
ahead.
I want to respond to your question, not to his comment. I do agree with Richard's comments on most of that. Tax sheltering is a huge deal. The rich are able to get that's all true. But I have just finished the book Taxes Have Consequences, which is the entire history of the U.S. income tax. We have every single tax return. We know how all the top tax rates. It's all this Piketty, Saez, Sancheva, Zuckman type of stuff there that Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and Joe Biden are spouting. Every single time we've raised the highest marginal income tax rate, every single time the economy has underperformed. Every single time we've lowered the highest marginal income tax rate in the top 1%, the economy has outperformed. Clearly empty. That's number one. Number two, every time we've raised the highest tax rate on the highest income earners in the U.S., the poor have suffered the most dramatically. Income inequality would improve, but that's because
this is not true. Like, at this point, he's just lying. I feel like Richard Wolff has like cornered him, and now he's lashing out like a child, just lying through his teeth.
The rich incomes, reported incomes, fell much more than the incomes. But let me just tell you, when they raised the highest tax rates in the 1930s, the poor, the minorities, the disenfranchised did not do well, even though income inequality reduced dramatically. It's because the rich incomes fell because they sheltered their income. They didn't report it anymore. They did do badly, but the poor got hammered. During World War II, the poor were hammered beyond belief, even though income inequality was much less. Afterwards, when income inequality improved, when you drop the highest tax rates on the rich, poor did much, much better. The minorities, the disenfranchised did much better. Income inequality can occur two ways. One, that the rich get richer faster than the poor get richer, or the rich get poorer faster than the poor get poorer. That both of those lead to more income inequality, more income equality. But what you really have—
How did he say that in the most confusing way possible?
The poor get richer much, much faster, even though income inequality as measured goes down because the rich report their income. And by the way, when you raise taxes on the rich, tax revenues from the top 1% of income earners collapse before your very eyes. When you lower tax rates on the rich, as happened throughout the whole income period, tax revenues from the top 1% of income earners goes way up. Just look at the facts. This is not, David, I've got to say, this is not a matter of opinion. You're not allowed your opinion here. This is a matter of facts, not how you feel. And
you literally, you are the one lying right now.
When we raise tax rates on the rich, the economy is underperformed. When we lower them, the economy is outperformed. And this is a new phenomenon starting in 1913 that had not existed before. And Joe Biden is a victim of stupid economics.
This is a new phenomenon that started over a century ago. Fuck you, old man.
And stupid policies, as is Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, AOC, and all these others. High tax on the rich do not help the economy.
Just one follow-up, and I'll let Dr. Wolff respond. Dr. Laffer, so your research, and notwithstanding your research and the facts and the statistics you brought up, what is the— let's just argue with the principle here. What is wrong, or if there anything is wrong with the principle of taking a relatively small percentage of the ultra-wealthy's wealth and just redistributing that into the bottom 50% with maybe UBI or better Social Security or whatnot?
Nothing's wrong with that idea. Nothing is wrong with that idea if it worked. But unfortunately, it doesn't work. You know, when you take from those who have a little bit more, they produce a little bit less. When you give to the—
That's not what? Yeah, you see, if you go into a billionaire's house and you take his classical antique medieval armor set, he produces less. What? No, no, actually.
Those who have a little bit less, you provide them with an alternative source of income, and they too produce a little bit less. You know, this is the transfer theorem. It's math. It's not left wing, right wing, liberal, conservative, Republican, Democrat. What happens when you do take from the rich a little bit and you give it to the bottom part? That's a question of empiricism. That's what I tried to do with this damn book. Is look, we have every single tax return, David. It's not as though you have data. I can easily imagine your results being correct. I can easily imagine, but they aren't. That's not the way the facts go. When you raise taxes on the rich do less well. That's true, but they also shelter the hell out of their income, and the poor get hammered. That's what happened every damn time. Look at the tax rate increase in 1932 when we went from a 24% income tax rate to a 63% on up to a 94%. So the poor, the minority, disenfranchised were killed in the Great Depression. And World War II, it was disastrous for lowest income workers. And then look at what happened under Kennedy when he cut tax rates dramatically on the rich from 91% to 70%. The poor, the minority, disenfranchised improved their lot in life dramatically. Look at what happened under Reagan. All I can tell you is we have facts in front of us. This is not about opinions. It's not about...
Yeah, what happened under Reagan was a direct result of, like, the privatization of things that had previously been run publicly. And then it went on to, like, destroy vast swaths of America. Like, unironically, part of Jackson, Mississippi's water problem right now is attributable to the privatization of different elements of our society and siphoning off public funds to go to private entities.
About what could or not could happen. I agree with all of you guys on your hypothetical examples. What are the facts? The facts are really simple. When we raised tax rates to the rich to give to the poor got hammered, and the rich sheltered their income and excluded.
The rich do that anyway, ding dong.
Wolf, will let you respond to this data.
I mean,
I'm happy with what Dr. Laffer said. For me, it demonstrates that if you're in a capitalist system, if you lower the tax rates, rich people will take the steps we know they will take, and you will, in the end, see a capitalist system do what capitalist systems always do. The rich keep being richer and the rest of us don't. And if the poor get a better shake for a while, just wait another few years and all of that will be undone.
But isn't it true, Dr. Wolf, that if the rich get richer, everybody else gets marginally richer as well, even if the wealth gap widens? Is that true based on your observation?
No, that's not true. Let me give you a simple example.
Oh, that is true. That's the facts.
No,
here's the facts.
Here's the facts. From 1970s, middle 1970s to pretty much now, the real wage in the United States has gone nowhere. It's a stagnant line, goes like this. If you average it out, it's between 1/4 and 0.5% per year, which is a statistical nothing. Meanwhile, the productivity,
that's wrong.
The productivity of the worker has gone straight up in a line of 1 to 2% across that time.
That's not true.
But productivity is what the worker gives the employer. Wage is what the employer...
Facts are incorrect. Richard, your facts are incorrect. Please. You know, under Kennedy, where we had the big tax cuts there, median wages went way up for workers during that period. Now, when we had Johnson, Nixon, Ford, and Carter, they didn't. You're very right there. But you can't clop all these things together as one thing. The productivity growth under Reagan was much higher than it was under Carter or under Lyndon Johnson or under these others. You've got to look at what actually happened, sir. You can't just collapse them all into big things and say, no way, productivity growth under Kennedy and under Reagan was much, much higher than the other ones. And it was much higher under Donald Trump as well.
Oh my God,
look
dude.
at what happens, not
of course this guy is on Trump's dick.
What you like to happen and what you
I agree.
You've got to not blow me. You got to go hit me with the numbers. Let's get the yearly data on productivity, and I'll just show you the facts and hope you concede the position that you're wrong.
No,
You're just wrong.
I've looked at
No,
the...
you haven't looked at them. I've got every single tax return. No one has looked at them. I looked at Saez, Piketty, Sancheva, all of these guys. and they don't look at the data that they only have. What I'm telling you is factual, year in, year out. It happens quickly, and then it goes right back when you get a socialist coming in.
Right.
Well, it's hard to explain to you,
We've
but
had no-
I would
we've-
love to have you give
we've
me a
had
review.
no-
It's hard to explain to you. Doesn't mention any real numbers that he's been demanding from Richard Wolff. Dude got triggered. Dude got triggered.
Give me a
We've had
review
no-
of my book,
we-
and I'll go through it with you.
Okay, we've had no socialists, but in this country since the 1970s. If
Oh,
you
Joe
take-
Biden is much
if
more
you-
of a socialist than John. Than
Man, I wish. Dude, I wish. How far gone do you have to be like, yeah, Joe Biden's a socialist? Like, this guy saw, like, a news story of Joe Biden walking to a picket line and was just like, oh my god, socialism has come to America. Completely independently of, like, any policies. God, dude.
than Trump. And Jimmy and Obama and W were clearly socialists. Clinton was a capitalist. Clearly he cut tax rates and get economic growth. Reagan was a George W. Herbert Walker Bush was a socialist. I mean, we've had very major revisions in tax rates and policies, and every single time the model I'm describing to you holds true. It's every time, not just you can't.
I really like looking at chat and seeing you guys bonding. Also, calibrating your English has been extremely good. Yeah. Not usually a streamer chatter guy. We just got some really nice people who show up to chat. Like, y'all are just real kind to each other, and I appreciate that we're building a kind community with each other.
Model I'm just very major revisions in tax rates and policies, and every single time the model I'm describing to you holds true. It's every time, not just you can't.
All right, you have, but every single one of the
Good night, winners,
one of the men
losers.
you name, Obama, Clinton, Bush, loved capitalism, said so over and over again. If you want to call them socialist, of course, no one can stop you.
No, they're high taxers.
You
They're high
have a
spenders.
problem.
They're big left wing
At the very
spenders.
least, at the very least, you have to recognize that yours might be the idiosyncratic definition of socialism, not the people who you call socialists who would insist that you are completely wrong, that they are loving.
No, guys, it's totally socialism. You just don't understand, okay? Like, if you squint enough, everything becomes socialism. That dog, socialist. That fire hydrant, socialist. The piss connecting the two of them, socialist, all right?
Of capitalism. The biggest achievement of Mr. Trump, you must know, was the tax cut of the December.
That was my baby.
Yeah, this is the laugher curve guy. Are you shitting? Wait, sorry. I'm sorry. Wait. He's about to try it. He's about to proudly take credit for the massive tax cut to the wealthy. Fuck this guy.
Trump, you must know, was the tax cut of the December.
That was my baby.
2017. Absolutely.
Yeah, and it worked beautifully.
Yeah, well, I mean,
revenues went up.
Yeah, because you introduced small but slightly feelable tax cuts for the working and middle class. But the issue is, you had those sundown after like 4 years. So now no one has those tax cuts anymore, except for the ultra wealthy who were already getting like 90% of the value of the tax cut, you fucker.
And
I know, but the
poverty rate for
people,
the poor, the minority disenfranchised were the lowest ever.
The people
and we had
who-
growth that exceeded everything before. I mean, it was amazing how it worked, and it net revenues came in. Oh well, you know, it's hard to do it when you don't want to do on the facts. Give me your numbers,
I do.
please,
I'm
and I'll
dealing.
go
The
through your numbers.
facts are that the productivity of labor went up faster over the last 50 years than did the wages, and that's why we have
But it's not even.
inequality.
But it's not
Wait a
even. You
minute.
can't
That's
take 50 years. That under Trump, productivity of workers went up and median wages went up like never before. $6,000 increase in real wages.
Yeah, but that ignores the last 46 years. like, even if you grant it, the wages are not keeping pace with production at all, remotely.
In that period, and you blur that into everyone else. You can't do that. You've got to look at the variations within that series and see that under Johnson, Nixon, Ford, and Carter, the bad periods outweighed the good periods, but the good periods were there. We need to emulate the good periods and not the bad ones. And all I'm saying is, I'm not trying to be a socialist in your sense of the word. I am a huge admirer of Paul Brand's, as you and I are. We are both students of his, and we both understand it. But you've got to be a statistician here, Richard. You can't just go waving your arms and talking about seven.
I love how he's like, you can't just be a statistician, but like, you aren't citing any stats. Like, well, come on now, dude. Come on. Richard Wolff is bringing more to this conversation than you are. You're just talking in lies and vague generalities.
70-year trends. You've got to look at what happened inside those. When did the median income go up? Under John F. Kennedy, median wages went way up. Under Ronald Reagan, they went way up. Under Donald Trump, they went way up. They went way down under Biden.
I wonder why he's talking about median wages. I wonder if there's any reason for that.
They went down under Obama and W. Those two guys were terrible. And
right,
you know,
but, all right,
and all that.
All right, I don't want to debate with you the statistics, but you know, you know as well as I do that what happens during the 4 years of a person who's the president was shaped by the things that happened 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10 years before.
Baloney, I do not believe that. I don't know that.
Giving the credit to the guy who sits at the top, who's largely a figurehead, is a bizarre way.
I don't think that's true. I worked with them personally, all of these people. I was very involved in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. I was the guy who in part designed all of the Reagan income tax rate reductions and that stuff, the free trade.
Yeah, we know. We hate you. We, the working people of America who've lived in the ashes of the destruction you've wrought, hate you.
Model, NAFTA, and all of that. I was the first American to go to China in 1970 when China started freeing its markets. I watched it from the top in and watched what they did, and I watched the results, and I've written about it in detail in data terms, not just waving my arms, but we're talking about facts and only facts. That's what you've got to base your arguments on, not on rhetoric. You've got to be, and you and I do agree that the models that Brand did make all the sense in the world. And I'm not arguing against those models, and I'm not arguing against what you say, but I am arguing against how you describe this sort of blend of from 1970 to the present, the capitalist system is all the same. It's not. And corrections in the capitalist system are much better to achieve prosperity than trying to devise a new worker class upward building thing that I don't think will work.
A new worker class upward building thing. Yeah, it sounds like you really understand the concept there, bud.
I know that.
But I hope it did. If it did, I'd be your biggest advocate ever. Believe me, but it doesn't work. Look at the numbers. You've got to be.
It doesn't work. Look at the numbers. This man has never looked at the numbers of a Democratic worker co-op in his goddamn life.
Be a scientist on this and look at data, and you can't just say opinions.
If we had time, I would show you the research done.
Write a review of my book. Write a review of my book, please, and do it if you would. I would love it if you would, and rebut all of my statistical arguments in there. Do that. I'd love to see that. Or my book on states. Why are some states outperforming others? It's because their tax cuts, their pro-growth policies, their right to work positions.
Yeah, definitely not anything to do with like their, differences in natural resources or the labor niches they've worked themselves into. Definitely not because of that. No.
These are things that really do matter. We have better wage growth here in Tennessee than in any other state. We have the biggest reduction in the gap between African-American students and other students. We have the biggest growth in education achievement. All of that because we have the lowest taxes. We have right to work. We have, these are data.
We're workers, okay? I'm a worker. Right to work laws fucking blow. Fuck you.
Arguments, my 2014 book, The Wealth of States, The History of the U.S. Income Tax. I would love to have that. And David, would you please monitor when we can talk about facts as well as just opinions and just sort of
I'm happy to do
let me
follow up.
close.
Yeah.
Let me
Thank
close
you,
it with
David.
a simple reference to facts. I'm not a supporter, particularly of the People's Republic of China. I'm critical of many things that go on there, as I am critical of things that go on here in the United States. But let's look at the facts of China. They have an extremely powerful Communist Party sitting at the top and regulating what they do. They have a huge public employment sector of state-owned and operated enterprises, and they really closely regulate many aspects of private capitalism in their society. And they have grown their output
because of their tax cuts, not because
Let me-
of the
let me-
government.
let me just- let
because
me
of their
just-
monetary policy,
they-
because of their trade policies,
they
not
have-
because of waving arms.
They have outgrown the United States for a generation by 2 to
50
3
years they have.
times, 2 to 3 times the wealth growth of each-
66-fold
of each
increase
year.
in real
They
output
have
for
used-
adults
they have
versus
used-
4%, fourfold.
They have used
Please, let him
their
finish.
economic growth, the most spectacular economic growth in the
Imagine.
shortest
Wonderful.
time that we know of in modern history, outdoing even the Soviet Union in the
Yeah, like, and of course this economic growth that Richard Wolff is talking about makes complete and total sense, right? Like, yeah, they have one of the at the time the largest population base on the planet that they could leverage for obnoxiously cheap labor, and then like allowing some of the wealth of their country to flow into these economic free zones or economic opportunity zones, I think they're called. Like, yeah, no wonder their economy just took off like crazy, right? It's only now that it's beginning to slow down and normalize, and frankly, it's been booming for so long that like the people who live there are like looking around dissatisfied with the level of improvement they're seeing. And that's why you're getting a lot of the saber rattling towards Taiwan, you know, on top of like their semiconductor industry. Vosh raid incoming. Well, welcome, Voshers. Voosh. Tiger Girl for 420. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it.
in the 20th century, and way faster than Western capitalism ever.
Totally true. Totally true.
And so
because of economics,
what we see is a society with a powerful Communist Party, with a large and influential government enterprise system doing real well. But that's got nothing to do with what we're talking about.
It's what it's what the government did in policies that mattered. When they
No.
cut
Oh,
taxes,
okay, gotcha. Hush, hush.
As I said,
What the
in
government did.
1970, 93% of production went through state-run enterprises. Now it's below 10%. That's a tax cut. They
Yes.
pegged the yuan to the US dollar. They increased free trade. That's why they grew, and now they're reversing that. And you watch what happens in China. It's going to be a shit show in China. They're now in a death spiral because now they can't keep their goddamn hands out of the economy again.
Okay, one at a time. All right, so Dr. Wolff,
the prediction that the Chinese economy was in a death spiral, that the Chinese economy was issuing statistics
that has been a perpetual prediction over like the last 30 years.
That were false, that the Chinese economy was unbalanced 12 different ways. Those have been aired and re-aired every year for the last 30 years.
Bingo.
Meanwhile, China grew to become the powerhouse that it now is. You can credit what...
Yeah, they just kept cutting taxes. Yep. Definitely nothing else. Dude, I can't believe... I've never seen Arthur Laffer talk. I can't believe this dipshit is single-handedly responsible for all of the economic woes of the United States for the last, like, 50 goddamn years. Like, no wonder, like, Republicans and, like, neoliberalism is just so brain poisoned when it comes to like economics. Like this is the rot at the heart of our current economic system. Like, unironically, this guy is responsible for it. Is he exactly like you imagined? I did not have a pre-existing idea of what to expect from this man, but I guess I was expecting him to be at least a little bit smarter. You know, like, there are conservatives who I dislike who are at least, like, you know, smart about it. Like, they at least provide good arguments, even if I hate them, right? But this is like, I'm shocked. I like seeing this. I now understand how this guy drew a picture on a napkin that just like enamored the entire like political establishment of his time. You know, he looks like Jimmy Dore's uncle. Yeah, who's the dude on the right? Yeah, this is Arthur Laffer, the guy who basically invented the idea of trickle-down economics. Like, oh, we can't tax the rich too much. It'll impact their productivity. That's why you got to give them tax cuts, tax cuts, tax cuts. The more tax cuts you do, the more productive your economy becomes. That's basically his idea in a nutshell. Yeah, he literally drew it on a napkin, and it dominated Republican policy and Republican economic policy for the next, like, 50 years until today. Basically, he's the one who gave legitimacy to, or the idea of economic legitimacy to rich people wanting tax cuts. Prior to that, you know, politicians had to lie and twist and turn. But then Arthur Laffer came along and basically gave all of the politicians like, oh yeah, no, we're just following the advice of Arthur Laffer over there, esteemed and renowned economist. And that has dominated and ruined all of our lives ever since.
Whatever you want.
I do want that because that's
my point is they organize their enterprises with employer-employee.
Tell Jack Ma that.
They chose not to depart from the capitalist system.
Cog in the wheel of socialism.
Capitalism is defined by the employer-employee relationship. Just like
China
feudalism.
Let Professor Wolf finish, and we'll get to Dr. Laffer, please.
No.
Feudalism is defined by lord and serf, slavery by master and slave. The slaves thought they could do better, and we got rid of slavery. The serfs thought they could do better, we got rid of feudalism. The employees are in the process of figuring out we can do better than capitalism, and that's the way forward. And the reason that will be important is not because the image is so entrancing, although I find it to be. It will be because the capitalism art is trying to hold on to has long ago disappeared in favor of a government plus big business hold on the economy that produces all of the things Art and I agree are disasters for modern capitalism. We differ. He imagines that the government can be pushed back out, and I don't think big business has any dream of doing it. And I argue that the masses at the bottom who suffer, they'll be the ones, as always, to make the change, because this is a system that is no longer tolerable.
David,
okay,
he's right.
Dr. Laffer, yes.
He's just right. I do believe that the capitalist system can be resurrected.
Griffiths,
we can
exactly.
have a low-rate, broad-based, flat tax.
You got it.
We can have spending restraint. We can't have sound money. We can't have free trade. We can't have minimal regulations. And I do believe the capitalist system can be corrected and made much better. And we both see the world in the same.
Again, any correction to the capitalist system is going to be resisted and ultimately overturned by capitalism. You know, if you believe that like capitalism can be improved via democratic, reforms. Well, those democratic reforms are going to be bought and paid for and changed by the capitalists, so they don't accomplish their reforming aim. Because capitalists want one thing: to maximize their profits. Even if it comes at the expense of democracy, and even if it means doing illegal activities in order to keep those tax reforms from happening, or economic reforms from happening.
Like, by the way, I really do, with Richard, and I appreciate, but I really do want you to look at the details, because a lot of it, as a guy friend of ours once said, Einstein said, the system lurks in the Feinheiten, in the details. Everything is in the details.
It's interesting that Laffer just cited one of the most famous socialists of all time.
And the details here are: communist governments can put in good economic policies. Capitalist governments can put in good economic policies. Socialist governments cannot. They believe in redistribution. And I think if we use our old definition of socialism, you and I, Richard, I think that's the way we'd talk about it. Whether it's state-run governments or whether it's democracy, tax cuts work.
Like, again, socialism isn't about redistributing wealth, though that can certainly be a part of a socialist system. Socialism is primarily about the relationship between worker and capital. That's what it's all about, okay?
And Jack Ma is a perfect example of a lowly worker. I'm just joking. The wealth and the billionaires, as you said, that are coming out of China are coming out of a communist China where income redistribution and income inequality is huge in China. It's huge. And that's because of the state-run enterprises freeing it and allowing progress to occur. And I love your arguments, by the way, and thank you for letting me, because you got me all excited, because I think we both have the same vision of a world, and we just have two different ways of getting to it. I want to really bring in the capitalist system with constraints, and you want to bring in a workers' view of the world, which I understand and have been taught very heavily. And thank you for the debate.
Have you?
I don't think he understands, chat. I think it's been an hour and a half long conversation. I don't think he understands at all what Richard Wolff was talking about through most of it.
Have you two ever met? You both went to Stanford. What one did here? Have you?
Yeah, as soon as
sound
I
like
came
old
into
friends.
the
I
econ
haven't.
department, he left. He left, and as soon as I left Yale, he went there. So he has been avoiding me for something like 83 years. He's 81, I'm 83. So he's been avoiding me for 81 years. And now that I know where he lives and I have his...
Also, damn, Richard Wolff is 81 years old. Dude looks pretty good for 81. I'm not gonna lie. I was thinking like late 60s, you know?
His contact info. He is about to be inundated with visitations and discussions with Professor Laffer.
Well,
Sorry about that, Richard.
Let me first of all conclude by thanking you, David, for arranging this
Thank you.
for taking the initiative to have this kind of conversation. I don't know how much light versus heat we generated, but we made our effort. And you're the person who gets the credit for making this event happen.
Yes, that's true.
I'm a fly in the wall of two great thinkers having a great discussion. So I appreciate just being here, as does our audience. So I thank you both for doing this.
I wanted to end
Yes.
by making a deal with Art. I will read and review his book if he takes a look at one of mine called Democracy at Work, a Cure
Hell
for
yeah.
Capitalism, because that
I would
makes
love
the
to.
argument,
I
that
would love
makes
to.
the argument in detail that we had to kind of be summary about in the time limits of David's program.
I will do it and you would do the other, and I would love that.
All right.
Is
I
this
have
new?
a feeling I'm going to like your
Yeah, this is from about 3 months ago. Hey, Chelsea Storm.
book a lot. And I think we think very much along the same lines. It's just how we get
No,
to
you
where
don't.
the nirvana
You
that we
evil
both want to get
motherfucker.
to. And I
Just for the audience, where can we learn more about your current work now? Professor Wolff, I'll start with you. You mentioned you have a book and your program. You have a TV program as well.
Yes. There are 2 websites and a TV program. The websites are the following: Democracy at Work, all one word, .info. So the first website, democracyatwork.info. The second website, rdwolfme.com, and that's Wolf spelled WOLFF. And finally, I do a weekly radio and television program called Economic Update, which you can find. It's aired about 100 radio stations.
I would recommend Economic Update, by the way. It's a good YouTube show. You can watch it on YouTube. I watch it. I like it. So would recommend that.
Across the
I would just maybe ignore some of his foreign policy takes. Generally he's pretty good, but sometimes he falls into some wacky territory when he goes off economics as a topic.
Country goes out
Sometimes,
to 50 million
not
people
always.
on Free Speech TV and other networks. And finally, you can find us, Democracy at Work, or and me on YouTube, where all of our work is posted. So it's easy to find what we do and to see these kinds of arguments developed.
Dr. Laffer, where can we read more of your thoughts?
The central one there is laffercenter.org. Would be there. I'm also on TV all the time, all across the station, MSNBC, CBS, and CNN, Fox, all of them across the board there. You can look up any of those there. But the one you may want to look at is Hillsdale, the course on macroeconomics. My lectures there, which I would go through all of the macroeconomics and cover a lot of the topics that we've discussed here. And you can get my books. You can look them up on Amazon and all that.
All right. We'll put the links in the description down below, so make sure to follow both Professor Richard Wolff and Dr. Art Laffer in the description. Links in the description down below. Thank you very much, gentlemen, both of you. I don't want to hold up too much more of your time, so we'll end it here. Appreciate it. We'll do this again. It was fun. Thank you.
David, it was great fun. Richard, thanks, fun. Very much fun.
Same here.
Talk to you both later.
Appreciate the tone as well as the content.
And the respect I have for you is enormous.
Thank you. All right. Have a great day, gentlemen. Thank you.
That was really great. My goodness. For those of you asking, that was moderated by David Lin. Which you can check out on YouTube, the David Lin Report. There you go. Wow, that was really cathartic. Like, I enjoyed that to such a great degree, you guys have no idea. Like, watching the guy who fucked American and global economics into the state it is today get reamed by a socialist was real fun. Also, hi folks, I notice we got an influx of people. How you all doing? For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Riverboat Jack. I'm a trans woman from the Midwest. I talk about socialism, politics, current events, all that stuff. And yeah, the need for democracy in the workplace, the need to decommodify the things we need to live in a modern society, all that stuff. Hey, Lethe. Yeah, this wolf won't be eaten. Exactly. Only we will be eating good. That was actually a good conversation, even though I don't like the dude on the right. It was a very civil conversation. Yeah, I think it got, like, for an economics debate, it got pretty spicy. But that was great. I enjoyed it. That felt like Professor X versus Magneto. I don't think we should give, I don't think either of them deserve to be called Professor X, and I think Richard Wolff is clearly the Magneto. Now, folks, you should hit the follow button over on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream. We need 7 more to hit 100 likes on the stream. I think you guys can do it. And consider dropping some subs or donos. If it's enough, I'll even consider berating you in public. I know some of you are into that. Hey, Lucky Otter, how you doing? Magneto isn't that evil? Yeah, that's why I said Richard Wolff is Magneto. Also, Magneto's a good guy. You leave him alone, okay? He's unfairly maligned. In case no one said it, this was a Voosh raid. How you doing? I'm doing all right. Today's been a rough day. I've basically just been working for the last, I don't know, 12 hours straight. No, that's not right. Sorry. Like 18 hours straight. So I'm pretty tired. But gotta keep racking up those donos and subs to pay those sweet bills. Also, hello Vosh Raiders. What'd you all talk about on stream tonight? Also, you're transphobic if you don't subscribe. I don't make the rules. Sorry. I'm gonna cash in on my minority status. Let's go. The stew. Oh man, I haven't eaten the stew yet. I'll be right back. Okay, so stew's probably done, but it needs a roux, so I'm melting some butter on the stove. Texas border issues. I want to eat the stew. You can have some of the stew. I made a lot. Cool chair? Thank you. God, I feel like you ever have a day where you just feel like your face looks weird? I'm having a day like that today. It's unnerving. Magneto seems like the IDF. Nah, I think he's more like Malcolm X. I will, Migs, don't you worry. But I need to suffer for the money. That's how this works, right? Do you want to take some time to tend to that? Oh, I just have it on low heat so it melts slowly. Without, like, getting, like, clumps in it, you know? What's your favorite X-Men? Magneto. No, that's not true. Mystique. Or Kurt. Kurt's just such a cutie. Like, Nightcrawler's is just like a little cutie patootie. Wolverine's cool, but I feel like everyone goes with Wolverine. Deadpool's a little bit too quippy for me. Who's Kurt? Nightcrawler. The one who teleports. He's such like a little like introvert, but he has like a sweet and kind soul, and also teleports through hell every time he uses his powers. Hey, Richie Buzz. I just said Kurt and expected you all to understand, or not a deep cut, but you know, medium cut. God, we need some white name snipers in chat. My goodness. I've only seen the movies. I think he's in the movies, right? Did they never do Nightcrawler in the movies? No, that can't be true. No, he was in the movies. Yeah. She's right, chat. Don't be transphobic. True. Friendly reminder that piece of shit Kelsey Grammer played Beast in the trilogy. Wait, is Kelsey Grammer bad? Like, I know he's a Republican. I've just never heard anything bad about him. Like, I don't know. Does he, like, beat puppies or something? Kelsey Grammer's a rapist? What? I mean, he made Frasier. Well, I guess I'll Google that. Okay. Okay, everyone is going, what the hell? What? Okay, I googled Kelsey Grammer rape, but the #1 result is talking about how in 1968 his father was murdered, and then his sister was kidnapped, raped, and murdered in 1975. And then in 1980 his 2 teenage half-brothers died in a scuba diving accident. Okay, I'm not getting any more information about potential, like, sexual assaults. You guys do know how to derail me like hell. My god. No, it's okay, guys. Not you. Just sometimes someone will throw out something crazy like Kelsey Grammer's a rapist, and then suddenly I'm just like, what the hell? Okay, we're gonna cover the Charlie Kirk stuff next, I think. Can we ban the person who made that claim? It was a statutory rape case in 1995? Let's see. A Somerset County grand jury has refused to indict Kelsey Grammer, star of the television series Frasier. This is from an article from 1995. On sexual assault charges based on a teenager's complaint that he had sex with her at a local hotel in 1993 when she was 15. Oh no. The young woman's delay of more than a year in pressing charges against Mr. Grammer made it difficult to support her claim, the county prosecutor Nicholas L. Bissell Jr. said today. The delay also meant there was no physical evidence to support a prosecution, he said. Authorities in Arizona are looking into the claims by the young woman, now 17, that she and Mr. Grammer, 39, had intercourse on 2 occasions at a resort in that state. She had said that the New Jersey incident took place in June 1993 at the Somerset Hills Hotel in Warren while she was babysitting for Mr. Grammer's 9-year-old daughter. Mr. Grammer was notified of the grand jury's decision as he was getting ready to work on an episode of his weekly series in which he portrays Dr. Fraser Crane. Blah, 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 blah. He previously had described the allegations as an attempt to extort money from him. The young woman testified before the grand jury on Thursday. The panel also listened to tapes of what were purported to be messages left by the actor on a voicemail service for teenagers operated by a Phoenix telephone company. And they heard conversations between the two that the young woman has said she taped to keep as mementos. Lawyers for Mr. Grammer went into federal court last week in an unsuccessful attempt to block prosecutors from playing the tapes for the grand jury. John Esposito, a Brooklyn lawyer representing the young woman, has said the tapes included sexually suggestive comments made by Mr. Grammer. Allegations first came to light 16 months ago when a lawyer representing the girl's family telephoned Mr. Bissell with hearsay evidence obtained from her friends, but the girl reportedly refused to cooperate with investigators and the case was closed. She did not come forward immediately, Mr. Bissell recalled today. She refused and waited another year. Consequently, there is no physical evidence. He said that despite the weakness of the case, he still felt it incumbent on his office to present allegations of sexual assault and to let a grand jury decide if the indictment was warranted. So, yeah, that sounds pretty bad. But also, like, the inherent problems of trying to prosecute a case like that, you know? Yeah, I'm not going to ban them. I'm going to be honest with you guys, I wasn't going to ban them anyway. But yeah, like, this allegation seems well-founded, but also, like, all of the evidence that would back it up is gone, minus tapes that might be interpreted in different ways. Granted, we haven't heard the tapes, so who knows. I think we should still ban him. I'm sorry, you got out your pitchfork and torch for nothing, Code Mode. Okay. Let's do this Charlie Kirk thing. Like, again, without more information to go on, like, I don't know. All right. So, folks, there's this guy named Charles Kirk. And despite a somewhat cool name, he's incredibly lame. And also is apparently gearing up his organization to go after Martin Luther King Jr. and the concept of the Civil Rights Act. You know, Charlie Kirk and his gang of stooges are finally coming out with their true colors. And I'm not making this up. This is an article that came out today. How Charlie Kirk plans to discredit Martin Luther King Jr. and the Civil Rights Act. It's literally called The Thing, you know? Turning Points USA founder Charlie Kirk is preparing to launch a campaign against MLK and the landmark civil rights law he helped enact. Now, you guys might be thinking to yourselves, how could any Republican get on board with repealing the Civil Rights Act? Well, one, Republicans, conservatives back in the day opposed the Civil Rights Act, and many of them still do. But two, if you've been paying attention to online politics for a while, you might have encountered a figure championed by folks like Candace Owens, whose name is escaping me at this exact moment when I needed to remember it the most. Thomas Sowell. Thank you, Erica. I appreciate the assist. Quasi-spec as well. Yes, there is a guy named Thomas Sowell who basically makes the argument that black people were better off prior to civil rights being passed, prior to the entire civil rights movement. He argues that black people had it better when things were segregated. So this thinker, Thomas Sowell, has gained a lot of traction within the Republican circles, especially online Republican circles, the likes of which Charlie Kirk tends to go in, right? So this is now being used as the basis to attack and begin the push for the repeal of the Civil Rights Act. Conservative activist Turning Point USA co-founder Charlie Kirk has a lot of opinions on Martin Luther King Jr. In 2015, Kirk called him a hero. Is that... Did the rest of the article not... There you go. There you go. Hello. Oh, I see. You're doing a thing. You're doing a thing where you're blocking the rest of the article. That's fun. That's fun. Anyway, we'll go over here and get the main points from Kat Abu. Here we go. 2015, Kirk called him a hero. In 2022, MLK was a civil rights icon. In December 2023, speaking before a group of students and teachers at America Fest, a political convention organized by Turning Point USA, Kirk struck a different tone. Quote, MLK was awful, Kirk said. He's not a good person. He said one good thing he actually didn't believe. Like, in the span of a year, Charlie Kirk has 180'd on Martin Luther King Jr. and civil rights. Am I right in thinking this is a bad campaign strategy from Republicans? Maybe. But part of Turning Point USA's purpose is to inject the Republican Party with bad campaign ideas and move the masses in order to normalize those bad ideas. Because frankly, there's a not insignificant amount of the Republican Party who agrees with what Charlie Kirk said in that most recent quote. You know? They'll be like, oh, that's really explosive. How could you say that? And then Candace Owen types will just direct them to Thomas Sowell. Like, but actually, there's a really great sociologist who worked on this named Thomas Sowell, and you should go read a couple of his books. You know, this is to normalize the idea that, oh, you don't need civil rights. Your civil rights will be fine. We'll just repeal that. It'll be okay. Again, Republicans are coming after all of your rights. If you're black, if you're gay, if you're trans, they're coming after your rights. Like, with trans people, it starts as trans people in sports, and now it's trans people in bathrooms, and now they're taking away trans healthcare and de facto banning trans people from entire states in America. They're currently working on legislation to overturn Obergefell, which is what codifies your right to gay marriage. And now they're trying to push for the overturning of the Civil Rights Act. It would not surprise me if the Republican Party spent some of its political capital to try and like repeal laws that allow like blacks and whites to get married, you know, saying it in the old timey anarchistic no. Why am I having trouble saying this? Anachronistic. There we go. My God. My brain. Anachronistic way. They want to like get rid of your ability to get married to someone of a different race. Like that's how far they're willing to go here. If they're willing to repeal the Civil fucking Rights Act, there's no place that they stop. Sorry guys, I've been streaming for 8 hours. My mouth can get a bit mushy. Sorry. Gay marriage has only been legal in America since 2015. You know? Time to drink aqua. But my aqua is all the way over there, next to the butter that I need to look at. The burner wasn't hot enough, so it was actually not an emergency. Continuing. For Kirk, the shift on King wasn't an offhand remark, but a glimpse into his broader strategy to discredit the civil rights leader and the landmark legislation most associated with King, the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Quote, I have a very, very radical view on this, but I can defend it, and I've thought about it, Kirk said at America Fest. We made a huge mistake when we passed the Civil Rights Act in the 1960s. The courts have been really weak on this, Kirk told the America Fest crowd. Federal courts just yield to the Civil Rights Act as if it's the actual American Constitution. The law is ultimately a way to refound the county and a way to get rid of the First Amendment, according to Kirk. He literally thinks that ensuring the rights of minorities gets rid of the First Amendment. Making sure that, like, they can't impose bullshit, like, poll taxes to prevent certain demographics from voting. That's an infringement on your freedom of speech. Like, these people are actually evil. You know? He doesn't think it, but what's telling is he's trying to get other people to think it. Like, of course he doesn't, Charlie Kirk doesn't believe anything, you know? This is his career. He doesn't have an actual opinion on this. He's just a monster acting at the whims of billionaires, you know? Yeah, his one true god is money. But what's telling is he thinks he can get away with it, right? He thinks that this is messaging that will fly with the conservative base, and the scary part is he might not be wrong. Like, the fact that this is where the Republican Party is going as we look down, like, the slope at 2024, this is terrifying. Like, this is the movement that they want to put into office. Like, if conservatives win, right? If conservatives win in 2024 and Trump takes office with Project 2025 and propaganda organizations pushing for the repeal of the Civil Rights Act and Obergefell v. Hodges, like, there is how I can't even begin to express to you guys how quickly our entire country turns into a dystopian nightmare. Like, we're already, like, teetering on the precipice. It's already really bad. But it can get so much worse. If they, look, there's a reason why I am getting, like, all my documents renewed and up to date, okay, as we go into 2024. If you are a person of any kind of minority persuasion, you should also do the same. Okay? Just in case. If you can. You know? No, Sophie's been here, Valhalla Vidya. Like, I've had a serious conversation with my partner about, like, what we do. And yeah, like, get your paperwork up to date. Yeah, Charlie Kirk has no personality. His personality is having, like, a shit-eating grin while saying the stupidest things you can possibly imagine. Good night, Erica. Get good sleep, okay?
All right, let's go to.
I mean, like, this guy has negative charisma. I wanted to show this because I thought it might be funny to know that Charlie Kirk watched a gay sex tape.
Next story. This is the Senate story. So
Oh,
Senate
boy.
staffer, if you guys okay with this? Charlie, I'm coming to you
Is
first.
everybody
on this
ready
one
for
here.
this?
Speaking of hot dudes.
Oh yeah, it's a subject matter I'm really familiar
yeah.
with.
This is
It's,
insane.
I'm the subject matter expert.
Senate staffer.
Why do conservatives always feel like they're telling on themselves when they make jokes like this? Right? Like, it feels like, oh yeah, gay sex in the Senate? Yeah, I'm an expert. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm an expert on fucking asses and getting fucked in the ass. This is such a weird thing. It's probably, no, it's not even a joke. Just real quick.
Staffer, if you guys okay with this? Charlie, I'm coming to you
Is
first.
everybody ready for this one?
Dudes. Oh yeah, it's a subject matter I'm really familiar
yeah.
with. It's, I'm the subject matter expert.
Senate staff are alleged by conservative outlets to
No, you got to dwell on the headline. You have
Well,
to.
listen, I'm reading what NBC. If they say it, it's correct, right? If they said, you got to believe them.
No, I know, but the
Oh,
fact
there were some headlines that night in the Senate staff room.
that what the heck does a conservative outlet have to do with this?
Charlie, I know you're dying to give us your feedback on this. Let me
I'm
first
sorry.
read the
No, you're
story.
right,
Now,
you're
let me
right,
read
you're
it.
right, you're right.
Charlie's fired up.
Folks, Senate staffer alleged by conservative outlets to have had sex in a hearing room is no longer employed. NBC News. So, Aiden, a Senate staffer.
I guess I didn't expect Charlie Kirk to just be so excited to talk about gay anal sex.
Staffer accused by conservative outlets.
He's popped the stiffy. He's building a tent in the woods, you know?
Engaging in sexual activity in a Senate hearing room has been confirmed as no longer employed by the U.S. Senate. According to a statement by his office, the allegation stemmed from a video published by the Daily Caller claiming to show a congressional staffer involved in sexual activity within a Senate hearing room. Now, listen, I don't know if we want to show this clip or not.
Okay, I have a controversial take. Okay, controversial take. Having sex in a Senate hearing room is actually pretty hot. Hot take. Okay, but like, if you can get away with that, that's hot as hell. I think that's cool. Yeah. Honestly, that enterprising young man should have been promoted, all right? There, I said it.
Yes. Listen, a congressional staffer involved in sexual activity within a Senate hearing room. Now, listen, I don't know if we want to show this clip or not, but
Yes. Rob has been showing it to me all day.
Yeah.
Listen, we're all grown-ups here. We're going to show you the
I
clip, and you're
get
going to like it.
If you haven't seen it, we're
it's telling that all of these people are anti LGBTQ, but they're all chomping at the bit to watch the gay sex tape together. Just bros being bros, sitting next to each other on the couch, pantsless, rock hard dicks. And if somebody's hand happens to slip in the throes of passion, that just goes with the territory.
We're not going to show it to you. I'm sure you've seen it. Here's a question I got for you. When you see something like this, okay, and by the way, did you see his response, what he said?
I have the whole...
Can you read his response?
It's the most millennial response.
Listen to his response.
So mind you...
It's our fault he had gay sex in the Senate hearing and filmed
it's
it.
homophobic.
How dare you
and
make
you
me
will
do this?
And you will be held accountable by a court of law
By the way,
for judging me.
and
by the way...
Can we at least show an image? We don't need to see the video.
No. So this has been a difficult time for me. Hold on, I'm going to read it like him. As I've been attacked for who I love to pursue this political agenda. While some of my actions in the past...
They're all really chomping at the bit here to take on the role of a twink getting dicked down. It's this is insane, right? This is crazy. It's not just me, right? Just 6 bros sitting around drinking beer, stroking each other while watching gay sex. What's gay about that?
Past have shown poor judgment. I love my job and would never disrespect my workplace. Any attempts to characterize my actions otherwise are fabricated. All right, and I will see by exploring what legal options are available to me in these matters.
Wait, fabrication?
No, it's called fornication, Tom. That's what it is.
Charlie, thoughts on this, Charlie?
Yeah.
Man, this is Sodom. I mean, pure and simple, this is Sodom and Gomorrah
And Charlie would know everything about sodomy.
stuff. I mean, we will be judged. I mean,
Okay, all right. I know that I keep joking about this, but Charlie Kirk could not come across as more gay in this clip if he tried. We will be judged. We, Charlie. We're all going to be judged by the gay sex we have. We, Charlie. Just you and I are gonna be judged for the gay sex, huh? That's crazy.
The desecration, the depravity of what was once sacred. But honestly, this is a pattern. What is holy, and in Hebrew,
You're right. That little twink's body, what used to be holy, and then that hole got filled. Ayo, up top.
holy means separate, elevated.
Oh shit,
is
butter.
being desecrated on a daily basis. Joe Biden had not alleged, but this like transgender stripper goes topless on the White House lawn.
Alleged by a conservative outlet.
No, meaning alleged being, I don't use the word transgender. I think it's all fake. But the right there, right, the Joe Biden stripper on the White House lawn. That
was Trans Day, right? Or Pride Day?
They had the pride flag center stage. Dylan Mulvaney is given special access into the White House. Cocaine is being done in the West Wing. It shouldn't surprise us that Senate staffers are not just having gay sex in the Senate hearing room, they are filming it.
I am shocked. I am appalled by this disgusting act of recording the gay sex in the Senate room. I would never film my own gay sex in the Senate room. Never. Filming steals your soul. It is a defilement of the chamber. But if you don't film it, it's at least 75% purer in the eyes of the Lord.
Filming it. And then he has the
gall.
Yeah, or some anatomy.
Yeah.
He has the balls? The girth? Like, what are you talking? Why? Again, he just seems so gay in this clip. I don't know what to tell you guys. Just.
Then he has the
gall.
Yeah, or some anatomy.
Yeah.
It's our fault, Patrick.
Yeah.
How dare you? How dare you? You made me do this. Look what you made me do.
Yeah.
Look what you made me do. You made me have by the way, let me just hold on one second. This is a pattern I'm seeing from the media. The very similar, look at the Politico story, by the way, of the Virginia House candidate. It came out recently, Virginia House candidate sex tape. This whole profile piece in Politico. Yep, that's right here. And I know it should be more recent. Yeah, this is it. Her online sex life was exposed. She lost her election. Now she's speaking out. Nowhere do they mention. She live streamed it. She live streamed her sex life. They didn't find it on some sort of internet thing.
Yeah. Rob, get the link.
She posted. No, stop it. Stop it. This is a family.
Stop trying to defile me with your filthy heterosexual pornography.
By the way, can somebody help find Vinny and Adam a wife, please?
This is America Fest, family friendly, wholesome.
Got it.
Think homeschool. Okay,
Got it.
That's America Fest. We're out of Miami. Okay.
Got it.
Oh, hey, this is the event at which he announced his intention to oppose the Civil Rights Act. Hey, look, it's all coming full circle. I totally knew that was coming. Haha.
Miami, Charlie.
No, there's plenty wrong with Miami. Okay. Anyway, the point is this is a pattern, okay? The degeneracy, the depravity.
Ask you a question, Charlie. How does the enemy?
This is a pattern, okay? I've looked into it enough. Okay, I've looked at thousands of hours of gay sex tapes, and they all seem to follow a pattern of a problem being encountered, overcome through force of will and thrust of hips. And you know, I'm noticing the pattern, the sexy, sensual pattern.
How does the enemy process this? So let's just say Xi, China, Iran, Russia looks at us.
That's a really good
question.
What
do you think they say? What does the enemy see?
So we know.
They look at us and what do they see? Certainly not the world's largest military. No, they see a twink getting dicked down into the Senate chambers, and they look at their own Senate chambers and realize that twinks have been getting dicked down there too. Twinks all over the world are getting dicked down. And they realize at our heart, at our core, we're all just human beings. And we reach out our hands across the world and finally have world peace, thanks to all those twinks getting dicked down in various Senate chambers, all right? This is a commonality amongst all people on Earth. Twinks being dicked down in Senate chambers, and this could be the catalyst for world peace.
Know it. I mean, if you read Putin's speeches, again, I'm not like a big Putin fan, But you should know he uses it as an internal rallying cry to consolidate power. And this is something that we need to talk. I said this all along, that
he uses gay people as a rallying cry to maintain power. Yeah, but you love that. You love that Putin hates gay people.
Text of the Ukraine war is like gay agenda versus traditionalism. Again, if you read the actual Russian Federation speeches, Putin says they're transing their kids and they're chemically castrating. Again, I'm not a fan of Russia. It's not a free society.
I don't know. It sounds like you're pretty rock hard for Russia right now. If you love Russia so much, Charlie, why don't you marry it?
It's not an ideal society. But it's true that the trans thing is pushed by NATO. It's pushed by our intel agencies. The pride flag is...
How have we gotten to twinks being dicked down, and in the span of like a minute, he's talking about how trans people precipitated the war in Ukraine? Like, these people live in a completely different reality.
Shown prominently by our government. And if you actually read deeper, the
CIA is planting those twinks in Senate chambers across the world.
Spokesperson for Zelensky was a trans person for the last 2 years. So in some ways, Russia uses this as an excuse to say, hey, people of Russia, I guarantee you, and by the way, they're going to show this like nonstop. If you watch RT, which I don't, if you watch any of these...
By the way, I love that he's basically saying, you know, Russia did have a pretty good reason for invading Ukraine. They did have too many trans people. Like, that's what he's saying right now. That's what he's saying. Like, if you're a conservative and you're watching this, how big a fool do you have to be to buy what he's trying to sell you right now?
Russian television stuff. I guarantee you they're going to say, see, look at the Americans. This is why we have to reject the West. You have to understand, the narrative going on in the East is that America is the leader of modernity, and modernity gets you the following. Gets you live stream gay sex in your capital. It gets you lots of suicide. It gets you a lot of depravity. It gets you lower birth rates. It gets you pornography. It gets you transgending of kids. Some of that is true. Some of it's an exaggeration. But what do our enemies... The easy answer is that they're laughing at us. No, 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 no. You just gave Vladimir Putin a gift where he is now going to give a speech and say, by the way, the people financing this war against you, where you people of Russia, where they took the vote, at night, they are live streaming gay sex. That's what this war is all about.
That's cool. Like, unironically, it's hard for me to listen to that and be like, yeah, that's bad. Like, imagine having to have that mindset versus like, God, that sounds cool. I wish I could be dicked down in the Senate chambers.
All about.
Yeah.
It is the internal rallying cry of the Kremlin.
And by the way, it's such an easy argument.
The internal rallying cry of the Kremlin. Twinks being dicked down in the Senate chambers. Are you fucking kidding me? How many drunk orgies have there been in the Russian Duma? I have no idea, dude.
To make fun of the enemies. Like, look at these clowns over there in America. There was once a great...
It's not a mockery, though. They use it as fear.
I'm sorry. Also, this guy in the back just looks like he wants to jump over this wall and begin participating in this entire conversation. Like he looks like he's like just waiting to be invited.
In America, there was once a great...
It's not a mockery, though. They use it as fear. The people of Russia, actually, they don't laugh at it. They're like, yes, Putin, stay in power, because we don't want that here. And so
you alone can save us, dear leader.
Laughter, yes, but it's more like they use it as this is coming. When they hear Lindsey Graham say, we're going to come after, this is a war of offense. Lindsey Graham, Amy Klobuchar, Ukraine, war of offense a couple years ago. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Patrick, but what I'm getting at is the mockery by some, but the rank and file people of the mainland of Russia are terrified that the overtly aggressive gay agenda is going to come into Russia. And
oh no, the gays are here. In they flounce, exquisitely dressed, smooching and smacking asses.
this certainly helps the argument. Look right there. The Saren Ashton Cirillo is a...
Yeah, he called him Lady Graham because, again, the inside scuttlebutt is that Lindsey Graham is gay.
Person born a man who became a woman, who thinks they're a woman, who was the spokesperson of the Ukrainian armed forces.
Based. You know what? The Ukrainian armed forces have been doing great. Okay, they've been retaking territory. They've been holding their own against the much larger Russian army. Let's go. Turns out we need more trans people in charge of the Ukrainian military. Let's go.
The true conflict unfolding in Ukraine is the trans agenda, the excesses of modernity, and traditionalism. That doesn't mean I'm on the side of Putin. That doesn't mean I'm on the side of the Russian Federation. But you have to understand, that is what is rallying Russians domestically.
I fully agree with you, Charlie, because two things can be true at once. Number one, Putin is a thug and dictator and obviously an enemy of the United States. But we're embarrassing ourselves when we are endorsing and co-signing the LGBTQIA+, whatever parts of the alphabet you want to throw in there.
Man, they literally are just like, haha, yeah, every time they hear that joke.
So, yes, he's wrong. Yes, he's a bad guy. But yes, he has a point.
He does have a point. Like, I mean, are we allowed to have a thought crime that, like, Putin has a point? Are you allowed to say that? No, you can't. He's the worst person ever.
That doesn't mean we're endorsing...
No.
Yeah, you know, like, it's like saying Hitler had a point. You know, no one can get mad at you for that. That's what?
Okay, here's a fact. Russia has said it's illegal to have transgender surgeries for kids. Good for Russia.
Good. Yeah.
Honestly, that's a good thing.
Good.
People say, no, everything Russia does is bad. Like, that. What a stupid way to look at the world.
Yeah.
Like, no, it's good. And by the way, there's some things Russia that doesn't do. So I got in this debate, and they say, well, Russia puts their political opponents in jail. Yeah, you're right. We would never put our political dissidents in jail.
Yeah.
We would never have gulags or have Donald Trump face 700 years in federal prison. Or
Yep, these things are definitely equivalent. Yep. Ignore that, like, Russia literally assassinates Putin's adversaries. Ignore that the fact that, like, before they put, like, Putin's adversary in prison, they tried to kill him, like, 10 times.
Or lock up people because of thought crimes or making memes. You're right. Russia is so bad that we would never put political dissidents in federal prison.
Or kick down their doors.
Or kick down their doors, or have a dragnet because someone took a selfie in the Capitol. Maybe we're actually more like Russia than Russia is.
You know, it's really ironic on this story where they're talking about a video that was obtained via dragnet on videos taken in the Capitol. Like, he's complaining about all this. Is Navalny still alive? He put out a New Year's message, so yes. But he's also in, like, solitary in Siberia, so, like, Navalny is not doing so hot.
Well, you interviewed one of the most famous Russian athletes ever, the UFC fighter Nurmagomedov. What does he go by? Khabib. And you asked him how many genders are in Russia.
He probably
he thought about it for like literally a half a second. What did he say?
I asked him, I said, in America, we're very competitive. We have like 100 different genders. How many genders you guys got in Russia? And he said, we only have 2. It's kind of disappointing at first. You're like, I thought Russia would be more competitive. But they have something called...
It's true. We are winning the gender arms race against Russia. We have to keep it up, okay? We need 100 more genders by the end of the week.
Sad.
Common sense.
Yeah.
And they believe in science, the real science, not the kind of science that we're being
And by the
preached
way, I just want to say one
today.
last thing. I think it's sick and disgusting that these guys did this in the Senate hearing room because everybody knows.
What should happen to
Everybody knows that's what goes down in the House.
What should happen?
Well, he got fired, but I don't think the senator that he works for. I mean, he's saying
Senator Ben Cardin. Yeah,
Ben Cardin.
This is a
personal matter.
He should be
Let's not talk about
criminally
it anymore.
charged for defecating the holiness and the sacred tradition of our legislative body.
Yeah, and Tom.
For defecating? What?
He should be put in federal prison for having gay sex and filming it.
Yeah, because January.
Notice how Charlie subtly said he should be put in prison for having gay sex and filming it, not in the chamber. He didn't add in the chamber, just having gay sex and filming it. Charlie's really overcompensating for how excited he got earlier, talking about having to watch this over and over again.
6 was an insurrection. What was this, Tom?
sort of an ass erection.
And that's no, it's just by the way. So did you know this too, Charlie? He actually did another photo. This came out today on Laura Loomer's on her page. He's taking a photo at work like this from behind with the mirror, saying, "I'm waiting in my office for Lindsey Graham to show up." He posted that. Somebody searched in his, went back. He was posting all that stuff at work back in the day.
And guess what, Vinny?
Oh, butter. I'll
Lindsey
take a
Graham
look.
showed up.
He probably did.
That's for sure. By the way,
these people are so homophobic. Luckily, the segment's almost over. Be right back. All right. Let's finish this real quick.
Wait, Charlie, got to ask you this. Disgusting, horrible, what have you. What happens if it wasn't gay sex? If it was just,
of course, it's still
would
inappropriate.
it still be a federal
Yeah,
crime?
of course. It's desecrating. Of course it is. Absolutely. But here's what bothers so many people about the point of it is that he probably thought he could get away with it because, like, the whole gay agenda gets special rights right now in this.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, dude. If, like, a guy came in the middle of their fuck session, he would just be like, hey, we're gay. And then that guy would just be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." Yes, of course. Have the room. I'll put a sign up to let other members of Congress know not to use this room. I'm so sorry. In fact, here's all the money I have in my wallet. Please just let me go, gays. And then they tell him to throw down his wallet and bring them ice cream. And then he runs out of the room crying. That's gays just have so much power now these days.
Sick world, okay?
Yeah.
So let's be honest. Like, and then he plays victim. Like, oh, I feel
MLK.
so sad for him. Like, wow. Like, that is weaponized narcissism.
All right, so let me ask you this. Let's do this. Let's say...
But yes, to answer your question, it would be wrong.
Let's say a Trump was president today and that happened.
Well, he doesn't control Congress, but yeah.
But what do you think? What would you think his first reaction would be if that were to happen? What would he say? What would he do?
I would live for that tweet.
Oh my God.
I don't even want. I mean, I would just. It would be Michelangelo material. It would be something that we remember 600 years from now, and we display in the streets of Florence, and we say, "You remember."
We display the gay sex in the streets of Florence. Indeed, indeed, indeed.
Remember when Donald Trump reacted to the gay sex film in the Senate?
No, it would be a wing of the Smithsonian with just
exactly. I don't even
tweets.
want to guess. I don't even want to guess what it would
And mind
be.
you guys,
he would tweet something like, "Here things are happening in the Senate right now." He would do something like that.
And mind you guys,
demonic Democrats having anal sex.
Pat, he was just
They're doing it
fired.
again.
He was fired. He hasn't.
Yeah, by the way, I love that they picked Italy and or like Rome to like make their point about where gay sex is being displayed, as if like Italy isn't internationally renowned for its gay sex.
Been charged or anything
should be.
for
He
should be.
He will.
No. He's a Democrat. He'll be fine. Trust me. He got fired because they have to fire him.
Let's see what happens.
What he did is worse than what 99% of the people on January 6th did. Let me say that again.
1000%.
What he did is worse than what 99% of the people did on January 6th.
By the way,
I need to make more roux. I try to be conservative so I don't waste butter, but it needed more.
it's not even that big of a shocking statement.
Well, I'm going to get clipped. That's why I repeated it for the degenerates at Media Matters that probably enjoyed the video.
Yeah.
Valhalla Vidya, that is 100% an accurate description of Patrick Bet-David. Patrick Bet-David is constantly chasing whatever the shiny new thing is, you know? He's basically been able to force jumpstart a career by just having money, you know? I'm conservative with the butter. I don't want to waste it. I like butter.
So if you like this clip...
Oh my God, no. Okay, we're done. How we all doing, folks? That sucked ass. But you know what? I just need you all to know, Charlie Kirk is obsessed with gay sex and also wants to attack Martin Luther King Jr. and destroy the Civil Rights Act. So be aware that you're going to see a lot more anti-MLK content this year as we go into 2024. And folks, we've now been going for 8.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the content, please hit the follow button over on Twitch. We are currently only 29 follows away on Twitch from hitting 9,800. We're getting so close to 10K. I can sense it. I can feel it. And if you're watching over on YouTube, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. We have new content going up every day on the YouTube. And folks, if you've really been enjoying stuff, consider dropping some subs or donos. You can come over to the riverboat.gg if you want to support me directly without YouTube or Twitch taking a cut. very, very much appreciated if anyone can throw some dollary dues my way, because again, I literally couldn't pay my rent without you guys. So thank you very much for anything you can tip my way. I forgot this was supposed to be about MLK. I was too distracted by the gay sex. It's true. We did. There was a lot of talks about. There was a lot of talk about sexy twinks. I understand. Seems like a pretty bad guy. Yeah, he's pretty bad. Don't like him. Jump scared the hell out of me. Yeah, no kidding. If you're a twink, if you can get dicked in the Senate too, it would help us greatly. I also am Butter's bitch. Fair, Callie. Fair. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Lard! Thank you for hitting the follow button over on Twitch. And let's see. Did you guys manage to like the stream to over 100 likes? Huh? There you go. You hit 107. Good job, folks. I'm proud of you, sport. And we're 30 subscribers on YouTube, away from 3,500 subscribers. Let's go. Let's go. My goal for this year, it's unrealistic, I think. But nonetheless, my goal for this year, in terms of subscribers on YouTube, is to hit 5 digits minimum. I'd like to hit like something in the 10K range by the end of the year. But I think we might be able to do better. My pie in the sky goal right now is 25K. We'll see if we can do it. I mean, if we can hit 1 million, I wouldn't say no either. That's a good goal number, I feel like. I think so. From where we are with 3,500-ish. Gay is when booba. You know, if you guys were really gay, you'd drop some subs and bits. Okay, I'm just saying. I've been seeing a lot of white names today. Bigger than Hassan, baby. Better foreign policy takes than Hassan too. You know, that first segment of stream was really rough today. I'm glad we turned it around after that. Would but poor. That's fair, Valhalla Vidya. Boop boop boo. I just hope we keep the wholesome vibe of the community when she gets bigger than Hassan. My goal is to have a community of people who are who know that they can do something about the horrors they see in the world, you know? My goal is to make sure that you guys know that in a democracy, we can mobilize, we can work together, we can organize to achieve, like, electoral victories, and that with that organized group, with that organizational power, we can then move forward to organize for worker rights, to organize for different policies like Medicare for all. You know, I believe that we can make better things happen.
Henlo, you absolute legend.
And I believe that you guys can believe that too, and that together we can change the world. You know, I feel like the midterms were a really, really good proof of concept there. Like my community, small as it was, still able to get Democrats elected, still able to get involved enough to actually change the course of elections across the country. So we can do it. Malachi, thank you for gifting a sub to J-Fran. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. And also thank you for supporting me. I appreciate it. It's been I think it's been like 2 hours since we got the last sub or dono, so I appreciate you very, very much. We're gonna keep fighting for W's and fighting to prevent fascism from taking hold in this country. By God, I'm not gonna let you guys doomer. So that's what we're working on. And with that, what do I have to say? You promised me some stew, though? Yeah, you can come get some. It's too hot, otherwise I'd carry it over and, like, show you guys the stew. But I will post pictures on Twitter, so I will share the stew like that. I'm pretty doomery, to be honest. No, you can be... Look, I don't fault anyone for being a doomer right now. Like, all of the news is bad. You know, I don't fault anybody for being in a doomer mindset right now. But I hope that my content helps you to move away from that, because dooming too hard dooms you to inaction. And I want people to be able to do things. You know? The Richie Buzz, Kansas politics are really interesting, so I hope you can get back to Twitch too. You should try having stew with rice. Haha, I'm a step ahead of you. My rice cooker is full of rice right now. Cassifel! 16 years! Thank you for being subscribed for 16 goddamn years over on twitch.tv. Soon! I'm sorry I haven't responded to you on Discord! I'm really bad at responding to people. I'm sorry. Hello, Raiders. How y'all doing? My name's Riverboat Jack. I'm a trans lady. I talk about the news and politics and give political analysis, and I talk about video games. I was a video game journalist for like a decade. Trans lady. I use she, her pronouns. Welcome. How y'all doing? The Cassifel cult is here. Give us your river and let us eat your boats. You could never eat my boat. My boat is too powerful for you to eat. Raiders. I'm one of them transgenders. It's true. It's true. I do make stew. It's true, I do. Delicious, delicious river stew. You're transgender? I'm transgender. Are you transgender? Too much boat for yo. My weakest my weakest boat would leave you incapacitated. Trans gunner. You're Midwestern, you're not Southern. This is true. Do you think the Tomb Raider reboot is super sexist? I don't like it. I don't know that it's sexist. I haven't really played them, so I can't really tell you in detail about it. I think the first one, the reboot, is the one I know the most about. Had some sexist garbage in it. Yeah. Also, not very good Tomb Raider games, as far as I'm concerned, but, you know, kind of their own thing. Your hair is stunning. Thank you. I don't look too bad despite having been streaming for about 9 hours, huh? Oh, Pocky, it's okay. You can call, like, people make that joke. It's fine. You're good. Thank you, Luna Broadway. I'm not fishing for these compliments, but I'll certainly take them. My God. Y'all are being very complimentary. What's the catch? What are you about to pounce on me? J. Fran, thank you for gifting the Richie Buzz a tier 1 sub. I very much appreciate it. Thank you so goddamn much. Yeah, this show literally brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you. We still want your river and to eat your boat. You can... I'm gonna counter. I keep my boat, but you can eat my river. Counter offer. How do you not get delirious after, like, hour 5 of streaming? Well, I think of it like a job, you know? Like, that sounds... That sounded, like, maybe condescending. I didn't mean it like that, but, like, I think of it like... I'm putting in the hours I need to make this, like, content, you know? And sometimes I stream, like, only 3 hours or 4 hours, but, like, often I'll do these longer streams because I prep a lot of content beforehand, and, like, we haven't even gotten through all of the content I prepped, you know? Monica, yeah, look, I stream. I look at this as a job, and so I think of it as, well, this is a 9-hour workday. Which, I guess, technically it's not a 9-hour workday. It's, I spent, like, 2 hours prepping the stream and another hour doing some, like, background stuff on videos. So I guess it's an 11-hour workday. Yeah. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, but my goal in doing this work and building this platform is so that one day I don't have to work this much. That'd be really nice. That'd be really nice. It'd be really nice to not be anxious about paying my bills every month, you know? I wish we could see you cut the veggies for the stew. Well, Malachi, one of these days I want to set up my phone and just do, like, a live stream of, like, a cooking live stream. I think that'd be really, really fun. I'm just really excited that I never have to chop onions again. I got a food processor for Christmas, and that thing basically destroys onions. I never have to cry while cooking again. What would you make? I mean, I might make beef stew. It's like one of my favorite things to make. But maybe I'd make something, like, a bit more artsy. Riverboat kitchen when? Who can say? I will look in my DMs when I can and when I have the ability to remain conscious. Graduating from music production school in March, and I'm nervous for what work post-grad will look like for me. That's fair. Like, I graduated college and I had no idea what I was going to do and wound up doing an unpaid internship. Don't do what I did. Get a paid internship instead. That's important. People complain about the Vosh fashion streams, but people need more stuff like cooking, fashion, etc. Yeah, like, I don't know. There are so many fun recipes that I love and are really, really good. I think it's good diversification. Yeah, I agree. Also, thank you all for hitting the follow button. Now we only need 24 more follows over on Twitch, and we'll hit 9,800. inching towards 10K. Let's go. Don't chop its butt off. Do you know the secret to not crying when cutting onions? Is it to keep a match in your mouth? Maybe I did a Halloween stream where I was in my kitchen. I don't remember. Halloween was so long ago. What happens at 10K? I get the satisfaction of having a nice round number. That, like, I don't have anything special planned. I'm sorry. My hope is that when I hit 10K, I'll be in like a more stable economic position, and I can make less stressed content. You know. Part of the issue is this month I'm going to New York in about a week with my partner. I'm able to hitch a ride for a business trip that she's going on. And I'm excited to see New York City for the first time, but also I won't be able to stream while I'm gone, and we're going to be gone for like 5 days. So, yeah. So I'm trying to get in as much stream time as I can. So I'll probably be streaming tomorrow, just as a heads up. Probably late in the night, probably Baldur's Gate content. We'll see. If you can dress nice, do so, but don't break your bank doing it. That's the plan. I'll probably wear this dress again. This dress is great. Baldur's Gate. I've been really loving Baldur's Gate. We're almost done. Can't wait to make heart-wrenching decisions that I'll regret. I mean, we might do a little politics. I don't know. It'll depend on what my schedule looks like. Usually, if I have time to prep content, we can do politics. But if not, then I'll probably just be doing a gaming stream. Oh, that was a reference to the fashion arc. Gotcha. Can't you just go into stealth and rob some jewelry stores in NYC? I don't think so. I don't think I can do that. Oh, Mark Rides. I'm over on riverboat.gg. That's where the on-screen chat is. So I'm responding to folks over there. But I also read the chats, so don't worry. Huh. Cut it in a bowl of water under the water. Interesting. One of us. One of us. Hey, Chaotic Kitten, how you doing? It's gonna be hard to respond. It's gonna be hard to respond to people, Brianna, when I get as bigger than Hassan, you know? But I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna respond to everybody in chat. No one can stop me. You guys have been real lovely tonight. I have a cat calling me. I bet she wants some water at the tap. Probably. All right. Responds to Chatter's stream. I mean, I'd love to have a stream like that. I'll buy a huge compound in her state, make it a refuge for all trans folks. that sure, like if I'm wealthy enough to do that, absolutely. But I don't have enough money to buy like any kind of property. So until then, my sleeping pills are demanding I take them. This has been great. You're great. You're great, Callie. You get good sleep. And I will be back tomorrow, folks. We're going to raid out into... We're going to raid into Twoodles. She's a gaming streamer in Australia. Lovely individual. Is the Discord accepting new members? Always, J-Fran. Just go to riverboat.gg/Discord. That'll get you there. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye.